Our opening game is Furia taking on OG, and it's an elimination match. Oh, Furia, they never stop fighting, they never give up, and Art's doing it again.
What a huge run from Art.
How does he pull this off? Furia take down OG. This is the clash of the Titans.
It's only 15 HP for the two remaining Ts. Shocks, drops, and a no-scope to close. Shoot. RPK hits the headshot, but Simple's already into the equation, striking them down from the heavens. Oh, flash comes in the end, and a second from Ziwu. That's a continuation spray, and the MP9 from Flamey. Oh, he gets both, but the nade on the money. And Vitality continue on.
There's a lot of talent within the squad of Big. Let's not forget they at one point were the best team in the world.
Nico, he's going to be able to get himself 2 kills. Searson answers with a flick of the off shot. Nexa, he's right on the side, but Searson's delivering. It's all on Kenny. He's going to come right back through, and Searson saves the day. And they take the victory over G2, sending them to the lower bracket.
Holy hell, what a win from Big. They actually do it.
Yesterday was huge, and today it is only gonna get more crazy. These are some of the best teams in the world, and they are facing off in troublesome matchups, in difficult plays, but it's all about trying to make it one step further in this tournament. And today, it's all about avoiding elimination. Maniac, yesterday we saw G2 drop down to the lower bracket to Big, and that was not something I was expecting.
No, but at the same time, aren't we underestimating Big just a little bit? You know, I went back to my notes and I realized they've been in the top 8 now for a while. Sure, they've plateaued, but yesterday they've shown us that they can do it again. It was a huge game, but not the only one that got us screaming. I think the NaVi Vitality action also quite interesting.
Yeah, that was a pretty special one, right? Overtime's all the way, but Vitality got the 2-0 in here, Jacob.
Saivu going up against Simple, the two undisputably best players in the entire world going toe-to-toe. And guess what? Both of them showed up yesterday. Both of them performed to the absolute max of their abilities. And that was just such a joy to watch. Sure, Vitality won 2-0, but that was a game that could have gone both ways. As you said, double OTs. And, you know, honestly speaking, getting to watch those two players duke it out against each other, that was the highlight for me yesterday.
It is just beautiful Counter-Strike to watch, and that is what we're here for all day long. We've got 2 more games coming your way today, and like I already said, they are elimination matches. Do not think I am wrong, because you see Astralis, G2, Furia, and NaVi, they are all down in the lower bracket right now. We've got this Astralis G2 matchup. We've got Furia taking on NaVi, and realistically, anyone can win those games.
I agree with you. I still believe that they are favorites in both these games. When you think about the Astralis versus NaVi game and how high level it was, it is really hard to see any of these teams not make it past. But again, we've been surprised many, many times. And when you have teams like Furia and you have individuals like Nico, you never know what you're gonna get.
And it's all about getting to the global final, right? That's what we want to see these teams trying to find and achieve success at. Because right now, we know a few names that are going to be there, but still, there is one spot that comes off the back of the full finals here that can try and grab it and get themselves that position without needing the points to do so.
And trust me, that means a lot to the teams and it means a lot to the players. Sure, there's a lot of money on stake as well, but these players, these teams, they want to win titles and they want to win the tournaments that is the most stacked. We talked about it yesterday as well. This tournament right here is one of the most stacked tournaments that we've had throughout the entire year. So if you're the team winning this one, you are one hell of a goddamn good team.
And they are going to have to be one hell of a good team to even get to that point. We're going to take a look at the overview when it comes to this global finals, because this is where we're sat at right now. This is where the leaderboard still sits. And just to add to this, right, that G2, had they won against Big yesterday, they would already be in the global final. This is how tough it is for them.
And believe me, they know that. I think they realize that they have missed an opportunity yesterday, and the path doesn't get any easier. Now you have Astralis against you, and if you lose that game, that is it. This is your only path playing in this tournament for G2, so there's a lot of pressure going on. But Furia as well, still in the running. They have NaVi against them. They can be so many different consequences to the games we'll have today. It's fascinating.
But for Vitality, right, they're looking to prove they can go to finals and do it again with this new 6-man roster and deliver in a way that we've never seen a team with 6 men be able to do.
And they've been impressive. They've been very, very impressive so far. Vitality keeps on winning. They keeps on showcasing us why they're currently ranked #1 in the entire world. And as you said, they're doing it succeed right now with a 6-man roster. They were the first to do it. They were the first to integrate Nivera properly into the lineup, and they're still doing it. They're still trying to experiment with it, and they have my full respect for that. They're still a top team. They're still the favorite to win the tournament, also judged by the play they've had so far.
We also got to talk about Big, though, because yesterday, right, we may have thought they were the underdogs potentially going into that matchup, but you said it well, Jacob, that this is a team that was the #1 team in the world at one point this year.
Yeah, and they work hard. They work their ass off every single day. They're still in this bootcamp facility, some of the players. And to me, it's a story of a bunch of players, right, that when you look at the individuals on the lineup, you don't think to yourself, okay, there's potential to be top 5 right here. But they have made it work. The synergy in between the players and the hard work has come to fruition. And they are a team we have to take serious.
Look, the story with Big is that they have shocked the entire world throughout the summer. They were the team to keep an eye on. You look at, for example, winning DreamHack Open Summit, winning CS Summit, all these events, they were not sharing with anyone. So when we moved on to the second half of 2020, we had high expectations. We wanted them to win, and they dropped out just a little bit. But where did they drop out? Top 5, top 6, top 7? It's not too far off. So yes, we come into this tournament with such a stacked lineup, and we have to put Big at the bottom. But yesterday they reminded us that they can still win.
And they can win over anyone, and that was the case when it was going up against G2 yesterday, because G2, they had some rounds, they had some chances in it for sure, but we've got to look at this. There is a lot still missing to the depth of this lineup.
It's very hard for me to already now judge where G2 are at. Sure, the loss yesterday against Big Clan was not good. You know, the first game wasn't really convincing either, so G2 is a team that struggles a little bit, but of course winning against Furia, that in itself is a great result. Losing to Big Clan, they will have to be disappointed. So we set the bar very high for a team like G2. You see the players right here in your lineup as well. This is one of the most expensive Counter-Strike teams probably to ever exist. They brought in Nico, and he was not cheap. Let me put it that way. You have Kenny S in there. He's not cheap. Let me put it that way. So you expect them to do well. Sure, it's still early grounds, but when you have so much money pumped into a lineup with so many star players, they have to deliver when the pressure's on. And yesterday, they didn't.
No, they really didn't. And that's one thing we look at. Kenny was even having a great game yesterday, right? Maybe not to the standards that we've expected in recent times, but he stepped it up a level, but that still wasn't enough.
He looked better. Kenny has definitely looked better, and if anything, that's a promising sign for the future, if you think about G2 for sure. Now you have players like Hunter and Amanek, who unfortunately missed the BO3, so now we need to see consistency in what every player is bringing to the table. The problem with G2 is that whenever they brought Nico in, the first tournament, we were together, they impressed us. We thought, wow, what the hell is this? What kind of level is that? Amanek was popping off, Nico was doing Nico things, and now they're slowed down a little bit. They've had this period of time testing waters, not knowing what lineup they're going to go for, and obviously we want to see more from them than what they did against Big. So their position is not so easy, but they have to keep their eyes on the money and not think about
a very short honeymoon, let's put it that way.
It really was. But a team that's not going through a honeymoon, but more of a progress stage is Astralis. Glaive back in charge, Bubsky playing some maps here and there.
Sure.
We're starting to see Astralis take names and take wins once again.
I mean, winning DreamHack, that was a great result for Astralis, especially considering they started out by losing to Godsend and going all the way through the lower bracket. That gave Maniac, that gave me a lot of hope in Astralis, slowly but surely, you know, closing the gap up to the best teams in the world. This tournament, I haven't been that impressed with the play they've showcased. Sure, they are in a position now to beat G2. They are the favorites, and they will go far in this tournament, but it's not the same Astralis we saw, you know, a year ago, or when they were unbeatable. They're not even close to that. So, yeah, small progress, sure, but still troublesome a little bit.
You know, you want to know what's impressive with Astralis and the whole project? Let me just take you back in history for a second. 4 years ago, if you go back 4 years ago now, you take these 4 years, do you know how long Astralis have been outside the top 10 in 4 years? 3 months. They have spent 3 months in the last 4 years, that core, outside of the top 10. That is the definition of knowing how to manage your players. Sure, they've had dry periods. Sure, they've had moments where we were questioning the choices they were making. Should they bring that player in? Should they avoid that tournament? But at the end of the day, they've been one of the most, if not the most consistent team and successful team that we've had in past history of Counter-Strike.
It's the best team to ever exist in Counter-Strike. That much can be said, and it can't be doubted. It can't be discussed. These 5 players you saw, and now Bubsky as well coming in, they are the best to ever be together, no doubt.
They are for sure, but they've got to continue to push that envelope that little bit further, especially with the new roster in play. NaVi now, though, they're in a position where they're already in a beautiful spot. They've already been there. They've already done it because they are the highest points in the leaderboard right now. They'll be at the global finals. For them right now, they don't have that pressure of needing to get there.
No, they don't. And I think NaVi has shown a great face, great shape in this tournament so far. Sure, they lost to Vitality, but these were 2 overtimes game, extremely tight. We talked about the Simple versus Zaiwu occurrence, and we have to address it now. NaVi is a team that we always judge very harshly, and the reason we do so is that the talent they have is almost unmatched. You think about Simple, think about Electronic, that duo, sure, and we expect more from them. We want to see them on the podium every single time, and the truth is that's not always the case.
That's not always the case, and as you said, we've been a bit harsh on them. But when you have the best player in the world, when you have a guy like Simple in this tournament, in particular, showing up and he's owning everyone. Let's be honest, right? Yesterday against Vitality, the only player who could match him was Saivu, and I guess that's the only player in the entire world who can match him. Against Astralis, he took down Astralis more or less by himself, right? There's so much skill, there's so much potential within NaVi. So to see them constantly fail, to relieve that potential and get it out there and show it to us, that's the frustrating part about NaVi. As you said, thus far in this tournament, they've been looking good. So if they can continue down that path, maybe we can finally start to see a more consistent version of NaVi.
I would certainly love to see it, but I also want to see some more from these boys in Furia. Because right now, Furia are in a position where they can still get there, and they've got 2 events to do it across. And every event, we start to see them play better than at least how they started off here in Europe.
Furia is a bit of an enigma for us, James, because I feel like they have been separated from the rest of the pack for a very long time because of the circumstances of this year, which are very unique. So obviously, if you only think about NA, they destroyed almost everyone. They won so many titles. It was great. They came into Europe. They faced some difficulties, to say the least. We saw them bounce back, and now we are finding that flair again, that rage. I mean that in a good way.
Yes,
that willpower from Furia. We started seeing it again, but it is not title-winning Furia quite yet.
Is it not though? Is it not though? I'm not too sure about it. I think they're getting better. I think they're looking good. I think, just from talking to Arthur, you can see that he's happy again. He's in a good mood. And I think, when it comes to being happy, when it comes to igniting each other, I guess, on the server, in and outside the server, Furia, they live and die by their mood. They live and die by the passion. They live and die by the mood within the team. And to me right now, Furia seems to be in a good mood. And if Furia's in a good mood, they're one of the most dangerous teams in the entire world to play against.
And when Furia's in a good mood, we're in a good mood because we get good Counter-Strike. And that is what is coming up next. That has been the road to the global finals. We are going to a break, and when we come back, we're delving straight into Astralis taking on G2.
if you guarantee me that they will play 100%, I think G2 have a fighting chance against any team in the world.
Yeah. It's all on Amanek. He just needs to stop the bomb. He's inside of the corner. 4 seconds, no bomb plant. Amanek.
I see everything that made them the best team in history of Counter-Strike again, slowly but surely starting to unfold.
Quick one tap comes out right. Oh, hey, now we're in business. He knows one's on site. The double peek. And oh my goodness, flashbang out. He's looking for the peek. He's gonna get the headshot.
Our opening matchup for today, Astralis taking on G2, and it's an elimination match here for the full finals. And I gotta say, when it comes to G2, yesterday, I saw signs that made me feel very happy, and then they still couldn't get the win. We saw Kenny back in performance, back stepping up and doing what he needed to do best, but then the other pieces weren't quite there. There's still something missing with these guys.
I agree with you. And when you say we've seen signs of greatness, that's all it's been, signs of greatness. And that's the problem with G2 in general. Sure, you have a couple of rounds here and there, whether it's going to be individual prowesses with Nico or Kenny has even popping off yesterday, or even tactically with Nexa coming in with good ideas. You focus on these rounds and say, okay, that's amazing. These G2, they have a future. And then you see them dropping rounds they shouldn't. You see them losing in rounds they really should not. I mean, they have below 70% of 5v4 conversion. That's just too low at this level. So they drop rounds they shouldn't. And at the end, it gives us this mixed bag of feelings.
Yeah, it's not good enough for G2, right? And I think it can be praised in a much simpler way. Yesterday, they got out-fragged by Big, right? They weren't able to frag their way into that game. Nico went negative, Hunter went negative, Nexa went negative, and Amanek went negative. You have some of the best individual players being mentioned right here in Nico and in Hunter, and Nexa for that matter as well. One of the best fragging in-game leaders, and they weren't able to frag out Big Clan. So what do you do when you meet a team like Astralis today, who play, you know, a structured Counter-Strike? They have a great fundamental, sort of approach the game the same way as Big do, but have even better individuals. It's going to be a big task, and they'll have to step it up.
And this is what's wild. All those names you just mentioned there, and you're saying negative against Big, you think, what is going on? This just shouldn't make sense. For G2, though, there's still this learning pattern for them, right? We're giving them a caveat because we now know Jax isn't in there, and they've still got something to build on.
Yeah, and we have to give them at least a couple of weeks or maybe a month to see what this roster is going to do together. Because yes, Nico didn't join a week ago, but again, they've gone through the process of changing players from tournament to tournament. So that I see it as a setback in terms of how much improvement can you get, how much, you know, consequences, or how much you learn from each loss. If you always change the roster around, it's not going to be too easy. You talk about stats in that last series. I'll even grow bigger caveat and talk about this tournament. It's only Nico who's above 1. No one else is in positive in this tournament right now. No one else but Nico. And there are players in there who I would praise so highly. Hunter being the first one that comes to mind.
Yeah.
I've been there in different desks saying Hunter could be or is one of the best players in the world. But where is the result right now? He needs to shine.
Well, we've got many of these best players in the world at given times throughout their career on this G2 lineup. And what I want to do next is hear from Kenny S, because he has a hell of a lot of experience playing against Astralis.
Of course, you have a lot of history against Astralis, not only throughout your own professional career, but in the past 2 months, we've seen you playing them 4 times, with you guys only able to take the win once. So what are the biggest challenges that Astralis have been throwing at you recently in your matches?
Well, first of all, they've been on the rise. Astralis is becoming closer to what they used to be a few months ago or last year. So yeah, it's definitely makes it harder for us as well. We are a new team as well, so playing against Astralis is always a challenge. But we are a team that likes to play those games, those kind of games, and I think it's really easier for us to play teams like Astralis than Furia, for example.
Why is that specifically? Is because you have a bit more of an understanding of how they play?
Yeah, I think so. And also, yeah, it's just with the players we have, we tend to like challenges. You know, we really like challenges, and being the underdog is not a position we dislike, I would say.
He's saying it's easier to play against Astralis in this. I like the confidence. I'm not sure I agree with it.
There's the ego talk. There's the ego talk, and I don't mean it in a negative way. It's just when you have players like Kenny and like Nico who've been around the block for a long time, who've been mentioned in best players in the world for the longest time, you go up against Astralis, you want to give it your 200%. That's the conversation we had about Simple.
Yes.
And no disrespect to Big, I don't think they triggered that kind of reaction yet, which is a mistake, but it's just a fact.
You can never underestimate your opponent, can you?
No, you can't. Not in a tournament like this, where every single tournament coming into this bracket, coming into this tournament, somehow find a way to qualify themselves for it, right? There's no one who came into this tournament not deserving their spot to be here or haven't been able to play their way to get here. So in that sense, no, if you're G2, you got to be able to motivate yourself, even if it's big, even if it's Astralis or NaVi for that matter. But I think, Matthew, you're onto something in this one. But also, you know, again, if you're G2, you're just not really feeling it right now. Individually speaking, you don't see them go off, and that is and will be a problem.
Now, when it comes to Astralis, though, they are a team who I would say never underestimate their opponent.
No, I don't think they do. They probably have the most optimized, disciplined approach to the game in general. And I think they're the masters of taking short-term losses when long-term wins and victories are, you know, across the horizon. And that's what's happening with Astralis right now. I tweeted a couple of weeks ago that I think their vulnerability period is touching slowly over. And I maintain that fact. Sure, they lost against NaVi, but that was such a high-level game, probably the highest level I've seen in a long time. And Astralis, they still look deadly. Glaive is activated, 1.2 rating right now. It's been a problem when he came back, but now he's definitely online.
It's a problem that he's doing so well and the rest of the team is not winning. That's my take on it. Because yes, it's positive for Glaive doing that well, but he's not supposed to be the fragger. He's not supposed to be the guy with the highest rating. Sure, there's been a few occasions they won IM Beijing last year when he was the MVP of the tournament. That happens once in a while. Yeah. But Glaive and Astralis, they work best when it's Device, Dupree, and Magix activated. You know, the AWP in Device, Magix and Dupree and the rifle, and then you have the supportive element in Xyp9x and Glaive. Glaive is not supposed to be the top fragger. And that to me is, it's not a problem, of course, but it can be a burden for them if the other guys are not stepping it up. They are supposed to play better.
It's only really Dupree that's missing. I agree with you, but it's only really Dupree that's missing at the moment. He's the only one. I mean, he's only 1.01. It's not that bad. But in Magix is on 113 and Device is 126. So I agree with you that Glaive should not be at the helm of the fragging department. It is still Device who's topping the charts, but this man right here. When Astralis were having a tough time, when they were rotating around rosters, not exactly sure what they were doing, Dupree was the one saving them. In that chaos, in that chaotic situation, he made the best out of it. And we haven't really seen that kind of power from Dupree quite yet. And this could be an X factor.
He could be an X factor, but you guys were touching on Glaive as well. And we're going to hear from him, especially around G2 and Dust2.
Of course, we've seen G2 picking out Dust2 a lot against you in your past series. So if we see it coming up today, have you got any key focuses going into it?
I mean, last time we played against them, they played really good on the CT side, and we did as well. So I'm looking forward to maybe see some changes on their T side. What change they will do is, of course, tough to say, but we will try to, of course, do some of the same things that worked last time, but also spice it a bit up to try to create some new stuff. But it's really tough being in a tight schedule with games all the time to make new stuff for your opponent. So you have to really think a lot about it. And that's why we use our time wisely to prepare. So I think those two will be a great matchup. It has been in the past and will also be today if we're going to play those two.
Of course, speaking of the preparations and the new stuff coming into the team, seeing you coming back into the in-game leader role, how different do you feel like your approach is for when you were first doing it for the team? Are there any kind of big changes that you see yourself making coming back into the role?
I mean, I would probably say it's probably mostly my mid-round calling that would change. And of course, the trying to make people like caught them off guard and stuff like that. I think that's what I'm trying to do the most, like with the beginning of the round. I'm trying to do it, and also in the middle of the round, and I'm trying to just outplay my opponent tactically. So we try to hit the bomb sites where there's hopefully less players than the others. So I would say that's what I'm trying to change the most, but Magix did a great job as well. So yeah, it's tough to say, like, to pinpoint out what is the biggest difference between me and him, but it's just natural for me to be an in-game leader.
And I love that because he is a natural in-game leader. He is a natural leader from start to finish.
He is. I mean, Jacob, you talked about him a lot. He's one of the, if not the most successful, most impressive leaders we have in Counter-Strike.
There's no doubt about it. Glaive is the best to ever touch the role of being an in-game leader, and he's been proving that time and time again.
He has been proving it time and time again, but now he's got to prove it when it comes to this game and this veto, because it is elimination time, guys.
And I have to put a canvas right here. I think G2 is cornered in that veto. They are cornered from every single angle. Mirage ban from Astralis, that makes sense. Now, G2, they have to remove Overpass, otherwise they'd be in danger. And Astralis, that is not a very good map for Astralis anyway, so that's a burned out veto as far as I'm concerned. Astralis, on their peak, they can do almost whatever they want. Inferno is right for the taking if they want it. Nuke is there. They go for Inferno. Now, hear me out when it comes to G2, and here's why they're cornered. Yesterday, when they could have picked Vertigo against Big, they went away from it. Were they gonna go for Dust 2? If you're Glaive, you talked about it in an interview, Dust 2 pick makes sense. If I had seen G2 jump on that Vertigo, I'd say, okay, maybe they can throw a curveball. But right now, they have to go for Dust 2. Again, and Astralis, they know it, and they've looked good. That's the one map G2 could pick.
There's no way, and there's no way you're going to go for Vertigo against Astralis, because Astralis is one hell of a Vertigo team. So they are, as you said, cornered in a video where they have to go for Dust 2. Getting rid of Train, that's smart for Astralis. Sure, they've had a couple of decent performances on it, but as we spoke about, it's not a map they want to play. And then we have Vertigo potentially.
Vertigo or Nuke.
Yeah.
And how happy are you if you're Astralis?
You're living the
dream. You have a choice between Vertigo and Nuke at the very end. That's what I'm talking about. Astralis, they get Inferno and Nuke in 2020 again. Talking about Astralis, they get Inferno and Nuke in 2020 again. They get the two maps that pick the most in the series.
There's one problem though with this. There's one problem, and that is Astralis don't really have that go-to win map anymore, right? You see them suffer on Nuke. They lost to NaVi and they got completely destroyed by Simple. And they also have been losing on Inferno a couple of times. They had a 16-3 loss to Mouseport. So it used to be Astralis, whenever they were going into Inferno, you knew, okay, they're gonna win their own map pick. Or whenever they went into Nuke, you were like, okay, they're gonna win their own map pick if it's Nuke. But that hasn't been the case. So they are showing vulnerability, and that must be the only thing going the way of G2, which is not necessarily a good thing.
Do we see this like as doom and gloom for G2? Because I'm not seeing much positives, only for Astralis.
Doesn't change my prediction. I think Astralis are looking favorite. I couldn't see G2 pull any kind of shenanigans or bamboozle in that veto, and they haven't.
They haven't so far. We're going to have to see how it goes down when it gets to the game. We're going to a break once again, but when we come back, it is time for us to see the opening map of Inferno between Astralis and G2.
Good evening, gamers. Welcome to the Caster's Desk. It is Scrawny and Launders to take you guys through what's going to be an awesome day of matches.
Hunter, read your lower third.
Oh my God, yo. This
Connor Larry Mike Scrawny Gervin. That's his real name.
is a lie.
That's so good.
I don't know who's spreading these falsehoods, but fake news. What's not fake is the hype around Astralis and G2 here this evening. We have seen these two teams play 7 maps versus one another in the last 2 months. Astralis have the edge 4-3. Not once in those 7 maps has there been anything less than 11 rounds for the losing team. So just tons of Counter-Strike, tons of action, and tons of talent across these 10 players.
The only reason this game is going to be close is because they play against each other a lot. G2 have 4 losses in a row on Inferno. They suck on Inferno. They keep getting worse.
Strong words,
Astralis.
Mohan, strong words.
Astralis are 12-2 in their last, or 10-12 in their last 12 matches on Inferno. Yes, they got owned by Mousesports, but it seemed like an anomaly. They got their revenge series here at Blast.
Amanek, he may be the first to die, but Magisk doesn't check it. And Amanek sees them crossing. He turns out... Oh! What a way to start the day! Amanek, total execution.
Who needs caffeine? Oh my god.
That's it. That's
Wow.
the game.
That's it. Yeah, let's... Oh, a 4K. Oh, with a beautiful 1 tap at the end, too. We're gonna queue that up and put that in all the highlight reels for the day.
Wow, it's been a good while since we've seen a trigger discipline play like that.
That's beautiful. All alone.
The French guillotine just comes...
It's all of them. Every reaction. Oh. Oh. That was wonderful. Very, very nicely done, Amanek.
Ladies and gentlemen, buckle in.
All right, I'm going to talk out of both sides of my mouth here. The last time Astralis and G2 played on Inferno, it went to overtime. Astralis still won, but at least G2 got them that close. It was one of the closest that they've ever gotten to losing, apart from the 2 games out of the last 12 they actually did. So now we've got the Glock save. They really have to take a seat after that one. We've seen Glaive call a pause after a round like that.
Yeah, we have. We've seen him call a pause after a lot less than something like that.
Yeah.
Nothing but Glocks here for Astralis. Man, you run that play a million times. How many moments actually work out that perfectly? Magisk is going to manage to win a duel despite only having that default pistol. Kind of draws Astralis a little bit closer. They do pick up the MP9 as well. Mid, he's able to get one with his SMG, and sure enough, the umps prevail. But just a little back and forth affair there from Astralis, hitting both sides of the map and ultimately losing the second round.
Yeah, that's a bit too much. A bit too much to lose just to Glocks. Got a tech pause. Now we talk about Kenny S on Inferno yesterday. He had a really good performance. Like, because he hasn't been performing well lately, we have to talk about how he got 25 kills on Inferno versus Big and had 7 out of 7 opening duels won. 7 out of 7. That's pure impact. Those weren't just exit frags. Those weren't just lucky kills. He had a lot of opening duels won, and he had a lot of kills overall. We saw it with our own 2 eyes. He was hitting everything with his op. Everything.
Yeah, honestly, a performance from Kenny S yesterday, like we haven't seen for some time.
And G2 still lost.
Well, that sucks.
That's a weird thing. He even played, I mean, he played well yesterday across the series, but then they lost 2-1.
Oh, I could watch this 100 times.
It's so satisfying. You know, he's going to watch it 100 times. That's why you got to stream more, Connor.
Yeah, get clips like that.
It won't be that nice, but...
Well, you doubt me.
Can you do that in Danger Zone?
No. No, you can't. But you can beat people to death with your own fists.
Wow.
Can Amanek do that?
Could, maybe. I don't know. You and Amanek probably about the same size.
Are you implying we fight to the death?
In Danger Zone.
Of course.
Hopefully this gets resolved in a second.
Yeah, I can see the teams talking about it in all chat, so it does seem like something getting relegated quick. It's Nico with the shaky interwebs connection. Yes.
I want to talk about Inferno after it gets started.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to be careful about what we say.
Oh, yep.
Okay.
Well then.
Want to be careful about it.
What would you like to talk about?
Inferno.
Inferno. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
But just to talk about what the styles of a player are going to be, and we do have G2 over on CT side as well. So like this is kind of another Inferno match. We're going to try to see G2 break new ground. Hopefully between yesterday and today,
we get improvements.
They have to have had a talk about it, worked on some stuff, figured out where the issues. Because right now, their CT win percentage is 43%. Their T win percentage is 46%. Those are both really bad, right? Like one could be lower than 50, but
not both.
They don't have a strong side at the moment.
That is inherently a failing grade. And not all of those tests were taken versus the likes of Astralis. We get the utility exchanged, and Magisk, he has no clue where he is. Burnt to a crisp. Frag grenade goes deep, but there's nobody there to be met by that damage. G2, comfortable looking 5v4 here in the opening gun round.
Now this will be a real test. We've got the catch-all set up here. One in Speedway watching for Arch, a bit more passively. Straw's coming back up Banana. There's no further aggression. I think Astralis know in the 5v4, G2 are not going to usually make a move. So they'll start to lean towards the stack. That one $200 flashbang could make a world of difference, calling the third person over towards B. Top bracket, wide open. But now they'll push and peek, and Nico will see nothing. He's actually working on a big flank. This is something we do not see normally from G2 that you absolutely love to see.
Yeah, the more Nico Unleashed we see, the better. Frag grenade versus device. We've got the rest of G2 just very comfortable on this A side. It's going to take something special from Astralis to puncture through this hold.
And they got 15 seconds.
Not a lot of time. Glaive, he's going to get that headshot, but Amanek, he buys time by sitting comfortably inside of the pit. There's the push down into pit by Zipnix, and he's got two CTs to take. Both of them here in front of him, but he doesn't know about Nexa. Hides up on the hay bales and just gets G2 that third round on the board.
Not bad. Caught like 3 kills, lots of damage. But this is already something a little bit better from G2. Now, of course, Magisk thinks he's in the smoke because he thinks he's in the smoke because he is. But he's getting burned at the heels by that Molotov. Getting into pit, getting the 3 kills is nice for Astralis. A little bit weird how long it takes for them to make a decision on the site when they get there. But then when they got to A, we already had Nico get bottom banana control. And when he saw that lean towards B, I thought this is a round where Astralis, they're getting too much off this flashbang. And normally, old G2 5v4, play 2-3, stack up sites, wait passive, because they would do that in 5v5 normally anyway. But here, they actually push, complete the push all the way to the bottom, think about the flank, and they actually leave Nico there. That's something new.
Just let him sit there.
That's what we like to see. This is an improvement from G2 of old.
And of course, Nexa's able to close it. The only real pull at the defense was, of course, Zipex getting down into the pit. He's the man that delivers the multi-kill. He's the guy that's left in the clutch. He's the one who takes it into the 1 versus 1, but can't quite finish. So we've got Astralis back into the half-buy. Mac 10s, Tech 9s, and a Deeg. Utilities here as well in the mix. Bomb back on ramp. No rush in a round like this from Astralis. Gonna start gathering information versus G2, figuring them out. And well, I do see a liability in the potential of this Balk hit.
Yeah.
Flash is gonna come over from Magisk. And once it does, we could see these two Mac 10s just try and burst out, just try and close that distance, try and figure out where G2 are hiding at. We've got Kenny there on the barrel watching balcony, and then two CTs up on that porch. Kenny just does it on his own. His two teammates so comfortable until this point. More presence being shown, but that boiler pinch, that's what's supposed to alleviate the pressure, and so far so good. Magisk, he goes in, gets an AK, bomb still stranded back on Balk. CT's flashbang, that blinded his teammate who was looking to cheat through smoke device. He just got Nico with the deagle, and we are into the 2 versus 2. I thought those Mac 10s had to work, but it didn't. And yet still we see Astralis with somewhat of a recovery, but can they close? Amanek and Nexa, utility still to use. Smoke on the side of the site. Molotov here in front of Magisk. Flash by his side. And Nexa's gonna get the kill off of the incendiary. Device, who has already given us a deagle kill, just needs one more. But Nexa's had enough. G2, another round where it boils down to the 1 versus 1, but that's a 4th consecutive round win.
Yeah, it's not bad. Listen, Kenny S has all the impact there. Getting the first 2 kills when you stop him at hulls. It should have never come that close in the first place. It's this spray down. You see him dodge the flashes, purposefully turning the other way, and then getting the first and second kill. That's everything. Kenny S's performance from yesterday's carrying forward. That's great to see. It used to be a hallmark map for him, and it feels like these days he's not had so much impact on Inferno. So that's very nice as well. In the 1v1, I like the move from Device. If he gets out of Graveyard, get into Graveyard off of the corner of that smoke, then he'll probably win the round. If Nexa has to go and defuse knowing that Device was last left in pit.
Oh, get aggression.
It takes a bit of a risk, and nice. Nexa comes flying through the smoke. They get the early info on B, and Astralis will push for top mid control in exchange for the fact that G2 are playing the 3B setup. How fast will they move on to A?
Incredibly quick until they're met by that smoke. Xipix, he is going to get the better of Kenny S, so the T's continue on through it. Amanek shaving one off Balk. And a bit of a continuation spray that just doesn't quite get the additional kill. Dupree finds the headshot into Hunter. Man advantage for Astralis. And Nico already knocking on the door of this A site. It's him and Nexa. 2 flashes between them. Molotov as well. But this smoke grenade's gonna buy some very crucial time. Astralis, Glaive, he's got cover. Easy cover, but they go for the boost. And that does catch Magisk off guard. Glaive's unable to trade. At least not right away. But he does then move from where he revealed himself to be to the opposite side of the pit. And the CTs still decide to commit, but they're not being given anything else here. Dupree dodging the shots as Glaive comes back at them from a slightly different angle, and you can see Nico pulled between 2 directions, ripped in half as Astralis win their first.
The contact play in the 2v2 is perfect. From pit, wait for your teammate to shoot. He's going to be the guy who has the most pressure put on him right away. Big pit guy, you want him to stay alive for as long as possible. He swings after the first shot comes out, and finally Astralis pull out a round. And here's one where Nexa, off one good flash, is able to get through this half-wall smoke, find the kill on Device, and, you know, it's a proper response from Astralis. They go and they try to squeeze up mid, while there's still only 2 CTs on A. Amanek almost hits this ridiculous spray transfer onto the site, and then the retake actually comes to within possible with this boost. So some creative tactics come in from both sides, some really sensible adjustments and responses, and ultimately G2, they have to call it a day. They're going to come in for this next round, and if they didn't get closer on that boost, they wouldn't have committed 2 players, and they might be in a better position financially. And yeah, right now they actually have nothing to work with, so probably won't even see an upgrade, and Astralis have a chance to come back into this game now. Already like what we're seeing more so from G2.
Yeah.
Things look good.
We've seen in both the rifle rounds some just sheer tenacity down Banana.
Yeah. I think it was this thing where G2 before, they felt like the underdog team even when they were winning. So they were willing to work harder than everyone else for each and every round. But you look at like Phases Inferno, I think they have the problem of, you know, trying to work that hard in each and every round doesn't really make sense. We have so many good players, Everyone can hold angles. Let's not throw away rounds doing things that are overly aggressive when we don't have to. But that doesn't work at this level. It just doesn't. It just doesn't look good. Most of the rounds you're going to get outplayed. So it's good to see G2 kind of, it feels like playing that style again, where they're trying to work just as hard, but now they have even more talent.
Undeniable how much talent they have. We've heard the...
It's Device, right?
Pardon?
It was Device who said that G2 most firepower in Europe?
I want to say it was. Yeah, I was just trying to recall before I put a name to it, but I know it was a player on Astralis talking about that they may have it. That G2 may have the most firepower in Europe, but it's just a matter of success. It's a matter of results. Remember when that initial few matches we saw at G2 when Nico was just added, how scary
it was
looked?
Insane.
I thought we were about to see a takeover.
They're headed for top 1 instantly.
Yep.
But after these last week or so, it's unclear.
There's question marks.
It's unclear what's if they've actually shown improvement. But of course, there's still time to tell. I mean, it's always better to have a honeymoon period than to not, right? Maybe teams started to figure out like how to play against Nico on G2, made that their primary threat in the tournament, studied them a lot, made it hard for G2 to get anything out of it.
There was also that back and forth between Amanek and Jax and who was going to be the 5th during that time period as well, right? I think like that could have also arguably destabilized things a bit. So yeah. I'm trying to sympathize with G2 at the moment.
Kind of felt like
give them that.
Whatever the one tournament was that Amanek played in right after.
Yeah.
Where it was like do or die for him. It was basically this tournament versus the next one that Jax played in.
Yeah.
Amanek fragged out. Like he was playing more CS than he ever has, you could tell.
Man, it was top tier. I'm just waiting for Hunter to jump back into the server just to keep you guys in the loop.
But recently, I feel like I'm going to take a look at Amanek's last few matches because I think he's not been extremely lights out like he was in that. The problem is, I think the thing is for Amanek over Jax is that, yeah, he's actually had a series of negative ratings since.
Is Amanek alive? Okay, there we go.
A series of negative ratings starting with DreamHack Masters winter. So he had an insane streak at, let's see the tournament here, at the fall series. That was at the fall series. Basically, he went 7 maps of positive ratings, like up to like 1.2 on average, something like that. And then right after that, everything was in the red. Every single rating. Let's see, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 out of 11 games in the red. And I'm talking like 0.7, 0.6 in the red. So whatever happened in between Fall Series and DreamHack Masters is a big mystery. But here's a chance to bounce back. Headphones are coming on.
It's a good sign.
Whip them on.
Kenny S versus Big last night.
Yeah.
1.08, 1.29, and
Yeah.
1.31 ratings across that series. That was, in my opinion, and based on stats, the most consistent 3-map series we have seen from Kenny S.
And how long?
In quite some time.
Scroll through.
If I go back and, I mean, what normally we have is like strong performances, but then he's in the red for 1. You know, versus Furia, we get 2 maps over 1.0, and then he has a 0.62. Goes 7 and 15 on that case. Same thing again. And you know what? Versus Furia and versus NaVi, both those red numbers, well, they come in on Nuke. 7 and 15 versus Furia, 9 and 17 versus NaVi, 0.62, 0.51. Just kind of, you know, not that key piece 3 maps in a row. Versus Big, that was not the case.
Well, that'll be an interesting one. We got Nuke coming up next.
Exactly. A question mark around Kenny S. But last night's performance was something to talk about. Funny enough, the last time that we saw Kenny S with 3 ratings above 1.0 in a 3-map best of 3, well, it was all the way back in October versus Big.
Versus Big?
He's got their number.
Oh, okay. Just likes playing versus Big. That's interesting.
Also, Dust 2 is our second map. Nuke is our decider.
Even though G2, I thought his Inferno was struggling. So he had one struggle-some match versus Furia, 7 and 16, 0.49 rating. But apart from that, in his last 5 Inferno games, he's been above a 1 point, lowest 1.8, 1.08, highest 1.38. And they've lost 4 straight. So I guess Kenny has really just been a lot more comfortable on Inferno in general. And always an interesting matchup for Kenny, specifically versus Astralis, because as he mentioned in our interview that I asked him, who's your favorite player who's not Kenny S? And he said Device. He said Device he feels like has been the best opera for a long time, for many years now is what he said. And that he always watches his demos. Of course, Device has very easy to watch demos, very palatable. So, positionally perfect play.
Sure.
PPP.
Device is easy on the eyes in the server. Always in the right place, always at the right time. What was your video today?
Did Bubsky on Nuke.
Oh.
He'll be coming in next map.
Relevant if we get there.
Yeah. He's been very good. I'd say so. I think he played 4 maps on Nuke so far. 2 maps, not extraordinary ratings. Both maps I think they won 3 out of 4 maps, and 2 maps he had, really good performances. The last one yesterday or the day before was versus Mouse Sports. They owned him 16-5. Bubsky had this eco 4K with the AK outside. When I watched the last demo in that Mouse Sports game, he only pushed ramp twice in the whole half.
Okay, look at
Apart
this.
from that,
we've got the replay.
Oh my God.
You talk about it,
Wow.
we've got it.
How the hell?
Anybody got an extra PS5?
He handled these 3 50-50 duels after getting this flank with perfection. Destroyed Frozen, who was playing really well on the map, and it made them look really dumb. They were all just trying to trade this one guy out in the 4v2, and he killed them all. So you could see the firepower, the reason why they wanted to try him out. And I think he played ramp with a lot of discipline and looked very good. I think he's fitting in quite nicely.
Zonic, congratulations. Yesterday, winning Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
At the Games Awards.
Yeah. It's gotta be.
Another trophy for his shelves. He's got 2 backboards.
Yes, he's trying to fill out the screen behind him.
The solution was a vertical camera.
Mm-hmm. You said you're selling a PS5?
No, stop. Stop
As Dupree
spreading
wants
those.
to buy one.
Stop spreading that news, man. I've got one.
Yeah,
It's stashed.
You said you were going to turn your back on Cyberpunk, so.
I refunded it today.
Did you actually?
Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Are you gonna buy it on the PS5?
I'm gonna build a new computer.
Okay.
In the coming months.
Listen, this guy, he makes enough money to own a. This is literally our job is to play games and stuff, right? And he's a 3060. NVIDIA, are you listening to this? He has a 3060.
No, a 1060.
Sorry, you have a 1060.
That's very different.
Oh my God. There's one thing you're gonna spend money on once every 3 years, Connor.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, I did build this computer 2 years ago.
And you got a 1060 at the time.
2
which
years
is just
ago,
an egregious offense.
we weren't casting as much as we are.
Oh, you weren't doing too hot back then? 1060?
1060.
Okay.
Is a good deal.
Anyways, I don't know what you're doing with all your money.
Buying PS5s.
Just make a bet out of it, jump in it. Is that what you do?
Roll around in it.
Roll around your money. Is that what you do? Buy a good computer. So he's complaining about playing Cyberpunk on his PC because his computer is bad, as if someone did that to him.
Well, that's why.
He did it to himself.
That's why. That's why. We're going to get that.
And now you refunded it.
Yeah.
And the other day you bought a stiletto knife on the Steam store and then refunded it just to give Gabe an extra $20. You refunded it
maybe
10
he needs
minutes
that
later.
money. It's called buyer's remorse, okay? What happened here, may I reiterate to everybody, is we were all hanging
worse
out.
when you say it. Go ahead.
We were all hanging out, and I'm like, you know what? Tonight's the night. I love skins. I love Counter-Strike skins. I'm just gonna be blunt.
Then why'd you refund it?
Because what I did was, over the last 2 weeks prior to that night, prior to the buying night, I had been checking out new sets of gloves. I wanted a second pair of gloves, all right? And I found that I really enjoyed the Hydra gloves.
He's lying. He's taking too long.
I can't remember what the mangroves. Hydra mangroves. I've been hyping them up. They match my AKs really nicely. I'm going to go, I want to be that guy who's got CT-sided and T-sided gloves. So I bought them. And I was so happy with my purchase. You know, it's a few $100s, but I'm like, damn, I look good now.
Okay.
And I'm walking around the server checking out my gloves, but then I'm riding that high, you know, like a maniac. Yeah.
Yeah.
I need a new knife too.
Yeah.
And I just bought a stiletto knife because I used to have one, had traded it away. I wanted that back, so
You
I
talked
bought
about
that.
how much you liked it before you already had it.
And then I had buyer's remorse. I was in the server checking it out, and I'm like, I actually didn't want this. The second hit of that high was not as good as the first one. So yeah, I gave Gaben $20 and said, take this off me.
Could have just held on to it, see if the price went up, try to make back your money instead of instantly.
You know what I used with that money? I bought Cyberpunk.
He refunded as if he didn't have any money left over to buy Cyberpunk. But okay, we're back into the game.
We're back into the game, and it's G2 who don't have enough money. They've got just a few upgraded pistols here, 2 sets of Kevlar smoke grenade, trying to keep Astralis off a second round, but odds are low. And Astralis off of the pause are not going to waste any time here, but there's 4 CTs in position. Oh, and Nico, he's going to give it to them the moment they come around that corner, not to mention Hunter still on the half wall. Nico, he's going to get himself the second Deagle kill until Hunter comes in with the CZ, and on top of Oranges, what a nice delayed play from Nexa. It's going to put the pressure on Zipex, and currently he's getting pinched. Whether he knows it or not, that second CT at the base of Banana now buying time. Check out Hunter hiding in construction. Just sitting in there.
Well, it's not every day you see Astralis get ecoed.
You can barely see him. And they haven't finished the eco, but hot damn, is it close.
Here's the ideal play. Zipex walks 3 CT spawn all the way to A. He would go unnoticed. He just doesn't know. He thinks they're holding construction, watching the cross in some form or fashion. And now he's going to walk it back this way, and he's going to get caught completely off guard. Nobody has flanked. It is not every day you see Zipex lose to somebody holding a flank that way. But it's a good play. Lots of discipline there. Hunter is playing it nice and safely. They lock it up. An eco versus Astralis.
Hunter and Nexa. This whole time, Nexa is sitting on top of
I can't believe he sits in this. The molly lands on him late. So if the molly had landed on him before he had made contact and saw anybody, before he had seen anybody, then I think he would have fallen back. But he was already in the middle of the engagement, so it made a lot of sense to stay up there. I believe you refunded Cyberpunk.
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
I did it.
But anyways, I'm over it.
It might go on sale in the meantime. Save $20.
That nade is very valuable. How much is the one headshot dink damage from an M4? God, English is so hard.
That was a tough one, right?
Yeah.
91.
Isn't it? Magisk, one of the best B entries in the world, will get shut down by one of the best B holders in the world. That's Nico.
Kenny S not even moving, but when that smoke pops, he does lay down one shot and gets a kill with it. Glaive, trusty ump is his, but Kenny S, he's able to find himself a second kill on this one. G2 CT side is starting to heat up.
Yeah.
And it's very good for them that it comes off of the back of that eco because the economy is flourishing. They didn't lose much in that last one. And here in the 8th, they've got themselves versus pistols. This is a nice setup. Excuse me, Nexa just sitting back on new box.
Wow, that whole round was crazy. Like, because there was no attention at B, Astralis decided to move into the B exec really quickly in case G2 were doing some kind of foray early on. And then and Kenny S was over at B the entire time for that whole beginning of the round. Perfect. Shut down that entry with Nico. Magisk will look for a peek for himself. Nico will take him out. And yeah, this is the counter half buy, I guess. They're not investing fully. Zipex does spend all his money on this AK. Everybody else will just have Deagle and nades. And Astralis have still the option to try to go into some kind of exec here. But look at this, the resmoke from way back. No one's even here to watch it to see if they're getting bracket control or not. But it does its job. The T's whimper away, and now CT sitting in sight. We'll see how this setup holds. They've tried to get a rotation, but G2 don't move a muscle. They won't flinch.
Emanek looking down short side. That utility makes him a little bit nervous about balcony. He's going to move over into the little pit, and Glaive, well, he tries to fall back around the smoke, but Kenny's going to catch him. And then Kenny extends, loses his head, and opens a route of exit for Astralis. If they want to go contest that CT spawn, but with 25 seconds left on the clock, Hunter's going to have to turn his attention to Library. 2 players from Astralis up short. Amanek makes that first contact, doesn't hit a shot. Hunter's still unknown to the T side, but it is just Deagles trying to come up short, and while Zipex kills the player inside of the site, that is what they needed. Device with the Deagle kill. Goes ahead, grabs a second AK. Now we've got all 4 remaining players on rifles. Flashbang from Zipex. Nexa walks in slowly alongside Nico. They've made no sound here, and they're right on the cusp of the site. The element of surprise. Zipex dives back down into the cover, and as he goes up off of the flash, Nico locks in to give G2 their 7.
Damn near nails it, but this is a round G2 should have won every day of the week. They come through, it comes close. Really nice attempt from Astralis. They caught Kenny off guard, they got into the site, but ultimately G2 hold their nerve, and the retake comes through, and yeah, they just whittled down until the 1v1. Here is the opening kill. That was really great how they got Hunter into that spot. Amanek missed a few shots from the pit towards Arch, but after that, they figured it out. And here it is, the final 1v1. He doesn't even move a muscle when it comes to the flash, and even has time to dodge it after the fact.
Timeout off of the back of that one.
I mean,
Astralis trying to find answers.
You know what? It's a good round from G2. Everything they did, they just like got the opening kill. They knew it was an ecoing round. They stayed in the 2-3. They didn't falter to the fake when it came to the B nades. They decided to just chill. Out of that though, Astralis get a lot of damage, a lot of good kills. So this is one game where we saw. I think we've seen like Astralis slow start. I think like the Gambit games or whatever. But there were some rounds it felt like Gambit may have gotten lucky to get that start, and then Astralis took control of the game. In this game, it feels like G2 are doing a lot of good things, making a lot of the right plays, and I don't think it's exactly clear that Astralis will somehow work their way back in. So far, it feels like the only thing that could stop the CT side is if they just go back to not doing anything, if they lose proactivity. But look at them. They're already taking overhauls. They still are a little bit weaker in B at the moment, but they're trying to make the read that Astralis will try to take overhauls in the default, and they're right about it. Not only that, but they've got insurance. They have 2 people here at the end of long haul. They get the opening kill once again. Things are looking very good for G2.
It's really nice to see G2 just not sitting back. Rather, keeping things active. Not letting Astralis slot in.
I would bet money they absolutely talked about stuff to fix on their CT side.
When I look at this G2 roster, I just think to myself, like, they've got the players and the firepower to make plays. And maybe when the game's not going well for them, they start to shy away from that. But when it is going well, it would be a shame if they stopped and shot themselves in their own foot. Keep up this pressure.
Halls is a good call out. We just had 3 G2 players in here, but they got their kill, they left. And now the back of Halls is actually a weak point on the setup. But Kenny S will start to move back to try to take care of this. Molly comes down, cancels out half of the smoke, and Astralis gets smoked out of middle too. There are answers here for G2.
Utilities starting to curb back Astralis. 20 seconds, so they have to make their move. Kenny S inside of the site. He does lose his teammate, but then trades it. Oh, he gets dinked though. Device through that mid box, hitting him 2 times. Hunter comes through smoke, stops the bomb carrier. There is still enough time to recover. Yet another 2 versus 2 moment here on the A site in the post plant. Incendiary goes down mid-site, Device extinguishes that, and Nexa comes out of Library off of the back of the timing. Now there's one flash here between the 2 G2 players. It's Nico and Nexa yet again. Last time this was an easy sweep, but... oh, Glaive, he gets aggressive. And he's going to take down Nico's head. Glaive, if he peeks out, he could die himself, but at least now he's got that confirmation. Time's ticking pretty quickly, and Nexa... moments of hesitation means he concedes. Astralis, they will find their second round.
No big mistake here. There might be a punish in the save. He's walking away from the angle, finds the headshot. Glaive is a little bit low in the pit, but he's doing okay. Bomb planted middle of the site there, and Nexa will walk away with his gun. This is a good round from Astralis. It honestly comes down to this one trade from Device through the box. We see Zipex get the kill through the smoke as well on Amanek, and here it is. Look at this shot. Through the head into Kenny S. and then ends with a body shot, but it's an instant headshot as well. I think Kenny S played this extraordinarily well. He got the incendiary on the fallback. He got into the site. He got his kill in mini pit to trade off that random smoke frag from Zipix as he just put shots down range. But G2, they didn't show themselves, and their player on site did a good job of staying alive. So Astralis had to work hard there, but it's another round where G2, they get an opening kill right here. They get the 5v4. They have a decent setup, and they even have the good rotations to respond to the exec. So I think if you're G2, just honestly continue to hold your nerve. Things still look pretty good. I was very, I mean, I picked Astralis to win this game. I thought it would be 2-0. I thought Inferno would be a stomp, but honestly, at least for this map, if I could change my prediction, I probably would, because it feels like G2 definitely have fixed some stuff. They look really good. I wouldn't be worried if I were them looking at this last round. But that being said, Amanek and Nico are down to just pistols. So economically, this will be trying.
Yeah, this could be the breakthrough moment for Astralis. Like you said, G2, they look so good at the moment. And they go right back into the previous round setup. This is where we saw Kenny S catch a kill through balcony, but there was never anybody to confirm that there was 3 CTs in here off the bat.
I feel like they've not used this before. I really haven't seen this 3-hall setup. I'm really a big fan of their 4-lane stack that they do.
Yeah.
This is something different.
Slightly different look.
Look at this like Trillium setup.
Well, could work out wonderfully. It's going to be 3 Ts by the looks of it walking in. And think back to that pop out from the balcony in previous rounds. I mean, it absolutely makes sense that G2 get ahead of this. 5-7, good for 1. Hunter trades, but Magisk, well, he's maintained. And then Kenny misses a shot. That could have been the easy 3 versus 2 because that T was running with nothing but nades out. And Magisk, he presents his head on a silver platter. If Device can't get the better of this B player, then suddenly it looks like G2 back to winning ways. But Nico, he fades into the depths of this site and hides behind the new box. He's got teammates coming over. Nexa with a flashbang. Not quite in position yet. And Nico, he's just trying to buy that time. Nobody's covering Glaive. He comes off of the bomb plant. That is a mistake. They assumed it was clear, and a near collateral spray for Device, but that's not going to come into fruition. It's G2 in position with another winning round.
See, very good. They use the same hall setup again. It works out beautifully. Even though they only have the pistol, they get the first kill, some extra damage here on Magisk, and then even though Kenny misses a shot, they've got outs. They can fall back. They had Hunter in the pit take over, and then Nico, of course, plays the spot beautifully. They can go and try to clear it out, but they just decided to gamble, you know, clearing out quad. They just assumed because there's some pistols involved that G2 were going to try to just full stack, and they didn't hear a noise, and so they took the risk on low time. They didn't have a molly either for quad. And now G2 kind of right back into the driver's seat. There are only 2 AKs here for Astralis. Very, very impressive game so far from G2.
One of the pistol players down early. Was curious to see if G2 would come into this one and finally decide to go more passive, but not with that initial banana clash, clearly.
They got the kill they wanted.
So they retreat into the bomb site. Nico, he's going to be off the coffins. Gets a face full of lead. Delivered by Glaive. Nexa now in the same position that Nico won the last round from. Nexa, he gets around the box, cuts down the first AK. 2 pistol players able to trade, and that weapon gets picked right back up. Hunter, he's going to go onto the half wall. Spotted out by the players in the depths of the site, so a man advantage made off at the back of that one. And Astralis, they only had 2 AKs at the start of this round, but it may have been enough. G2 still in a winnable position. Zipix very much just locked in on coffins, and he's going to be able to get there in the end.
The economy
almost dies, and Kenny, oh no. He's been taken down to half health, 20 HP as he escapes for the A site. A 3rd round here to the T side.
Oh, that's not a good sign. A couple of easy shots being missed by Kenny. Pretty good impact, but yeah, that's a little bit off. It was a nice try, actually a ridiculous opening kill from Glaive to get into the B site, plus the second trade as well. Kenny threw some supporting flashes into B before Nexa peek from quad. They were there just in time, and actually the second flash, they're full blind. but Dupree gets this really randy 1D and they get in, and that's all that happens. But of course, that's just the nature of the site. Sometimes things like that are going to happen. But once again, G2, it looks like they're playing it well. They have control of things. But at this point in the half, we're just talking about pure numbers. No one's going to care, you know, how and in which fashion the rounds were won. 8-3 at the moment. And a G2 have 4 pistols to support Kenny. Oh, the alt push. That's looking like a perfectly timed push. Yeah, they won't even know Hunter had gotten by.
I'm all aboard.
Wonder how long he stays here.
Hunter's unleashed for this one. You can see the banana players on high alert.
Oh, it's an unnerving moment here for Hunter.
Yeah, you can hear the footsteps getting closer, but he's still got a good corner. Glaive gonna get a face full of Deagle. And then Magisk trades that one back. So considering that was an unarmored Deagle, I think G2 happy to take it.
Yeah, they're happy about that.
And if they push up here into Banana, then they just need to be wary about Device. He's been left in this pocket play.
They did not.
Yeah, 2 CT. Oh, Nexa! I saw him clearing that first corner as Kenny came in, like they were aware of it. But I didn't know how sharp he was gonna be.
Oh, look, and they shut down the lane split as well. They'll push the smoke down. Xyp9x will try to wrap. They'll smoke Moto to take attention away from him, and someone might rotate in. This is Xyp9x's chance, but they're playing it cool. Oh, they clear him too.
Every
That's
corner.
actually beautiful.
They are checking everything. G2 not making mistakes. And there is tons of damage that goes the other way. Dupree, this is still a winnable position. He just needs to run to the B-bomb site. Throw caution to the wind and go, my friend. But he stops and doubles back. And that's going to bring him into the numbers of G2. Defense opts to split. Kenny S opts on short. Amanek floating here with the 5-7. Dupree, he concedes a 9th round from G2. Not the first round we see them win with just pistols.
No, this is definitely the G2 we love to watch. So, yeah, that's good. Dupree will save his AK. Everything works out well. This is kind of lucky, of course, because Glaive, he's not in the angle that he totally expects. But Nexa here, as you were talking about, from the coffins, he was kind of holding that, waiting for Device. Device does sneak up into that position sometimes. It seemed like this time he was going to get away with it. It felt like the op was going to cross in farther, but you saw Nexa was making sure Kenny could always keep watching right while he cleared everything on the left. And it shows in all of these different moments in the round. They're being very aware of all these potential pocket plays that Astralis can pull, even with Xyp9x getting in to the side of the library door. So full strength round both ways. Astralis will jump into halls. There's nothing too tricky here from G2. They'll actually they'll just kind of overstack towards the A site. B is somewhat open. And we'll see if they try to reclaim mid or if they just play back and wait. Double up on Arch. Yep, they're coming to get that info, but it's Pit that's been taken over.
2 players lock in, hoping Amanek goes for the peek. Ooh, he's jiggling with it, trying to draw them further forward. Flash is there for the face of Dupree, and a CT Molotov on top of Hunter. That is not ideal. Not in any world. Hunter's able to dive back. Spam shots coming through. He returns the fire. Magisk gets the headshot, and Kenny's going to trade it. Smoke fading to give Kenny a line of sight. But Astralis, they've got that bomb down, and they are very much locked into Pit with a smoke on top of it. And then Glaive finding the headshot through.
Damn, they mollied Hunter in the back of the site in cold. He had to smoke himself out and then jump back on the box just to try to deny the plant. Falls off and dies. That's a pretty big mistake for such a small move in that tactic. Now, taking over Pit, good call. No one from G2 in halls. Amanek alone. They kind of dealt with him really well. They didn't kind of try to rush him down. They just made him scareder and scareder. Slowly closed off his angle. And even though a flash came in, they had just enough time to deal with it. But this is a 4 alive round here from Astralis, and the tactic is, of course, get in Pit, kill everyone in Pit, fight from here.
Damn, 2-bullet burst.
They've got some crazy shots off. Now, Kenny did ask for that.
Yep.
He did put a shot through the smoke himself.
Half of the rounds for Astralis by way of blasting out balcony. Catching G2 with it every once in a while, but
it's getting pretty tense here in the final moments, trading back and forth for the last 5 rounds. Oh. And Kenny S puts that off to work.
Yeah, a little upset about that last round. He seeks revenge right off of the bat, and sure enough, he finds it. This is another one, though, where, remember, G2, they are not fully equipped.
Yeah, but I feel like this is... They're so good on the half... Feels like I'm talking about G2 from a few months ago, which is great. They're so good on the half buys. They show a lot of ingenuity when they have like a mix buy like this. I think this is what makes Nexa the caller that he is. At the moment, Astralis are still sniffing out the exploitable position, wrapping through Arch. But G2, they're being proactive. They push down Banana. They call out this play. So we'll see if the rotation's here in time. But Astralis look like they're primed to execute. Amanek could make the play of the hour. Yeah, it's a Zeus, but it might be important. Oh, Nexa, he'll find the bomb at steps. Look at this.
They have everything they need, unless Device somehow brings this back in a miraculous fashion.
Another half-buy win.
Zipex, he's all that's left over, and he too toppled by Nexa. G2 getting double digits off of the back of another round where they don't even have a full buy.
I'm loving this. I think that's so cool. I was really didn't expect this. Great shot from Kenny to start things out. Of course, that makes things a lot more precarious. Dodging the flash perfectly, taking advantage of that, and then Nexa finding a great shot bottom of mid. Yesterday, Nexa, he bottom fragged on Inferno. Did not have a great game at all.
Talking about bottom fraggers, we have Device right now.
Now he's 17-4.
Device is 6-13. It's got to be one of the quietest halves we've seen from Device in some time.
Yeah. I want to say, like, it's been all about these really great setups.
Final attempt here from Astralis on the T side. A map that we thought was going to go the way of the Danes, taking into consideration the losing spree of G2. But this is something different. This was dynamic. This was confident. He's had a multitude of different setups, and it's been nothing but impressive from G2 Esports. Kenny S going to drop a shot here towards mid. That could have been the 5v4 in the 15th round. A little bit of utility usage over the rooftops versus the A site. That keeps 3 CTs locked in, but we see that bomb instead sneaking up Banana. So it's Zipex up in the apartments and everybody else for Astralis looking to take down this B bomb site. CTs have just boosted a player up into the new box. It's Nico. And once that fire fades,
He's a god from this spot.
he's going to have a lot of pressure put on him. We'll see what he delivers. Nexa one and done. And, oh, Nico sprays into the second player off of the flash. He does not decide to peek, and Zipex dunks one on him. Bomb needs to be recovered. There's only 10 seconds to spare, and Dupree on 10 HP definitely doesn't help. The longer they wait, the closer G2 get to Banana. And another, up shot from Kenny S, taking players down bit by bit. It's Hunter's final hit that gives G2 an 11th, and Astralis will start that defensive half with a measly 4 rounds.
It's time for another installment of the CS Money Higher or Lower. I have an absolute pleasure of having Amanek join me for this one. This is how it will work. We're going to be showing you 2 skins on your screen. Now, all you've got to do is tell me whether the one without a price is worth more or less than the skin with one.
Let's go.
We're going to be starting off with 20 euros, and we're going to be having a Desert Eagle code red. Is it worth more or less than 20 euros?
I will sell less.
Unfortunately not. 30 euros it's worth. We're going to be going over to the Scout, this time the Big Iron.
It's for sure it's lower, like there is no way, like.
There is no way, Amanek, because you are right, it is indeed lower. It's only worth around 10 euros. And of course we've got the Bullet Rain coming up next.
I will say a little bit higher.
You are indeed correct. 15 euros, and we're going to be putting it up against the head splattering kill confirmed.
And I think it's up higher.
You are indeed right. It's worth on average 72 euros. So you got 3 points already. You're doing very well. So we've got the kill confirmed coming up next against the M4A1S Player 2, a very fun skin.
I think there is a lot of this M4 in the market, so I will say lower.
And you would be correct in saying lower. The AWP Containment Breach, a very green skin.
I will say like lower than the beautiful silencer.
Unfortunately, it's not. It's almost double the price.
No, no way.
It's a USPS skin, and it's the target acquired.
But for me, it's lower.
Unfortunately, it's not. It's actually higher.
It's not possible. There is a trick somewhere.
Something you might be a fan of is an Avaro knife, and it is the Boreal Forest.
Higher, but it's really close.
It is incredibly close, and it is just slightly lower at 50 euros. An iconic Glock Fade.
For sure, it's higher.
You're indeed right. It is a lot more at over 2,000 euros. It's a Glock Fade versus the M9 bayonet knife in lore.
I think it's lower.
Some good logic there, Amanek, and you are indeed right. Only around 827 euros on average. This time, it is going to be the AK-47 Wild Lotus going up against our bayonet knife. But which one is more expensive?
But I will say like lower.
It is actually higher. The average price of this is over 1,000 euros. Yeah, I'm surprised.
I lose my mind.
That does net you 6 points out of 10. You got over 50% Amanek, so I respect that. And thank you so much for taking the time to join us for the CS Money higher or lower.
Thank you. No problem.
Nexa taking over the scoreboard at an 18-5 scoreline and an 11-4 lead for G2. This does not feel like the G2 of yesterday, Mohan.
Not at all. Not a G2 of the last couple weeks. This is the G2 this is definitely a better version of them. And I think it's catching Astralis off guard. And you could look at this as Astralis making a lot of mistakes in that first half. But for me, for my money, I would say G2, they just put on a new face from the last time that they went head-to-head, and it caught Astralis off guard, and it was too much to handle because they actually had a lot more variety than we've seen. I've never seen that hall setup where we had KennyS in the middle and 2 extra guys in the halls, and they used that on 2 separate rounds as well, and it caught off the hall setup. So every time Astralis played something new, they got caught off guard a little bit. And so I actually feel like giving a lot of credit here to G2 as opposed to taking away from Astralis. They had a lot on their plate. I think this makes the next time they play Inferno very interesting versus G2 CT side. But now we'll see what happens on CT. Opening kill for Device. Very ambitious setup here at the bottom of Banana. And
it's Magic at a distance.
He's been shooting hot.
Sees the shoulder. Molly burns him into the open. That's where Amanek's going to drop him. So 2 versus 5 attempt here for G2. May not be the fastest of closes. Ooh, Zipex. He saw that skin. Zipex pops up regardless of knowing he's there. Amanek trying to lock in on this, and sure enough, he'll get that kill, but he swaps out to the bomb. Dupree catching him off guard with a little bit of aggression, and we have Astralis looking to stabilize here on their CT side. A pistol round win is big. Device, nice one-tap. Magisk also adding one here from Banana, as we saw Nico try to go for those jumps, and then Glaive taking one before he burned in the open. So just nice, clean headshots from the USPs to give Astralis their 5th.
Well, we know Zonic loves having 4 rounds. So we'll see if we can find out why. We got this around to kick it off. They're out on the T side, and we'll see if the T side from G2 has changed as well. And this has also not been an incredibly good side for them, but better, much better than their CT side, in terms of stats.
I say, like, if we had to see changes somewhere from G2,
it was in that first half.
More on CT side. I gotcha. And G2, well, they've been gotten by Device. Goes ahead and grabs 3 kills down alt mid. Only Hunter left over, and he dies at the hands of Dupree's MP9. So a 6-1 for Astralis pretty quickly, but don't forget, it's still a comfortable 5-round lead.
Comfortable. I think at this point, G2, they should always feel a little nervous. That's pretty cool.
Just hanging out.
I like that cinematic.
Lounging.
That was cool. All right, so buys in, and because Astralis didn't lose anybody, they actually, will keep on the 2 MP9s and a UMP, which are pretty big concessions. Best chance for G2 to keep the momentum high.
They're going to put out that fire immediately, try to kick up the tempo here, G2. And it is enough to convince Device back. Magisk comes out from Boiler, 2 kills for him. And Dupree all the while helping out on Arch side. That's the bomb drop to the CTs, but Nico, He kicks in the teeth of Device real quick.
That's a... Oh, no plant because the bomb is an archway.
Yes, sir.
I wonder with those last T's coming up mid-late if they were actually going to try to crunch towards B. And since they lose the bomb in this spot, yeah, they have to now have those guys entry over. Nobody's in vision right here.
That flash is all they had. Zipex is actually standing on top of the wooden pallet. The barrel of Dupree has been seen. Clears close left, expecting Dupree to swing, but Dupree doesn't.
There's still library.
Now it's just the straight up 2v2. Yeah, library. That's the next point of contact. Glaive, he's inside here, and he just dunked it on Kenny S. Nico, he gets Dupree a little bit closer to death, but Dupree stands his ground. Astralis, they've got themselves that 7th. And G2, back to the drawing board.
Very well done with the trades that went down at Arch. There was a lot of chaos here. When they turned the corner, of course, Magis with the fast rotation over was what was most needed. Device fell back, Magis came into play, flashes were there, and well played to protect that bomb at all costs. So 4 in a row to start, and things start to get very, very spicy. We've got G2 who, for the most part, have to full save. They'll invest a little bit into upgraded Deagles, but that's it. They're basically going to try to hit shots this round. It's actually kind of shocking how many half-buys and ecos we saw Astralis lose to in that first half. But at the same time, I really think that that is what has separated Nexus and IGL apart from other people, is a lot of really cool half-buy setups.
Gotta be cautious when Deagles are deadly. Nico delivers.
Yeah, we remember the last time that G2, when they took Astralis to to overtime when we were casting it, it was Nico had a really lights out T side where Astralis were going for bottom banana control a lot, and Nico was flying out in front of their smoke and dueling them on B. And Magis said, yeah, Nico's a good player, but he felt like Nico was taking a lot of weird peeks, but he could get away with it because of his aim. And that's something that's going to persist, right? It's not like his aim got worse today. And that'll always be a threat. So I made a video about Simple called, Simple goes above strategy. And I think the same thing can be applied to Nico. He's one of those few players that no matter how good you are as a team, he can kind of break apart the game and make it just about how good he's feeling. Oh, a little bit of butt showing here on the corner of Banana. Zipix will get some information.
Nexo a bit too thick for his own good. Zipex hanging out on coffins. He's going to have 3 players over on the corner. M4 for Kenny S. He's the last man in. They're looking to keep that rifle up. Hunter. Oh. 7 seconds, though. That's going to be the biggest issue. Magisk, he's just taking them down one after another, but Aminex's desperation play to get a little more money pays off.
Sick stuff from Magisk to get those kills. Just enough of his teammates have died to allow that plant to go down safely. So it's a small victory here for G2. Overall, a very decent cleanup, though, for Astralis. Keeping 3 alive. Make sure they're at a surplus moving into this next round. And now we'll have another attempt on the rifle round for G2. Of course, they are on the T side. Things are a little bit cheaper. People do not need ops. On Kenny S, I don't think will ever buy an op. He might pick it up if someone drops it for him on Inferno T side. And Kenny S actually plays a huge support role on T side. Comes in, 4th, throws a lot of the grenades for their A execs. We're going to see a lot of flash assists, I think, from Kenny S.
High pressure here on the Arch side. This is walking right into the CTs. Damage being done. Glaive, he's been able to drop that bomb again, and the frag, perfect. On point. Nexa still in the corner, dies at the hands of Device. That deadly Deagle coming in from both directions. And Kenny S, well, he needs support now. He's all that's left over with 8 HP. They tried to go Arch yet again, Launders.
Yeah.
And they got shut down.
They did, yeah. The Astralis' nades versus this Arch hit have been pretty beastly, right? The Incendiary to fall back, the HEs. It's mostly been Glaive's impact grenades. They've been so good, kind of combat grenades that have come in and stopped these rushes in their tracks. The game plan is not so bad. Astralis have been focusing on getting banana control, as we know that they do. So that usually leaves Arch open. But the player who's at the top of mid falling back through Arch is not getting caught off in that initial peak. And then by the time they fall back, they have just enough space that they can throw these grenades and make the rushes collapse. And so that's what we're seeing. So I'm kind of surprised G2 tried the same thing again. But Astralis, I think, at this point have shown that they've got a strong enough defense versus this type of exec that G2 have to try something new. So here we're seeing they're really locked up in all these grenades, right? The flash that comes through, we have the HE that lands in the corner, the Molotov that makes it, that stops any forward progress from that point on. And they know that once they turn that corner, that incendiary goes down, the round is done if they don't have that kill already. They cannot run through the Molotov, the rotations are going to come in. And now Astralis are on fire, 9-11. We have a hell of a match. I don't think it's over by any means. I think Astralis have shown a good face so far with a pistol and these 2 rifle rounds. But now's where G2 have to show us that their game plan can evolve a little bit.
Got to see something different. Arch lockdown, clear as day.
Unless for some reason they think they messed something up on that initial entry, I think there's no chance they try that again for the next couple rounds. We'll see if they want to try to test Banana a little bit more at first.
At least for G2's sake, they are back into the realm of back-to-back buys. So we don't have to wait to see a different face. And it's Hunter who shows his head here in the apartments, catching Magus, giving G2 a man advantage. Now, how do they make the most of this? You can see Astralis maybe a bit conditioned towards this consistent arch play, move Xyp9x over. Device sees the utility. He gets tagged up by that frag, finding himself on 54 points of health.
Oh, that's definitely scary for Astralis. Device left alone for a second.
Glaive is the one to come over. Again, G2 met by utility, and they go one better.
Whoa,
Glaive, he doesn't just come over to help, he comes over to kill. And Nico, half health, he sees the head over on the logs. This is heavy presence. Device through the wall. Astralis, maybe on a different day, could have just sat back and allowed G2 to make their move, but instead they take the initiative. And oh, does it work. Now what? 40 seconds on the clock. G2 still with enough utility to justify the execute, and Astralis, they are split down the middle. There is nothing other than a single flash here for the members of Astralis. And it's going to have to be Glaive. Throws that out, goes for the peek on his own accord, jumps up, looks to play between the smokes. 3 Ts on the other side. He shaves Amanek off of the play, never even saw the man. Device comes in with the deagle. If he dies, that's the B site open. He's able to get back into construction. 5 seconds left. They need this bomb plant now. And if Device swings, Kenny would be dead, but he doesn't. And Kenny is now back up on a full bar of health, hoping that Device walks into this. But he's lost his teammate. Kenny has to be everything, and it's not going to happen. Astralis, they've got double digits. They've got that B retake, and they've got themselves a flawless CT side so far.
Let's take a look at how Glaive plays this on Banana, because he takes the first duel, and then he doesn't even fall back to the site. He swings out left. And you're looking at this, and you're thinking, in this moment, he gets the opening duel. He could easily fall away. Device is quite far back. Of course, this is the opening to make it 5v4, and where it got scary, because we had the nade land at Device's feet, the flash go his way. They missed this opening, but the re-aggression was perfect. The flash assist from a Device, and then Glaive commits so hard until Device finally gets there, and it's not even a random empty shot through the half wall. He sees Nico's head and tracks him into the floor and puts him 6 feet under. 10-11, and Astralis are working their heart out to get back into this half, and it's going very well. That's crazy. Nothing bad about the way G2 played it. It was just all full credit to Astralis for coming back after losing the opening kill. Kenny S will find a pick in this round as well. Oh, and the flank into Hunter. Oh, he's going to be mad about that one.
Back-to-back rounds where we've seen G2 on a 5v4.
Yeah, look at the damage that's been done. Unconfirmed damage here by the HEs.
Xyp9x is the only player at this B site, and he just got smoked off. Here's the footwork crossing over. Buys his time.
He's got no nades to work with. So
ouch.
He's just going to play it back, yeah.
Half his health gone. That's a good return in terms of damage.
We've got full... Wait a second. Are they actually turning away from this? Whoa, they left B completely open and then fall out?
That's a save.
I'm shocked. I didn't think that they would have Xyp9x play there if they weren't prepared for that kind of retake, because what were they expecting to get out of the round in case it was B? They really didn't expect G2 to try to enter B right away, and that's where I think the unconfirmed damage comes into play, right? If if they knew their HEs had so much impact early on Nico and Kenny, you know, maybe Zipix shoots there, maybe they try for the retake, but they're probably a little bit threatened by the fact that they're straight up 4 players alive.
Oh, they could still cut a couple off of this. Looking like the double peek. Oh, that's fantastic for Astralis.
That's enormous punish, yeah. At least the op gets saved. Everyone else can buy rifles, but they might be a little bit low on grenades. And yeah, that's just a perfect way to just show exactly how that happens. That is huge.
Not the face of a man who won a round.
Hunter goes back to what worked on that last round, trying to punish Magisk for coming into Boiler. And Astralis find a new way to get that kill. Things get very, very scary now here for G2. Almanac on his golden gun, the MAC-10.
Grenade inside of the boiler room at the perfect time in the execute. That could be costly in terms of health.
These flashes.
Magisk, he's going to lock down that bomb first and foremost. Dupree sitting inside of the graveyard stairs, pops up, sees Nexa. He's got a helping hand in Zipex, but that didn't work. It was Magisk with the USP to catch the kill inside of sight. Dupree catching one, jumping towards pit. Hunter trades, and there's a second CT here on top of Scooter. They've lost track of Device. Hunter. Oh, he's gonna die to it, and Device dives back behind the cover. He's got Nico hot on his heels. Device, one deke, and Astralis with an 11th.
Damn, taking out the trash with that one deke. That is beautiful. Actually, man, this is such a good round from G2. Again, another fast strat. The continuation flashes to come in. The smokes are disabling Dupree from being able to find a duel for that entire time, and then Device comes through with a 1-on-2 situation. Could have easily died through the smoke. The confidence to peek out the right side and hit that one dig on Nico is enormous. That is a crazy round to win. This was one where Nexa had a MAC-10, or where Omnic had a MAC-10. I think Nexa only had a deagle to work with.
Aggression up into the alt mid. They want no space to be given here to G2, but Kenny S and Nico, yeah, they're gonna force it off of you. And Dupree, well, he's lucky to be alive at this point.
This is a hot match, man. All bets are off.
And they're not able to control the weapons either. So M4 here into the hands of Kenny. He's over towards Balk. Nico on a deagle. I mean, what else does the man really need? Ooh, maybe a headshot. But Glaive trying to get out of cover here. He knows the threat.
Honestly, Glaive is locked in. He's playing with so much confidence. He's doing all the aggressive moves that you want him to do. He's hitting his shots.
You know, I put Device's stats under a microscope during that first half as we saw Astralis struggle, but he is right back up with the rest of his team now.
Yeah, I think they were getting disabled from like a team aspect. It was like such good rotation, such good tactics that were G2 were employing. It was hard to even fault Astralis because of G2 were playing so well. But yeah, now the shoe is on the other foot. For sure.
Damn, Amanek was literally looking at the ground as he ran up, trying to dodge flashbangs. But instead, he should have been dodging bullets.
Well, you know what? This is the right side to go to. There's 20 seconds left. Zipix is here. No, he either commits or plays this retake. He's going to peek into this, it looks like, maybe.
Yeah, Nico, he's the first to cross. Down he goes. There's only 4 seconds to spare. So I'd say despair here for G2, but they respect them enough to let them have this bomb plant.
There's no one in time.
Kenny S, he's only got 10 HP, but that op could still take Astralis down a peg.
Easily, he's opping. He has to make a play.
Great. He is 20 and 12 at the moment, the top fragger for G2, and he's comfortably back by Nubox. A missed shot. Kenny dives back by Coffins, and it's Zipix to take him down. A clean sweep of the post plant here from Astralis. They give it over to them, and we see why. Clean protocol, clean execution, and a clean comeback here from the Danes. We are all tied up at 12.
Of course, with the op to work with, the round is a lot closer than it seems. Kenny S hits a shot there. The round is open up entirely. The CTs will get really scared, but Zipix plays it well, nice and patiently. Looked scary when the bomb got planted in the open and no one was even rotated over yet, but Astralis handled it. Kenny S missed his one chance to make it a 2v2, and now we're all tied up 12 to 12. We had that 1v1 from Device, 1v2 actually. We had another close round early on, and we've also had a 4v5 win from Astralis in the second half. And we talk about, oh, G2, they're the ones playing bad now. No, I want to again give credit to Astralis. They are absolutely squeezing water from stone with some of these moves and looking really, really good as well. Hard to play against.
Solid bit of recovery. Just to remind y'all, there's a single round from G2 on this T side. It was an 11-4 half from G2.
Yeah, what they have to be careful about is losing confidence.
Yeah, agreed. Because that's what really powered up most of their CT game plan.
Definitely.
Was the confidence to go for those 3-player apartment setups. The confidence to send Nico running down Banana.
So how they approach these next rounds will be really telling. We'll see if they slow it down at all. But the T side's definitely taking a pace. I think, you know, they have what it takes to fight on Banana. It's something they can try to do. They haven't caught a situation where Device is solo opping on Banana. I think once he's been opping within the bomb site, did a good job of delaying long enough for a rotation. But one thing that used to happen a lot more was just like the window flash from spawn into like through the smoke if they think Device is opping from car, and then just running him down all the way up to Banana into the site, and then trying to make him trade 1-for-1. We haven't seen any of those interactions happen this far, and I think Astralis are probably pretty weary of that.
A little bit of a Device highlight moment here for you guys. This was the pistol tap. First bullet of the CT side. Who knew that was a sign of things to come?
Like you said, return to form in the second half for Device. And here's the highlight reel to show how we got there. These are the initial arch shutdowns, and then when he moved over to B, see that? He saw the head and tracked it down.
Damn.
Insane stuff.
Little parting gift in the post-plant moment, and then this 1v2.
This is the, you know, this is the stop 13, right?
Yeah.
So
peeks out.
things would have absolutely got sketchy here. Look, he's not even sitting down.
Just slides it on him.
The emotional support puppy.
So, to keep you guys all in the loop,
Okay.
we're going to go ahead and have the players change server before we continue from the 12-12 scoreline, because that's going to take just a few minutes. We will just take a break. We're going to go to the pause, get some water. See you guys in a few minutes for the continuation of Astralis and G2. The 25th round is soon to come. Don't you worry.
Yeah, let's go. The chicken. Chicken.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Full Games. I'm your host Maniac, and today we will be surfing. It's been my favorite event so far, and I cannot wait to see our competitors in action. First up is Valde.
Yeah.
Now the slick turn from Valde. He's fast. That's a good run, definitely.
This one is a new record. Can you see?
Next up is Shocks.
Please, a bit more.
It's not exactly the fastest, right?
Okay. Okay. No,
That's better.
not bad.
He's got the speed now.
Bad. Bad.
Slow and steady does it.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's
You got it.
go.
You got it.
Yeah, let's go. The chicken. Chicken. I finished it. That's my record.
That's what matters.
That's my record.
Now we have Tizian. Oh, he's got that low angle as well. Good speed in the hole. You can see the mouse movement. He knows what he's doing. Well, he makes life a little bit hard, but it works.
Let's take that.
He was creative, that's the least we can say. Finally, it's Electronics time. The low profile to kick things off. Whoa, he's fast. He's really fast. Minimal movement. Maximum speed. Definitely a good timer.
I think this one is good.
Now let's have a look at the leaderboard.
And welcome back. The score is 12-12, the 25th round about to begin. Thank you for your patience. Just gonna get the buy all set up. And action.
Yes, it's been a hard-fought half, and Astralis have earned their way back in this half, and they have looked very, very good here on CT side. They shut down the game plan of G2. G2 have had to work hard to get here, and they'll have to work even harder to pull out these last 4 rounds. I do think it's still possible. Doesn't feel like they're just completely choking. I think it's, again, Astralis, just full credit, been playing very, very well in the second half, and it'll just take some ingenuity from the G2 camp to come up with something new to try to catch them off guard. They found some opening kills, but the opening kills haven't resulted in rounds. Device has been a force in the clutches and with his op. Glaive has been very, very confident and aggressive with the way that he's been peeking and fighting, and that's helped them in these 4v5 situations. And they haven't been able to make a lot of space on some of their fast rounds and bring it close enough, except for that half buy, which Device 1v2'd. So again, there's ways in. I think there's still hope for G2, but it certainly might not feel like that for them. We can see the whole map. They only have half the story.
Do we call that 1v2 the clutch of the map so far?
It could be the defining clutch for sure. Because, you know, with the 11-4 half...
Ooh. Kenny op.
Oh yeah, he actually had T-sides off. This is a rare occurrence for Kenny to T-side off, and it results in a kill because Device, he's gonna keep his guard down a little bit. Think he can go for something like that, not expecting Kenny to be there. Another 5v4.
We said we needed to see some adaptations from G2. Well, there's one. That's a different look.
I think he had it one other time this half. I don't know if he bought it himself. Actually, maybe he did. Maybe he did.
This, of course, not the first 5v4 we've seen from G2 that Astralis could still take back. Their 4v5 win percentage has been pretty high, it feels, on Inferno. But we're going to get a bit of aggression here from G2, not wasting much time to get themselves into this B bomb site. Nobody's there to stop them. They're going to go for the boost, and that grenade from Nexa, well, I think that could have been way worse had it not banked off the wall, but it still seems to be enough to convince them to leave. Again, not the first time we watch Astralis walk away from this post-plant attempt.
They used to be the team that you learn from when it came to how to retake B from CT spawn, but it feels like these days they don't go for it quite as much. And of course, when it's 5v4, it's even more unlikely. So this is a good round from G2. They find the open site quickly after getting the kill. This is exactly what they need. They're going to be testing Astralis. I think this is the final pain point here. The one other round G2 won was the exact same situation in this half. So I think Astralis, they're going to be pushed to be a little bit more aggressive towards Banana, which might open up and circle back to the rounds that we saw at the beginning of the half, where Arch side was the weakness. You know, will G2 try to squeeze for that or go for Hall's control again? That's what I would wonder. This is a very important opening, of course, that Kenny S finds, where he has to be fully focused, not checked out mentally. That's not an opening that Device will give you every day of the week, so I'm sure there's a part of him that was like, I'm going to hold this. I'm not sure if I'm going to see anybody, but he reacts just fast enough. And G2 maintain a lead. If you're just joining us, it doesn't feel like G2 have a lead right now, and it shouldn't.
But again, oh, did it ever once upon a time.
Both teams so close to the finish line. Some of the damage is there. Astralis have won so many rounds, but they haven't built up quite a bank. And we see the 3B setup. They're trying to deny this, fight for it really hard. They'll even get Glaive in front of the half wall. He's been incredibly aggressive and successful at it. Now, will they read this, though, is the question.
No support. He has nothing here to help him. Device does decide to come back ever so slightly. Nexa's going to clear the corner, but Glaive gets the better of him, and then Device swings out for the second kill. Oh. Magnetized into the open, drawn to Glaive, and it costs them 2.
Oh, the bike feed.
Kenny S just diving down now as Magisk is able to shave a little bit of health off him, but of course, oh, it's a great grenade from Hunter. A homing missile into the pit.
No one's in B site at the moment.
Now a single man advantage. Device, he's about to peek around the arch. He sees the utilities coming over, and he almost lands that shot. It's Glaive instead from Library, and we're gonna see G2 sent spiraling back to this B bomb site. They've got 2 belts of utility and 2 capable players still up. Nothing for Astralis other than guns and a single kit. They have to concede the bomb plant unless they want to run a massive risk. Device hears that bomb plant, decides not to fire the op. Kenny S, he gets the first rotator. Device, oh, he stepped on the fire, and still he shoots through into Amanek. It's Kenny in the clutch. A CT still on cross. He's drawn into Device, who seals the deal with 3 kills on this op.
That is incredibly well handled. After getting tagged by the Molotov, should have absolutely died. Could say he's unlucky for that happening. Makes up for the off shot through the smoke. And now it's 13-13. As soon as Glaive and Device appear at Arch, they realize B site has been completely vacant. This is a huge play by Astralis to have made that rotation, knowing that G2 were going to try to squeeze after losing their early banana control. It's insane for them to have rotated that far around. And this is obviously the real strength of Astralis. In the final rounds, it feels like this is where they have just enough information to really make it even more difficult. So if you couldn't do it early on, they're going to make it feel like you never could. So, Nico up to bat. They couldn't trade out Glaive. Again, he's been really, really successful with his aggressive duels at Arch, at Banana. Many, many rounds now. Different look from Astralis. Back in the site, Molly in front of the half wall. Don't know if they're going to re-aggress just yet. Glaive starts to walk his way over. I think this is a timing where, you know, G2 in the past have just gone into a full B exec, but this time they've got eyes forward on mid. They're trying to get Device or anybody else under the porch away with these Molotovs. And the Halls pop is pretty good. There's no one here inside of the pit.
Just a rush. They burst beyond Dupree. Magisk here to help him. Glaive also with a kill. And that's it. A response. And Kenny S slips through smoke. A-site completely blown away.
What can you say? Great call from Nexa. They had that moment. Glaive thinks this is that point where we don't have banana presence. G2 have executed B off nothing. No noise whatsoever. Come in quick. He leaves for a second. The A site is a little bit weaker because of it. G2 hit the A site. It's just the perfect read on the situation.
We've seen adjustments. At first, it was all Arch. Then it turned into the Kenny S op. Now a Balk burst. This is what Astralis were using to win rounds.
Hit tab for me there. So 2 of the last 5 rounds and a streak of 6 in a row before that to start the half for Astralis. But now the intermittent wins from G2, they're upping the frequency. It's happening more often. 14-13. They're keeping the lead up. It's getting scary here for Astralis. Now they're getting a little bit outplayed at the same time. It's a total toss-up this game, man. Couldn't be any more close.
Kenny taking a big risk, flying out like that, but they had already gotten a couple of kills on the site, so assuming that was the last line of defense, and an assumption that pays off. Glaive a little preoccupied with what was an unsuccessful hold. Astralis keeping 2 alive, a 4 to buy. This is the big one. If G2 take a 15th, then they have Astralis absolutely strapped for cash. Game on, boys.
Amanek to the halls this time instead of Hunter.
And to play early over towards Banana. Astralis, they are not taking any major risks.
Yeah, yeah. And
maybe that is a risk in and of itself.
Well, yeah, exactly. And G2 are, no, that's definitely a great way to frame it. And look at G2. They're trying to buy into their insecurity, right? They're throwing a fake smoke down into B. They're walking back towards the A site. They have Halls control to deal with. Could be another great call from G2 as Astralis start to try to gamble into the round. Pay attention to which way this bomb leans, but it seems like they're trying to take over the brackets.
Soft Softening up a couple players from G2. Magisk's position on balcony. Almost got the kill towards Boiler. Nico gets aggressed upon. He falls back. And Device, oh.
They're taking a lot of time, and now players are leaving the B site.
Yep. While G2 also move back closer towards Banana. And it's not like Device has this deep angle.
Man, this is sick. Full slave to the rotations after losing bracket, having no information, and not seeing anything.
And we've seen Astralis save the majority of the time that this B site falls. Device, he is on his own, lays the smoke on the retreat, comes back in, misses the second shot, lands the third, but Amanek, he had run over top of the oranges, and Hunter denies Glaive, who just goes for a bit of a chance by bursting through that smoke. Now, we have seen unconfirmed damage that Astralis didn't know about when they decided to go for these saves. This time, yet again, you've got 2 players for G2 low, but look at the CTs. They're all the way over in pit. They decide to concede. Have we even seen a B site retake attempt?
No, they don't even try it, especially not low numbers. I had such low expectations coming into this game. G2 coming off a 4-map loss streak on Inferno. I think we casted each and every single one. They looked very disappointing. They're losing to teams they should not lose to, and now they come into this game versus Astralis. They start off really strong. Astralis show a strong face in the second half, and G2 have overcome it. They're keeping up on every front. They've got Astralis playing scared, which is not something you see every day, trying to work off of their gamble reads. Device is still playing well. He does his best to delay, but look at the space that's being created. Amanek, he's just running for it, attacking from both sides. And G2 actually take 15.
My thoughts exactly. Astralis, this was their own decision, having let those B site post plants slip through the fingertips round after round. At least 3 of them now called off from even trying.
That looked like a moment where G2 were going to commit to A, and that would have been a good site to take, but then they took long enough that Astralis started to doubt B. They rotated over, and I think Nico must have made the call like that. He heard the nades on them reclaiming top banana, but they didn't clear the half wall behind him. Nico said, come over here. They're probably going to leave. Felt like that he was the only person who was available to make that call, so you want to give him credit for that moment. 2 in a row here for G2 on 15. And Astralis, they're forced to buy. They have an MP9, a UMP, and a FAMAS to pair with their M4s. No op on Device.
Not nearly as proactive of a CT side as what we saw from G2. Astralis just doing what they do. Amanek's got a player closer than the one he sees. Dupree, he could just swing wide on this. And Dupree doesn't want to die, so that could have been a massive risk. He decides to hold it off while the 2 players in Boiler get an angle, but they just gave it up. And Hunter, his head could have been popped. Instead, he is given a chance to back away as Nico gets closer to B. With bomb not far beyond him. We've got 4 players yet again from G2 setting up. And why wouldn't you? We haven't seen Astralis been able to stop them on the cusp of this. We haven't seen Astralis justify going for a retake. And the 2 players on A still for the CTs are far gone. Let's see. If this is a commitment from G2, then Astralis will be put to the test. They've got Zipix on oranges with just the MP9. There are still incendiaries clearly in hand for Glaive. Dupree also boosted. Zipix falls off of his initial position, takes a little bit of refuge here between the boxes instead. Smoke grenade goes down on the fire. Flash in the face of the T's. Glaive on the other side. Tons of damage being done. G2 being held off for the time being. But there's a player wrapping around construction, and that could be everything. Nico, he's going to catch Glaive inside the edge of the smoke. It is all on Zipix. He gets the reload. 10 seconds left. Just needs to decide whether to deny bomb plant, but he gets burned into the open. Yet again, kills Device and Magisk with 1 apiece. And Nico, he's got his plant, but the frag is on point. And Astralis on 14.
Oh, so much money there with the nades that they used. The smoke on the incendiary coming in. They created so much chaos for the T's. The HE landed right at their feet as they were about to enter the site. G2 tried to enter slowly, throw the incendiary down, the first smoke to come in, and then they waited it out. But then the utility usage from Astralis was absolutely perfect. I can't believe that Nico gets this second kill. He picks out Zipix on the left side of the quad. I can't even believe he could see anything in that moment. He's lucky to even get a plant, but to end on a nade death while he's putting the bomb down is symbolic for how that execute into the site went. That was really, really well done for Astralis considering what they had to work with. Such a high-level match so far. Only good things to say about both teams. And it comes down to round 30.
Oh my god, a drop shot by Device. Glaive's able to sustain. He then eats utility damage, very low. CT's able to answer, grenade after grenade, damage after damage. Nexa, he's gonna get that close kill. Oh! Double grenade kill from Glaive. Device inside of the smoke as it fades. Hunter swings all the way back out, and we did not see that Deagle able to stop it. But there are still two players here for G2, Kenny S and Hunter. Bomb's going down. Kenny's going to be left in the open once that banana wrap comes in, but Dupree is still so far removed. There is good utility here for Astralis. Let's see if they can get this retake. Even last round was made easy by these pieces of utility.
Oh, they have a smoke for CT.
Sick angle. Hunter's just going to hold close. Glaive goes by. Kenny hits the shot. Glaive, oh, he may have died, but that is it. Astralis, they take us the distance, and we need OT.
Oh, let's go. We go to OT. That's wonderful. Another setup here. Astralis go for the 3B trap early on, just in case G2 try to execute in a similar way. They've got Device there, along with two others. G2 fall right into the trap. They go for the B exec. Honestly, at this point, you can tell, like, the mind games that are going on with this way that they're picking sites. It makes a lot of sense from both ways, from both sides. But G2 have been out-reading Astralis, and then Astralis come through, and in these last couple rounds have the right setup to catch what's coming towards them. The double nade, again, just shows you how ready they were for this. A beautiful HE here from Glaive lands right between the two Ts and blows them apart. So low on HP by that point. A barrage of grenades come down as they're trying to enter into the site. And this is, of course, the trade that could have made it a very precarious 1v1 for Astralis. But now we're into overtime. It absolutely had to happen. It's good to see both teams full grenades, everything they want. And Kenny now consistently opping here on the T side, even though he started out not. He's done the very difficult task of finding opening kills with the op on T side. No real underperformers in this match. A little bit more consistent across the board from Astralis, but everybody's showing up. Now you've really used up all your juice coming into overtime, right? Things get a bit more scrappy. You've got to find tricky openings, timings that weren't there before. Smoke comes down front sight.
I feel like Astralis' formula tends to work in overtime better than anybody else's. Every time we get into an overtime game, I just feel Astralis powering up with it. Takes a lot to push them down once we exit the first 30 rounds, but we'll see.
They're pretty passive here. They threw there was a smoke down on the front of the site on B after Glaive took that flash peek to top banana. They haven't come back to it. Device or Dupree playing timidly in the archway. So this is a good opportunity to go B. Device and Glaive is just trying to figure out where he should be. He can't figure it out.
Flash to the little pit. Zipix cuts down the first two players. G2 hitting a bit of a brick wall on this B site. Device, he's going to throw a flash. 10 seconds left over. I mean, G2, they just boiled this one into their own demise. They are stranded. They are cowering in the corner, and they have no time. And now they're going to die even afterwards. This was a total mowdown from Astralis.
Some beautiful stuff from Zipix. This is a round where G2 picked the right side. There's only two there. Glaive was halfway through Speedway before they picked to go into B. And they still win because Zipix, he just plays it beautifully from the quad. Just straight up impressive mechanical performance. From coming back into the lineup for Zipix, his stats have gone way up. Way up. He's had a really, really strong start. Hit the ground running on his way back into the starting five. Timeout will be called here for G2. You know, tactically, everything was sound there. But man, the counter utility is so insanely perfect from both sides. Glaive and Zipix working together. As soon as they feel like the exec is coming, they have the perfect response. I think G2 are trying to, if they knew there was just the two rifles, they would give even less notice in terms of the utility they used to enter the site. But I think they have to be worried, of course, about getting opt every single round now that they're in OT. See, the ADR is just like very high on average across the board. Already something slightly new. Nico's been doing a pretty good job of getting Banana information.
Oh man, danger very close. Oh, and he's... Oh, gets hard checked by Zipex. I'm surprised we didn't see him swing or think he could capitalize on any of those moments. He was really hoping Astralis would overextend around the wall. We didn't see a flash come out from G2 for him to try and stop that. You could see he was wary of the boost, but Astralis, they're able to get away with it. 20 HP makes the difference there for Zipex.
And now Astralis, they're definitely chilling a little bit more. Bracket will get taken over. Device can commit in front of the Moto Smoke here, looking for the off duel, but Amanek out-duels him. Oof, what an opening. Middle of the map has been cracked. And Amanek, he's running all the way through spawn. He's going to see two pressing outside of B. This means they could fall back out of mid if they'd like to, but instead they'll try to crush the A site. Magis has to turn between two angles, and Dupree, he's stuck on the balcony. He has to fight.
He's only able to get one kill with it. So now we see Astralis relegated to the library. Amanek going to be exposed, but nope. He just gets back around the corner. We've got that high ground from Hunter inside the apartments. And Zip never sees it coming. Total execution here from Amanek. 2 headshots, 3 kills on the play, and it gives G2 that 16th round they need to tie things up. This was the start.
And this is a as you pointed out, this is a 5v4 where Nico has, most of the time, he has not died at the top of Banana. He hasn't always gotten kills. I don't think he's ever even gotten a kill, but most of the time he stayed alive long enough to either see if they retake it or stand there and just come up if there's nothing there. But this is Amanek. When he fights them in CT spawn, they can't even rotate fast enough to help out the 2 teammates that are left on A. And for G2, in these early rounds, they had a lot of time getting across Archway without dealing with the rotators too soon. So Amanek out-dueling Device and then going into CT spawn and fighting the B rotators was everything.
Amanek's going to keep up this Arch aggression. Looking to maybe rely on what worked last round, but we do get a redirection here towards short. CT's not in their best of spots. Dupree, he's going to need to deliver, but it's Amanek with a double headshot. Nico takes a head off, and just like that, we've got G2 sinking their teeth into the A site. Astralis, after the CT side comeback, they let 2 rounds slip on this OT CT side unless they 2v5, and the odds of that, slim as hell. Kenny S, the insurance policy here. Once those counter-terrorists get going, he just locks them into position. 14 health left for Device. This is a 17-16 lead for G2 after the end of the first half in overtime.
Damn.
A massive improvement based off regulation.
I mean, you just got to look at Amanek, right? He wins those 2 rounds. He gets the entry on Arch last round. Here he gets a 2K entry. One off the bike peak from Magisk. Look at those flash assists from Kenny S. There'll be another one here as well. He did such a good job for mid, throwing those flashbangs. The flashbangs from G2 are so well designed for the A site for these hits. I think our second player is only after image flash. It's not too bad, but Amanek's timing. He comes up so fast. He does not care. He trusts his teammates. He creates space. That's what he does. Amanek really does it all, man. Sometimes he's lurking on T side. Sometimes he's entering. All in the same round, too. So now we swap over, and G2, we go back to that fantastic CT side, and Astralis with more data now. We'll see if they can overcome it.
Damn. Utility damage and a half. Nex and Kenny walking wounded. Did G2 re-aggress? This is crazy. Every single player in the server has between 20 and 25 kills. All 10 players tonight are delivering. Yep. And that is exactly what you want when we've got Astralis and G2 in the server.
Oh, this is a really high-level match.
We've still got the 3-man setup. Kenny, he's going to hit that first shot. Nico continues the spray and takes that 2-man advantage.
Oh, he gets up oranges as well.
AK start firing back through. They find nothing in return, not even damage beyond what they had already done. I mean, Kenny down to 6 now, but no chance to really reopen that wound on the B site.
two hurt players playing over in the B site. One of them's going to rotate over to pick up Speedway. Hunter can commit more to the site, and it does look like A is on the menu. So now we're going to see the CTs get very comfortable here. Glaive, maybe he's going to try to throw one more fake. I don't know. Look, they're doubling up in pit even with Kenny watching the Speedway.
This is going to be a challenge for Zip to somehow break through. CT smoke goes down on short. Aminex out in the open. Dupree not able to get that immediate trade kill. Glaive, his Molotov comes in, and they still don't know about Hunter. He has fallen completely silent. And he waits, and he waits, and he gets denied by Dupree. Only 7 seconds left. Bomb planted. This is an opening for Astralis to tie up at 17. But it's over towards short that Nico begins to walk in, and he hones in on Glaive. Instant headshot. Loses no health. Nico's got 2 kills. Dupree's got cover. Pops up and cannot answer. Nico delivers the retake after Astralis made that one look doable.
That's a retake they couldn't pull off in the first half. When things got really close and those crazy entries came in the last final moments, Astralis were able to win the 2v1s, the 1v1s, the 1v2s every single time. Here's a moment, Dupree, he's so aware his teammates are fighting in the site, but he literally, he jumps into the pit, doesn't have any idea actually the Hunter's there. Knife was out in the air.
That's a lifeline.
He is so lucky to have gotten that kill and for it to come that close, because G2 definitely, deserve to be able to win that round. Some early damage from Astralis with the HEs, but then we saw the re-aggression. Kenny S went out wide for the BP. He got flashed, he took a shot, Nico had his fall back. They both stayed alive, and then they read the adjustments perfectly, playing 2 pit. They are making all the moves. They look primed to take this map. They're continuing on their dominant run on the CT side. And Astralis failed in this first half to show us what their comeback could look like. Now Halls is taking over for Astralis. It's an early 3B setup. No decision has been made for Astralis. If they knew Arch was open, this would be a terrifying situation for G2. With no noise. They don't even want to throw top banana grenades so as to affect anything. Coming back to A could be the exactly perfect call, but look at this. They're holding their nerve inside of B. Bracket control is all a farce.
They're going to walk into the setup. It's Nico flirting with the front of it. Utility in hand. Smoke down at the 30-second mark. Oh my. It is crunch time. And Nico, the landmine, sits between the smokes. They're going to try to just push right through. He gets flashed and misses the shots. Nexa's only good for the 1. It's Hunter here on the half wall. He delivers 2 kills. Dupree's able to answer. And it's even at the 2v2 with just enough time to bomb plant. Astralis in the post plant. Aminex and Kenny S. It is their job to recover. First op shot misses the mark. A little bit more damage into Dupree. Flashes start to fly over, and Aminex, he's going to take that front runner position. He's flashed in by Kenny, and it's the corner from Dupree that holds the line for now. Kenny's going to need some sick flicks because he is pinched between 2 Ts, and he jumps around to the coffins. Good movement in the clutch, but where has Dupree gotten off to? He wrapped all the way around construction. Kenny hits the shot, taps that bomb. He's looking for the kill, but he just can't find it, and Astralis will keep this one going.
Oh my god, he seems so nervous about that angle from the jump. That wicked first shot, but he can't get the second. Heart-stopping moment here. And this flash is so insane. Nico, he's trying to be tucked in so the close flashes do nothing, but he is full blind that whole time, and Hunter waits just enough to try to make up for it. If he shoots too early there, he might only get 1. Yeah, a crazy attempt in the clutch. Astralis come 1 closer to bringing this to another overtime match. This is such an insane match. At every single moment. All these 2v2 retake situations, and now they're starting to become more 50-50. It was a one-sided story to begin the game.
This is some top-level Counter-Strike.
Yep.
What a delight of a first map so far this series. In a map that we thought maybe G2 weren't going to be able to deliver. They've got one more chance to close here, or else we go double OT. And I don't think anybody would mind.
We're doing the Virtus Pro lane setup with the roof boost. Again, it's so hard to keep things fresh in overtime. They're trying something new. They've got sandbags control, so they're still holding on to the top of Banana. Astralis peeling away from... And the last time they took lane control, they did smoke out Arch, but I mean, they smoked out lane. But we've got Almanac up top. We'll see how this goes. Oh, initial op shot comes in. Almanac still goes unchecked, but they might know he's here.
This is big for Almanac. Device is not giving him the shot. Dupree's down to 40 HP, and that's the answer. Now they know about Almanac, and he could get caught by Zip, but he's on high alert, Almanac, and he falls back into the bomb site. He's got a second player here. That's Nico over on Graveyard. Bomb starting to go the opposite side. Magisk, he's going to become the entry.
Nexus starts to run over. Smoke will go down. Nate to try to stop him, but now they're running back over towards the A side. Nico's not moving.
Nico is going to have to just absolutely cement this position. He goes for the peek, and, oh, he doesn't get it. Zipex survives with 2 points of health. Astralis rocking the bomb back and forth, rocking the boat, and G2 in shaky situation. This is tense. They have no utility for the retake. They want to close this game. Oh, they want it bad. But it's another smoke in their face, and 2 players back by Pit. Magisk hits the shot through the side of the smoke, and Nexa already starting to take damage. He walks right through it, misses his chance, and Astralis take us just one step further.
Zip.
Double OT.
Zip doesn't get that kill. We do not have anything. Nico, if he wins his duel here at mid, that's it. There's no time to even plant the bomb. So this one kill in this pressure cook of a round is what it all came back to. And it wasn't the nicest spray both ways. Definitely a nerve-wracking situation.
Wow.
At that point, you know, round's already unlikely. Behind the Moto smoke, they're in the wrong position, and G2 end up losing. We go to double overtime. I mean, I'm all for it. Like, let's just get more of this because it's just consistently delivering. Nobody's faltering in overtime. Both teams are just getting better.
Not one player has dropped off. I can't recall the last time I've seen stats like this.
Yeah, it's so even here. Kenny S, he has been continuing to get opening kills. That was a testy lane setup that they tried last time around. Kenny S, he's going to have some pressure put on him. He takes a lot of damage, but he doesn't die. He'll eventually fall out. This is when it got scary last time for Astralis.
They are on the cusp of this A site. We get the rotates from G2 coming over. Glaive's going to work around the pallet.
You know what? There's a lot of progress being made on the T side, but oh, the flash in from Nico.
Glaive, oh, he's now starting to dive back. That's a lot of presence being given to Arch side. Maybe Astralis read into this and dive out, but no, they just want to go ahead on the offensive. They attack. Amanek, he's burned into the open, and it's Nico with the 2K diving back into the cover. They challenge and they take him down. Zipix getting the better of him in back-to-back rounds. Nexa, narrow angle, decides to come out. He's got Zipex behind the double box, and that is exactly what Astralis need. A lead, at least by 1, to start in double OT.
Damn, they had the whole family there. Everybody was all over A site. Nexa was on the other side of the smoke trying to figure out how to be useful. We had Kenny S rotating in from CT spawn behind the smoke. Someone in library doing the same thing. They relied on their 2 players within the site to deliver, and they actually did a pretty decent job. Astralis had it all going for them. They knew that was going to be a hard fight. They realized that basically it took so long and they didn't get that opening arch kill on Kenny that everybody was going to be attracted to this position, but they had the smokes in place to make sure the rotators couldn't fight that early.
What's, oh my, he's looking at his feet.
He's looking, they're going to go for a boost. They didn't expect him to come out mid that early. He was trying to pick towards stairs, but it's a faster default here on the T side. Kenny S, he could get shot on the side. He's holding D for stairs. Yeah, that's it. He can't see anything. This is where it could all fall apart for G2.
Yeah, they are shooting for that clean sweep on the T side. Zip's gonna get caught as he falls into pit, but he's not even dead. He has survived what seems like every round so far once we got into double OT. They cannot kill this man. And obviously G2 working with $10,000 in overtime. They cannot justify this retake.
What a tragic way to lose the map if they do.
They're at the mercy of Astralis even trying to save these guns.
Of course, Astralis need 22 here to close out, so there's still hope for G2. Both teams look good in both halves at this point. They both figured out a lot of stuff. But yeah, that's what's going to happen. You get into double overtime. We're finally getting kills like this. Like, it felt like we didn't get one kind of lucky timing kill this entire game until this point. But they're finally starting to happen. In G2, they're the ones to falter a little bit first.
And he just threw his smoke towards spawn. Oh my god. Talk about down to the wire. 6 HP. Nico, he gets 2 kills, but the incendiary eventually spreads. Hunter, he's going to be fine. He'll be just all right. Astralis, 2 rounds in a row in double OT for a 2018 lead. And this, dupreeh wasting no time getting to the top of middle, completely catching them off guard, and then getting his second kill versus Kenny, who was just looking for an answer. dupreeh, he did everything here.
Yeah.
Opens up the A site and keeps off what could have been an initial bit of success from the defense's rotate. And now, oh, poor G2. They're working with an ump and a CZ on Kenny, no kit for a retake, limited nades, and an Astralis that looked to take all 3 rounds on this T side of double OT.
Well, we saw a couple of rounds where G2 didn't have much to work with, and they still won. Actually, more than a couple in that first half. They do bring a lot to the table on these half-buy type situations. They think about how to use these guns effectively, but it's still a weapon deficit nonetheless. Astralis looking for the Halls pop. There is a player in pit.
Zip on the entry. Ump gets blinded. Amadek just hoping that they come walking around the corner. Not going to happen. 2 instant kills. 3 instant kills. Again, it is the story of an aggressive offense on the A site from Astralis.
Damn, they actually close it out. Flawless here in the first 3 T rounds of OT number 2. See the AI prediction, virtually no chance of this retake taking place. Astralis would have to show us that Astralis we haven't seen this game, and that's one that's just been getting better and better. 1 away from winning. Almost at 22. Need to win one of these next 3 rounds, and you better believe they have an extremely high chance of getting it. Oh, he's got to be deflated at this point. Such a good game from G2, and it's to pile on to a statistic where they've coming off of 4 Inferno losses, and in none of those 4 games did they look anywhere as good as they did today. But of course, to take down Astralis is just no small feat on this map. But looking forward now, I think they can confidently say their Inferno has improved drastically. So we'll see if this is going to be the final round, potentially. Kenny S is going to spot the cross, call for his teammates to watch in halls. And G2 will have to break new ground. 3 rounds on T side just to bring it to OT number 3.
Nico gets that first contact.
Oh, that's
perfect.
That's beautiful. Just layups himself there. Just the alley-oop.
Glave's going to try to challenge off of Coffins. This is the opening that G2 were hoping for. Oh, they get Glaive as well. Nexa, he's got that headshot. It's a 5v3 advantage for G2 on the B site. We watched Astralis concede more than 1 round over on the B-bomb site, and that's exactly what's going to happen here in double OT.
That's Nico again, creating space. He finds that opening by himself, does the damage.
Just banks it off the skybox.
The nade to follow up right for that first orange's rotate. It's just perfect. Outplayed from every perspective. Bomb will go down. CT's here to save. Of course, you know, you need it's the full game of Counter-Strike here in 10K OT. Saving and being careful is very important, as well as trying to find these exits. There's also incentive here so the game does not end. And they're going to try to hunt these down so they have an easier route. It's pretty much their only chance, right? If they win 2 in a row, then they can earn themselves a route to actually winning that 3rd. But if there's 3 saves on this round, then you think that's going to be far more unlikely. So they're creeping up. Bomb's about to explode. And I don't know, it's going to be quite difficult with the smoke still up.
Oh, Device, okay.
Yeah, that's a knockdown. That's actually significant. We'll see if that matters. And we'll see if Nico can pull off a play like he just did here.
Look at this prediction. Knows he's falling back low HP.
It couldn't have been more perfect, man. Oh my god, that actually would have done straight on like 50 damage.
That thing locked on like a boom bot.
And he had nothing, like there was no better place for Xyp9x to go, right? So he had him zoned. If he had rotated back through, you know, the other side of the fountain, then Nico could have definitely sprayed him down or peeked him. So he knew exactly where he was. He took out that target.
Let's see it, Astralis. You got 2 chances to close this. NaS hunting his prey here towards Banana. A random shot through the wall could just drop Xyp9x in a moment. Device gets taken away from the angle. Flash goes over top. Zip looking to bank a nade back the other way. Sure enough, it does hit Nexa. Tons of utility now being exchanged, but it is all still under question. Astralis, they don't fall back into the bomb site. G2 don't leave. They don't charge forward. It's just posturing here at the minute mark.
Tense situation. They're going to throw that Molotov to get Device back specifically. And there's no re-aggression for the time being, so they could get half-wall control. Just in the next few seconds, they'll flash over to clear things out. They're going to see Device is not here, but they still have to worry about him within the site. But maybe they just want the B control.
Hunter, he's gone through the apartments now as well, sees nothing. Oh, they try to flash him off, and it doesn't find his eyes. Nico is down for the count.
Just throws 3 CTs on this side, so this double pit setup is going to have to work together.
It's Magisk and Dupree. Smoke laid down preemptively. Magisk, he finds Hunter with a nade out. This is it. Astralis 5 versus 3 trying to close out in double overtime. Op shot connects to Glaive, but he still stands. More utility damage coming in. Nothing has fallen on the A site. Nothing at all. Kenny gets a single kill, but it is nothing more than a parting gift. 22 rounds to 19 for Astralis. Inferno to double OT, but we gotta talk about it. G2 looking way better tonight. Every single player in this server playing top caliber Counter-Strike, and now we go to Dust 2, a map where we saw G2 post an 11-4 score just last night.
They might characterize that as a choke because they had the 11-4 start, but Astralis played hella well in that second half. They had to earn every single round. It was impressive to get it to 15 in the first place. Not surprised to see Astralis bring it to a double overtime. It's a rough loss, but still a pretty fantastic result. Clearly, G2 have worked on stuff, and this makes the rest of the series more interesting.
Interesting and exciting. We got a game, folks. We also have the analyst desk in between maps. We'll see you guys soon.
series between Astralis and G2. It looked like G2 were going to show Astralis what's going down on a map like Inferno, similar to some of the results we put into question in the pre-game. But then Astralis bounced back, not once, but twice, and won it in double OT. And that just goes to show the caliber of what Astralis has to offer.
I guess this is a classic Astralis performance, right? They seem to be out of it. They seem to be down. They seem to be faced by a team that is playing well, which in this case G2. And you think to yourself, okay, Astralis, you're not good enough right here, right? You're not playing up to your A game, and you're simply not cut for it. That first half was not good by Astralis. Then you turn around, you go over to the CT side, and you know if there's any team in the world who can monster a CT comeback like Astralis were able to right here, it would be Astralis, right? They're so good. The body system they play, the structure they have within their defense, that was so well played. And it must feel so sad for G2 to let this one slip out of their hand.
Absolutely. But you know, just as much as I agree with you that the comeback from Astralis was very typical, I think that first half was atypical of Astralis. We've seen mistakes that we don't usually see. Nico not being checked in quad is an idea that I have in mind when the bomb goes down. Astralis being picked apart by G2, which were very proactive, very aggressive. They were changing their setups all the time, so I want to give props to G2. But Astralis, they looked like they were a little bit lost in these first 15 rounds.
Yeah, they really did, and we did question a couple of other decisions what they had when it comes to the B side. But Maniac, I want to point out one player for you, because you mentioned Dupree coming into this saying we hadn't really seen what we needed from. Well, in this game, he showed up.
Yeah, and I think he was one of the main reasons why Astralis was able to come back and put the whole... Yeah, I guess comeback is the term. They were down 11-4, so we can't use anything else. And Dupree was an absolute machine. We see here 34 kills, 22. A lot of players were in the same sort of range when it comes to kills, and that's one of these games where I'll have a hard time picking one player as being responsible because of how long it was. But Dupree certainly gave us a good look.
He certainly did, right? He was fantastic on the CT side. For Astralis on the CT side, Device was top ranking with 16 frags, Dupree number 2 with 12, right? So there was a lot of impact. Dupree was also the only one, you know, actually getting the job done on that T side. You see on some of the highlights here, the only T rounds Astralis were winning, that was down to Dupree. Another player I want to bring into the discussion right here is Nexa, because on the CT side for G2, he was so influential. He had a fantastic game, 19-7, right? A fantastic CT side. When he came over to the T side, though, the in-game leader for G2, the guy that's supposed to, you know, lead the way and figure out the solutions, he went 4 for 13 on that T side, right? So he went from playing and be the best player on the server to be a player that couldn't get anything done whatsoever on the T side. And that was the big problem for G2. They seemed on that T side to have no idea about how to break Astralis.
And even though they found a lot of success getting into the B site, right, we started to question how Astralis would be able to handle it. They did adapt towards the end.
Oh, yeah, but towards the very end. And it actually took Device to come in here as a secondary line of defense so that they could spare the utilities for Astralis to save the day. G2, they kept applying pressure to that B side again, forcing Astralis to save again and again. And at first, what I thought was an actual choice turned out to be what they needed to do. Astralis had no solution for that B hit.
Well, there's a lot of solutions that come out of economy plays, and that's what we're going to look at next.
We're going to go right back to that B discussion because that is what the economy play is about. And I have to level with you guys at home. I have to be honest. When I saw this round happening, which is basically G2 taking control of the B side in a 4 versus 4, you can see the HP bars not too looking great for Kenias and Nico. And then Astralis, they will surprise me at this point in time. They will decide to save. At this point in time, when the game is going on, I'm thinking, wow, this is amazing from Astralis. They are fully in control. They don't need to take any risks. They're going to just take the weapons down out of G2's hands, and G2 will only have one player alive. My first impression is that this is amazing from Astralis. That's full control. But then the next few rounds actually told me that they had to do it. They were suffering from these B executes. They couldn't know how to stop them. So the story changed a little bit, and it got very dicey at the end.
It did get very dicey, and it really just came down to who could give that little bit more stamina, right? Who could hold their nerve when it came to it, and that was Astralis this time.
They've been in this position so many times throughout their careers, right? We've had so many games where we look towards Astralis, we think, okay, backs against the wall. When do they show up? When does Dupree show up? When is Device coming in and being influential? Well, it's in these moments they live to play Counter-Strike for. Even Sipnix, you saw him, you know, being, I wouldn't say frustrated, but you saw him being surprised in the middle of the round. You never see that guy showing emotion, right? So Astralis, they were on the nerve right here. They were being brought all the way up to the point where they was this close to crumble against G2. And we got to give credit to G2 for playing a great game right here. They were pushing it all the way. But again, Astralis, when they have backs against the walls, when they have to win, well, usually they win.
They do usually win. But when it comes to Dust 2 now, do we expect them to get a win here? Because we're going on to G2's pick for sure. But like you guys mentioned in the veto, this is still pretty good for Astralis.
I mean, in the veto, my thought process was that Astralis could see it coming.
Okay.
By all account, if you're Astralis, if you're Zonic, if you're Glaive, Dust 2 was at the top of your list in the maps that G2 could pick. That was
Glaive said it in the interview, right?
He talked about it in the interview. So now, the only thing I could give to G2 is that Astralis on Dust 2, and I know Jacob doesn't really agree with me on that one, but I don't think that Astralis have uncovered the secrets of Dust 2. And we could say that about other maps where they really profoundly changed the approach of some maps. On Dust 2, I just feel like they play the normal game, but they're still amazing individuals. Don't get me wrong.
Was it a year ago or so, though, when we used to say that Dust 2 was pretty much Astralis were the best team in the world on it?
Yeah, but I think Maniac is saying it pretty well right here. Sure, they haven't, rediscovered a new way to play Dust 2. They haven't put in a new way of doing it, but they do, Dust 2 quite simple, and that is exactly what Astralis is so good at, the basic fundamentals. And I think that's why Dust 2 has been such a strong map for them. Again, you look at their win rate. Right now, it is 42%, and you think to yourself, that's a terrible win rate for Astralis. You didn't dive into the matches. The last 5 times they played the map, they've won 4 of those games. They've only lost 1 time to NaVi in a 16-14 game where they should have won. Let's be honest. They were in the lead and they were in control up until NaVi started to play a very, very good game of Counter-Strike. So Astralis, if you're going into Dust 2 and that is the best G2 can come with you at you, that's not a problem for Astralis. They're feeling very comfortable right now. I still think to this day that they're one of the best Dust 2 teams in the world.
And I respect G2 for picking into Dust 2, right? Because they are a team that continue to do this. But they did it yesterday against Big, and I wasn't impressed with how it went down.
It wasn't enough. Now, if you're a G2 fan, I think you have 2 main elements, 2 main sources of hope for you in the future. First of all, Nico did look kind of great on Inferno. Even though it's a map that is very challenging for him in this lineup, he still topped the charts. A couple of fails here and there, but he was instrumental nevertheless. And Nexa was activated on Inferno. And every time you see great T-Halves coming out of G2 on Dust 2, it is through Nexa. It is through his IGL abilities with the focus on the B side and the B split, and it is through his flanks, out mid, out long. If Nexa can have a good game, which apparently he is having at the moment, then I have to give G2 a fighting chance.
Do they have a fighting chance, though, against Astralis who are ready for this?
I think so. I think G2 is a very competent Dust 2 team. And sure, I said Astralis are still to this day one of the best Dust 2 teams in the world, but that doesn't mean G2 can't be, and that doesn't mean that Astralis are that much better than everyone. If you look at towards the map of Dust 2, it's one of those where everyone is quite even, right? It can be Big on one day, it can be NaVi the next one, and then it can be Astralis the third one, maybe even G2 on a 4th day, right? So I wouldn't rule them out. I think Maniac is spot on here with the Nexa. Yesterday against Big, he was the top fragger for G2. If he can replicate that performance, they definitely have a chance against Astralis.
Well, let's see if they do have a chance against Astralis. It's time for us to kick it to a break. We're going into Dust 2. It's G2's pick, and after what we saw on Inferno, you damn well know this is going to be an amazing match.
Well, hopefully you guys have all been able to catch your breath between the end of that first map and what is about to be the start of Dust 2. G2 and Astralis on Dust 2. Every single player in the server is delivering. Everybody's fired up. This is like a 10-on-10 Counter-Strike experience, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And I just want more of the same.
I think G2 disappointed to get to this point, to have to face off against Astralis in the lower bracket now after their match versus Big yesterday, but they definitely look like they were prepared to like make this grind happen. But so are Astralis, as they are every single day. So they made that as hard as possible. And now we find ourselves on Dust 2, a map that either team could win. I do think that, you know, the 2-0 is looming here, but this is a map that Nico put up the most insane performance versus Astralis on that anybody has ever done. He had like 38 kills in 26 or something rounds, just completely destroyed Astralis in one of his inaugural matches on this new G2 lineup here on Dust 2 as well. And I think it's a map that he really can take over and control. I think he'll be fired up and ready. But as you mentioned, it's been a very even strength game. And that was just tactically such a high level game. It was just amazing to watch, honestly. It was really great. I think it would have been better if G2 had won the map, so that we could actually look back on that as like, this is a beastly performance and we should be afraid of G2 on Inferno. But I think there'll be lots more Inferno games for them coming up. But this is the last tournament for them of the season.
Yes.
And they are, you know, fighting for their life here. There's a huge prize pool, over $400,000 in this event, and it would show a lot for Nico coming into this lineup, for them to not only beat Astralis here, to take him out in the lower bracket, but also to continue on and potentially come for that #1 spot. Because it felt like after the first couple of days, they weren't such a contender. Now that it seems like the tone is changing a bit, but is it too late?
Yeah, it's a tough run when you've got Astralis down here in the lower bracket, and I think they absolutely understand that. Now, they had a phenomenal first half versus Big yesterday, that 11-4 T side, which is where they will begin yet again. Now, the inability to close that game kind of puts a bit of a bad taste in our mouths when we think back on it, but that also took something special from Big, I would argue. So they still were able to close. And if they can begin this second map as convincingly, then I am all aboard the hype train. We take this one to a third. Now's the time. Yesterday, we also saw KennyS play incredibly well versus Big. Far better than what we have seen as of late. KennyS versus Device on Dust 2. That is something I really hope we get a chance to unpack here, folks. But it is time. The pistol round between Astralis and G2 on map 2, with Astralis having that double OT win, begins now.
KennyS even had a good enough performance there on Inferno to say that he did his job. But once again, another good performance goes in vain as they actually lose the map. We've got Nexa pushed out to blue. They're trying to isolate him, and they do a great job of it. They scare him with the smoke on the left, they peek him with Zipix on the right, and this squeezes G2 into a mid-to-B execute.
Hunter's trying to get his way up into the B site. It's a little wonky, but it's Amanek with a single kill. Magis has to reload, somehow nearly recovers. If it were not for Amanek, they would have no kills, G2, but the bomb plant now belongs to them. Amanek challenging through the windowsill. We get that tunnels flank coming in. KennyS feeling the pressure from two directions, and sure enough, CTs continue to succeed with USPs aplenty. Astralis take first pistol.
Yeah, this is a situation where bomb plant's good enough. It was a sketchy round when Nexa dies, but the idea of getting out to blue, of course, is to just keep the attention of the CTs for a long enough time that you can get away with something else. Now that we've seen G2 kind of return to what they were used to, with like a much better version of Inferno, I would say, I'm curious to see if they do the same thing on Dust 2. They also played their T-sides out really slowly versus Big, and it was honestly frustrating to watch, and I really don't feel like that's G2's brand of Counter-Strike. But here, we're already seeing some signs that they might be changing the game. So let's see what they have prepared for Dust 2. Of course, they did pick it in this series. No easy map to go to. This might be one of their better options.
Zip challenging, and he gets there in the end. Goes for a second, but the gun goes dry. And Glaive goes back. Initial engagement here for G2 gets them a kill, but Nexa now wounded. They'll have to rely on the scout of Kenny and the Galil of Amanek, or the AK pick back up. But they lose Hunter in middle, and this means it's a bit of a one-trick pony. It is all in from long for G2. And they do a good enough job of pressuring Astralis off of the bomb site itself. Dupree's going to be playing close. There is that second smoke if Amanek decides to use it. Frag grenades coming every which way. And Dupree teasing the potential push through. Finds damage as he spams away. And Kenny's still unable to get an additional kill because nobody's showing him anything. They're just letting them have ramp. Oh,
that's a fine 3-on-3. Bomb will get planted? No, it won't. And now they can potentially keep applying some pressure. The incendiary goes a bit too far, so this will allow the plant to go down. It's for the ramp. Amanek sitting here, and now maybe a boost from the CT side. Kenny S, will he sniff this out? Oh no, they're actually all just walking around.
Amanek's gonna go down empty-handed. Kenny can't control the AK for anything, so it's the bomb plant at least for G2, but a 3-man survivor situation with Magisk on the 3-piece.
Yeah, they keep up the surplus here for the economy. They go and collect the guns that they dropped. Upgrade to some AKs here. G2 have just delivered them some good guns. And that'll be the end of the round. Astralis winning. This is the nade heard around the world here to deny that bomb plant. That's where things get very scary. And now here, even with a bomb plant, I don't think G2 have an option to go for a buy. It's no real counterforce situation. They'll have to just pull up a chair, relax for this round, go through with an eco, come back in the next. Come back stronger, as they say.
Armor at least for Hunter and Nexa. Maybe if they can get their hands on a gun, something magical could happen. Hunter's going to be thrown out long doors. Dives back behind blue. T-side smoke on the corner. And sure enough, Astralis yet again giving up that real estate. We get a much faster G2 presence towards Catwalk. This was something that was very much forfeited over last round because we had Astralis get that kill on Xbox.
Here you just wait for the timing HEs. If they're going to continue forward with it, we're just going to try to bait out some utility. Try not to get hit with the huge grenades. Well, part 1 fails, but there's still a chance that they can find an opening duel. Zippix with the spray kills too. One in the back. Nico goes down. Glaive next up, and they're doing a great job of denying any chances of a bomb from crossing.
Sure enough, that damage into Zip's going to kind of draw the T's into the action, and they will bring down Glaive at least. So that 1 frag for G2 as they worked with just those limited pistols. First gun round of map 2 coming up next.
Now let's see. Really going to pay attention to what the pace is. Kenny up on the op. Of course, a good map for him when he's feeling it. How we control things. Not going to use any spawns here, it looks like. Maybe he will. Take that dry peek at long. Can be sometimes a small risk. The flash at mid. And the instant peek out. And yeah, he gets the damage in. That's very nicely done. A good movement. Not to waste time turning around backwards. Jumping and strafing out of dodge to take minimal damage from that HE grenade. And this might actually scare Astralis. I don't think they actually continue with the cross. Of course, G2 don't know whether or not they have. And that's why, you know, you throw this kind of incendiary here. And if they aren't peeking, then this can make you think that they did that. But Hunter, he's moved up fast on this lurk. We know the split is coming in with A. Every time Hunter's on Cat, this is what's coming down. And listen, Astralis don't have great spots for this at all. They're sitting on the ramp. They're sitting at the corner of long. They're not dedicated anywhere. They should be scared. I'm surprised they're actually not trying to get back some map control.
Oh, Zip.
Wow.
Finds Nexa's head. The first of 4 T's to come out double doors. And Glaive, well, that one looks easy. Hunter walks right into the crosshair.
That was not a great spot for Astralis, but they worked their way out. 5v3 now. They don't even need good spots anymore. They have cat control. That
kill over on long, really just a bonus. The ability to lock into the catwalk with certainty of a clear mid, that's everything here for Astralis on the defense. Magic's going to play around the side of the smoke. And G2 just beyond it, 30 seconds. Device catches Amanek as the gap in the smoke grenade betrays him, and Nico's able to answer with 1, but then Glaive finding the headshot. Kenny S the trade frag. He's now been spotted. He's getting wrapped by long as well. Not to mention there's a player over here behind the boxes. He's not even going to get given a... Oh, I take that back. He has a chance. Now we get Zip on the peak, and that's the one that shuts it down. If there was just one less player there for Astralis, then maybe Kenny S comes up with something magic.
I think the way they're reading it was that they're expecting him to be set up, and Zippix, he just does what he can, right? He doesn't commit to pit here. He just goes for the peak. And Glaive wins his one-on-one duel with Hunter. Either of those kills come out, and the other player on the CT side is part of my French screwed. They would have nowhere to stand. Xyp9x would be between long and the CT spawn, and Glaive would be, and if Hunter stayed alive longer, Glaive would have been in a tough spot as well. Now the big rush will come in.
Magisk in the corner, good for 2 kills. Almost the third, swapping over to the pistol. He'll find it through the smoke, and that's just a total shutdown. An obliteration of an attempt into the B-bomb site. G2, back to the drawing board.
Uh-oh, that's not a good sign. Nico meanders his way into lower, not see anything. 1-on-5 with the Deagle. They're probably just going to use this as a pseudo pause to talk things over to see what they can do next. I honestly think that if they, you know, if Astralis think the mid to B is coming, G2 should just try to do that same setup again. They even got that opening damage with the op shot from KennyS that he may or may not have known that he got. And Nico will just try to get some damage in, but this is a huge money-making round here for Astralis. He'll take everybody up an extra few $1,000s to very healthy margins now. Astralis instantly on fire.
Just cutting down the 2 Ts that never even looked his way. And then hones in on this one. Gets him through the smoke. Little style point to close. Still 1 kill apiece for Hunter, Nex, and Nico. Guns back up. Looks like Kenny's not going to have one. Nope. Waiting to get that op back into the play. So for now, Device should be a little safer. Then once Kenny's back on the magic stick, sure enough, it's Hunter to hit the dirt early. Now, I suppose Kenny could go pick up that gun if he gets a chance, but he's down in the lower tunnels. And these prying eyes of Device, well, they still loom near.
All the timings are perfect. Dupree moves into position. Oh, wow. Nico somehow grabs that kill.
And there's also pressure out on the B site. Magisk, he's going to stave that off. Another kill comes through smoke, and Device is not going to miss his chance. It is only Nexa left over, and we've got Astralis just continuing on with winning ways.
Damn, that is insane, man.
Nice shot by Nico.
Oh, I mean, like, that's the Nico effect, right? But still, even with that kill, Magisk is an absolute wall in the B site, plus Device gets the opening kill on Hunter early on. There's a chance to lurk out and find the op kill, but the timings from Astralis are all just good enough. They're all in position when they need to be. The alarms are going off. Everybody is on the same page. It's a very scary Astralis, man. She's... Makes me wonder who, you know, if they're going to chew through the lower bracket again like they...
Oh! Collateral down suicide. Now, if that happens in a gun round, it's absolutely stunting. But, wow, this is still something special. Device.
That's why they call it suicide, by the way.
Yeah.
Because sometimes that's going to happen to you. Like, that is actually where the name comes from. It's because it's always such a huge risk to run down that lane, and because the opera at mid, and here's the worst case situation, the collaterals, they go for the fast cap play.
This one just kind of stinks of desperation at this point, but what are you gonna do when Device hits the collat? Glaive looking to lock down Catwalk. They have extended into the elbow. Device still looking for op shots, missing a couple. So sure enough, G2 will get all the closer. Kenny, he just wants his bomb plant. Is that too much to ask? Glaive's gonna let this one slide. Goes ahead, sprays into the second players. Dupree lends a helping hand. Kenny dives off at the bomb site, knowing his days are limited. And sure enough, it is Astralis with the 7-0 start.
Yeah, they're all just looking good enough. I mean, there's still some parts where G2, they're moving quickly, they're making the right plays, but look, the stars align. And Device. Oof.
It's a synchronized
That's R
sinking.
slash oddly satisfying right there as they fall to their graves. They can try again. We'll see what happens. I think the A split there's still potential for it. I'm surprised Astralis won that one round. They were so intent it was going to be mid to B. And they had the floating Glaive and Xyp9x. But it's just the Astralis magic, if you want to call it that. Once again, KennyS will try to find a peek. The flash comes early. They don't commit past the wall. In exchange for some HE damage. They miss out on that, and Device. Is he going to have open lines for another shot attempt? That's the big question. Astralis really are reaching an insane level again.
Patience on the catwalk here from Zip. Ooh, he hears that scope. He knows Kenny's getting closer. What can he call for in terms of assistance? I suppose Magis, yeah, he's got the flash out over on A site. But he'd have to time it perfectly as they round this corner. Nico, he's the first one up. Crouches into it. Nico barely alive at this point. Amanek tries to help. Zipnix is going to go down empty-handed. That could have been a kill or more. Dupree, not going to waste time, goes into the tunnels, gets back what he wants, a little control and device while he skewers one off of the catwalk. Oh, Nico barely alive at this point as the frag grenade finds him and the offshot of device rings out.
It's just a series of punishes. They get one kill, and just that information activates all of these different pieces. Dupree pushing the upper tunnels, the nades that come down at mid. They stand absolutely no chance. It's as if it was a curse to kill Zipix in that moment.
Yeah.
They make him regret it so bad.
Oh, they thought they had something to work with. Little did they realize that the pack of Astralis players were on the prowl. Device, another couple kills through these doors. His op through these doors has been wonderful.
It makes it even better that he doesn't get a kill, because it just shows us like how Astralis are ready to deal with the fact they're leaving him out there. The upper B push, the op shots from mid, the nades that come over top. I mean, what are you supposed to do?
Take a timeout.
I guess so. They definitely should just be, you know, I mean, they won the duel. Wow. They won the duel that they wanted. They even got lucky to get it. So Cat's probably going to be scary for them, thinking about coming back to it. Okay, op goes in the hands of Kenny S again. Hunter can buy up everything he wants. He's going to take his time. Now we'll see if it just gets a bit more spawn-based. I think every time Kenny S has a long spawn, he's taking it just to go for the shot. Once he's had some impact, once not, but never punished. And Device, yeah, he's asking to get killed, so he's feeling confident. Device playing a lot at mid behind the smoke. And finally, he will go down without a kill. It feels like we haven't seen that just yet. And look who picks up the op.
Yeah, Magis takes over.
So Device, look at me.
Watch, watch, watch. Kenny's still over towards the suicide. He is the bomb carrier, so eventually that's going to have to make a move. We saw Dupree actually go down into the lower tunnels off of the start of the round, but then when they went 4v5, he ran back. He didn't want to take that further risk. And good thing he didn't, because had he stuck around, well, he'd be dealing with 3 G2 players who are clearing out these corners at the moment. What's the protocol, Astralis? What's the play? If I learned anything with that kill versus Zip on Catwalk, it's that even the 4v5 is not enough to make them stop exploring options.
Yeah, I mean, being inside long doors, that's a good amount of info. If it is a mid to B, Glaive will flank instantly. If it is Cat, he'll wait to see if they come towards him. And as soon as Magix makes contact here, I think this is the time where Glaive will probably take the risk and turn the corner.
Magix hits that shot, but it's only for 50 HP. He's going to take refuge in the back of the bomb site. Drops Amanek, misses the follow-up onto Nexa. Still 3 versus 3. So in that moment, in that push, Astralis are able to equalize the man advantage. Smoke grenade to perhaps go over onto the window, but it's a push. A big push onto the car by Dupree. Hunter going to expose himself to the angle. We've got Nexa back behind the bomb site. He's now dead. It is all on Kenny S, and there's a player right beside him. He feels compromised. Dupree making a bunch of ruckus, but it's Glaive with the kill and Astralis with the retake. A flawless CT side.
They didn't even need it. Glaive went for the standard rotation, and they still won. That smoke that lands in the door, that's perfect use case for that smoke. It lands in a spot that it blocks off the front of the doorway. It still allows you to come in, and Dupree, he gets the post. With the flashes, he doesn't even need to win his duel. He just gets the car and waits. Now big box is threatened when Hunter can only pick left or right side, and you can see they're just abusing the smoke on every single turn from within the door. And then Kenny S the entire time could not see anything. He could not find one single fight. That's not an Astralis smoke. That's everyone's smoke. But that's how you use it the best.
Looking for the quick 10-0. At that point, those orange flames up top should turn to blue. An unstoppable Astralis. Close moments for G2. At least in that last round. Magisk able to deliver a kill. Dupree has gone down, and despite the best efforts, Magisk only able to take 2 with him. We've got Nico close smoke, and CT starting to push beyond him. Inside of the smoke grenade, he finds that headshot, continues into the spray. Nico is tearing it up. 3 kills to his name, and it's all on Device. KennyS, he wants some, and he's going to be taken down. Device in the end dies. That's the way they do it. G2 pressure through middle thanks to Nico.
I still love the pace.
And a push into the B site for their first round.
They're still going for it every round on these T sides. They're going fast. I really appreciate this version of G2. It looks good. It's just, of course, Astralis are just like, they're so strong. I mean, Magisk gets that 2K spray down in the site. He almost gets 3 kills. And then it takes that heroic play from Nico. But it gets him into the game. That's all they're going to be concerned about. The instant adjustment here from Astralis to go for 2 ops. Again, Kenny with a long spawn takes a peek. Hunter will make his way fast up mid, assuming that they're in a 3-long setup, but Device is already here on the corner, waiting for the peek.
Ooh,
Hunter crosses to the left. I think you might know that he's there.
Yeah, Device not wanting to stick around. Glaive, M4 up. Gets the opening pick. Device, he recovers from what was the unscope mistimed. And despite that 1-round win, we now have Astralis back to the 5v3.
They're both just chasing the dragon, right? Like looking for that opening duel. They saw Device was there on the corner. Glaive replaced him. Nico comes up to find him, and then his Glaive again.
Problem with chasing dragons is, what do you do once you catch it?
Keep on chasing it, I guess.
And they do. To their avail. Amanek getting the better of Glaive. This is an interesting route that he takes closer towards mid. Could challenge Magisk behind these boxes. I like watching Magisk play this position. He's got really good patience, but Amanek, he's gone ahead to tuck himself back behind the mid doors.
They're going to try to bait this guy into pushing long somehow. Vix quietly walks away. They flash over. Oh, Kenny gets a shot. This is big. Amanek, oh, he'll finally get caught off.
Then Nexa gets the better of the long timing. KennyS, he could cut them down as they try to get over. Oh, but Magisk, wonderful rifle work.
Dude.
He is 14-4 at the moment. I thought Amanek was going to have some impact and cut off those B players. You saw his route from Cat to CT, back through onto his side of middle, but Dupree catches him with the AWP. Magisk runs up onto ramp. What a shot towards pit.
This is crazy. I mean, it's great here. KennyS gets his kill. And, you know, Amanek, you've got to find the timing. Unfortunately, he doesn't wait long enough. He could have come out a little bit sooner, but there's no way for him to know. That is the retake situation on Dust 2. Someone coming late out long doors, someone coming late out mid. Even Nexa getting into the pit and surviving doesn't matter because the bomb isn't planted properly for anything. It's on the side of default, but it's just been a rifle showcase here from Magisk. 116 ADR, holding it down on B. They're just all in such good form, man. It's crazy. 10-1. 2 ops in play. Definitely getting an op shot or 2 in every single round.
If we at some point get a need for the replay package, I would appreciate a zoom in on that pit headshot from Magisk. Because it looked to me like, you know, he just sent that 3-bullet burst in the direction, and it happened to just be on the mark. Dupree, he's going to get tagged up. One of the 2 CTs with an op. Big push. Fast clash over towards long. Oh, Hunter. He gets blinded, turns his face into the corner, and will not come up from that one. Frag grenade for nearly half of the health of Nico as well. Nexus still sitting inside of this smoke, though. Maybe he catches them off guard. There are still 2 here, diving back behind cover. That's Zip. Nexus now been spotted. Glaive going to continue with the gunfight. He takes it. And Astralis, I mean, they're primed to get a 10-round lead on this CT side from G2.
They just look so much better right now. And yeah, Glaive, all of his aggressive peaks are paying off.
Wonderful.
G2 have no choice but to try to go for this mid walkout. After the long controls taken, CT's preoccupied, but look who's already here to fight. The flash comes in at mid, and he'll get the first one for free.
Finds Amanek looking the wrong direction. Poor guy was blind as a bat. KennyS just looking for somebody to overextend from the B site, but that's not going to happen. Glaive, he could have gone through the smoke off of that flash, decides to play it safe. You don't want to be giving Kenny any chances. G2 left to just walk out from Catwalk, but this is just going to put them right into the eyes of Device. He ducks down. Ooh, Kenny misses the shot. Device adjusts for it. Nico's going to close this gap, but he has half health in a 1v5. And Glaive, the disrespect. The jumping M4 for his 4th kill of this round alone. And what do you know? Astralis, now 11 rounds to 1. Oh.
Oh, man. When it rains, it pours. Really does. This is nuts. I honestly don't... The map is not deep enough that there's anything tactically wrong about the way G2 are playing it. They're losing all their duels. I mean, it's the only thing that can really separate you is your timings and rotations on Dust 2. There's no secret execute that you're missing that'll take it over the line. It's just a map. It's the map that G2 picked into Astralis, and they are just getting outclassed from basically all fronts, right? Not hitting their shots, getting out-dueled. And when I say not hitting their shots, I mean Astralis are just hitting them faster. We saw that G2 could keep up with them on Inferno. Here, it's just not the case whatsoever. And this is obviously the problem of picking Dust 2, but again, not a ton of great places to go in the veto. Nico picking up the op. He'll take a shot down mid. So that's kind of nice.
To start. But until every player from Astralis is dead, the struggle doesn't stop. Glaive in the 3v5 almost gets it back under control, but now to the 4v2. Zip's gonna kill Kenny. Magisk here on B, drops bomb. But Nexa continues on with a trade. We've got Zip in the clutch.
Well, this is so awkward because you've got that late long play. Zipix in the 1v2. He won't know Nico's here, surely. So probably a matter of time until he dies. We'll see if Zipix decides to go in the window or if he'll just...
Cold as ice.
Yeah.
Just waiting.
Wait to get off. Yeah.
Must be a bit of a jump scare. Corpses all over mid here.
Okay.
Clearly a gunfight unfolded as they got that route towards the B bomb site, but G2, a second round. It's late, but it is a second round.
he shoots us off and drops his gun. I think before he's dead.
I surrender. Sorry, buddy, it doesn't work like that. That's Zip.
That's so funny.
Man's playing a horror game. But I think what's more horrifying is the prospect of being down 9 rounds as Astralis look to close this CT side. Kenny looking away from the mid pick. Glaive, he's going to slip up Catwalk. Nexa, he's first on the receiving end of this push, and I don't think he expects it. Oh, but he does. He finds himself the kill real quick. AK getting the better of the M4. And now that hinge smoke to deny Glaive any presence. They run right through the doorway. Device hears this, gets the op back out. Has Zipix to try and help if they overextend. Device, he's going to go in on this. Sees a set of legs and likes it. Hunter, he goes down.
Oh, protocol is just beautiful. Zipix to hold the fallback. They have the flash from B, so Device can peek. He's set up wonderfully to succeed once again, as per usual. Nico will take some damage on the way out, and Dupree will get in the face of Nexa, trying to run through the mid doors. And once again, when it rains, it pours. Magisk, another kill.
Not this time.
Almanac at least finds the site. Bomb still far back, though, and one player's out mid. Almanac will have to leave to come back.
Damn. Unfortunate.
At least the rotations are shut down for a minute.
Ooh, but a missed shot by Kenny opens those right back up. If Amanek had that bomb, different situation, different timing. Now it's going to be Amanek 1 versus 3 in the 14th round of the CT side from Astralis. Amanek's going to have to pull out something special. Utility very strong here for the retake. Dupree coming in from the tunnels. They're watching the doorway. Amanek does have a bit of a gap between the smoke and the door, and this does deny any vision from the tunnel player. So Amanek could catch one off guard, but then he's just going to have to go lightning quick into the follow-up frags. Damn it, Zipix, give the man a chance.
Yeah, no one's giving you any leash in this game. Everybody is shooting hot.
Astralis looking absolutely top tier.
Earning every single round. It's not like the first game where it's like G2 were winning, and it looks like, I mean, I guess it is like the first game. It looked like G2 were going to close that half out strong. It's feeling that same way for Astralis. Me.
That final kill right there.
Sometimes when Astralis wait that long, that's how they call it your lurk play. Like,
Sure.
They clear out every single other thing. They're in the tunnels, and then you get scared, more and more scared, and they realize that they're onto you.
All right. 12-3 or 13-2. Neither of those score lines what G2 would have been hoping for. I can tell you that much. Hop on Kenny and 4 players quickly up the catwalk. You got nothing to lose here, G2. Let's see it. Device going to be able to chop down the front runner. Zip catches Nexa. That's the pinch now down, and everybody left from G2 kind of stranded in the elbow. They're going to have to put a little grease on this one, and Device, well, he's not going to go anywhere. Now 15-6. A molly and a frag grenade landing on top of Hunter as he just walks away with the bomb plant. It is a slaughter. It is a stomp. It is an absolute one-sided affair here for Astralis. Nothing close to what we had on Inferno for these first 15. G2 in deep water as we switch sides.
Please don't use all the clips where I fail.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Fall Games. I'm your host Maniac, and we are still surfing with our 4 remaining competitors. Now we start off with Dupree.
Please don't use all the clips where I fail.
Slow and steady does it.
I can tell. But I think I'm learning now, you know. And then like this, and then like this, and then like this, and then like this.
You live and you learn. Oh, that's a lot of turns for Dupree. But he's got the speed now.
And just go all the way like this.
There you go. Now we move on to Nico. Oh, that was fast. That was too fast. Slow angle again. Into the hole with maximum speed. He's flirting with the danger.
Easy first place for now.
That was a really good time. We move on to Robs. I can see he's got some experience in surfing. Look at that angle. Oh my god. That was amazing. That was amazing from Robs.
I guess we're done.
Hey, you can smile. You can smile. You've earned it.
Yeah.
Finally, we have Art. It's looking pretty good. Oh! He's got the IGL mindset, trying to analyze. Okay, this time he's through. He's got max speed. Not too bad. And this is where we are with the leaderboard.
We definitely all walked into Dust 2 wanting more of what we got on Inferno, but this is the polar opposite. 13 rounds. 13 rounds to the CT side of Astralis. This pushes G2 now just moments away from, well, sadly, elimination. Their last best of 3 of 2020, going out with more of a fizzle than a bang. But it's not over, Mohan.
It kind of is. Credit where credit's due. Astralis played insane.
Insane.
Insane. Like, they completely owned every single round. I mean...
all the membranes.
Yeah. It's a very unlikely situation. We look over to the next half. Astralis, they have a great CT side here on Dust 2. And yeah, within tripping distance of the finish line. Let's see how the entries go. Hunter will have a flash.
Poor guy. He's 1 in 15, and all of Astralis come running at him. Oh, now he's gonna seek his revenge. Takes a player with him. Nico. Oh, that is nice. Oh, but Glaive gives it right back. What goes around comes around.
How did he hit that shot in this spot like that? Like, what on earth was that?
All of the possible angles as well in that giant playground. And of course, Nico just rockets away versus Astralis. Dupree, he's going to give up his spot. Glaive, the only player left for Astralis with 100 health. Oh, but it's even not needed. Zip and Dupree, they take down 2. Kenny v3, not going to happen. Astralis 14-2.
Dude, I feel bad for G2 because today they came prepared, but they are getting ruffle stomped, man. That first half was just beautiful to watch from Astralis. And again, I can't say that they did anything, you know, tactically bad. They just were got destroyed. That was just a crazy shot, man. What is that? How do you hit that first try? What is that? That's not an angle that exists. That's not a peak.
So that's a thing. Little challenge out long, Astralis. I mean, they may as well play as if they're invincible at this point. No respect needs to be given. G2 have to prove they can take it back. The S stands for Scout. Or maybe it doesn't.
Oh my goodness.
A couple of smoke grenades here for the cross. Astralis, man advantage. All they're facing is 3 pistols. Oh, wait, no. Scout gets picked back up. There's also a Mag 7 just kind of like chugging into the bomb site like a... Oh, no, that's dead too. All right. Well, they're at least near. They're close by the bomb site. Nico good for the 2K off of the Desert Eagle, but he is also now taken down. Bomb is not, in fact, planted for the players back on plat, but Nexa, he looks to just survive this one, perhaps. Magis kind of sticks his head out a little.
Long push is coming. Block versus... Wait. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, Magic's in the middle.
They got your back. These teammates on Astralis, they work together.
Magic in the middle. That was a sitcom, wasn't it?
That would be a great sitcom.
Oh my God!
We're just on springs now?
I can't.
Just boinging in?
It's like man's got an exo jump. What is that? What does he even jump off?
Playing leapfrog?
It's like he's got those rolly shoes. And I'm not talking about roller skates. You know the shoes with wheels built into them?
Yeah. What are those called? Wheelies.
Wheelies.
Yeah.
Not rolly shoes.
Those are banned in my school.
How come?
Because we're skipping class and rolling through the halls.
All right, let's see it. Astralis. They have, well, I don't know how to put this. They have 13 match points. G2 Esports. They gave us such a good showing on Inferno, and that is not where I expected them to succeed. The level of gameplay that we got out of Inferno is hopefully a sign of things to come in 2021. Hunter getting aggressive into upper.
Nice. I like how you try to wrap that up, and then Hunter got the 2 kills.
Now I gotta unwind it. Kenny S trying to challenge, but it's Glaive to perhaps end the day here for Astralis. Kenny gonna keep on kicking, and he scopes in towards tunnels. He sees Magis jumping off boxes. Kenny S, he's window shopping, and it is all on Nexa now. A 1v1 to keep them in the game. And if this doesn't go the way of the 5-7, we'll just remember what Inferno had to offer.
What would be so gangster is if you took the bomb, walked tunnels. That would be it. That'd be the nuttiest play, not knowing where Nexa is. He sits outside of mid. I think he's been spotted.
Zip just looking for the headshot. Oh, it's a gunfight to end it all.
Is this how it all ends? He's sitting here.
Or is this how it keeps going? Flashbang through the doorway.
Okay, this is going to be
so much pressure on Nexa. This is their year. The end of their year, right here, right now. He's going to plant it on the edge of the plat, pops up so that he has that vision through window. Zip just trying to crawl away. Oh, Nexa misses his shots, and that could have just cost him. It absolutely does. 16-2. An Astralis stomp, a battering, a beating here on Dust 2. But one of the most exciting Inferno maps that I can recall to start this series. It is not this G2 on Dust 2 that I want to remember going into the next year. It is the promise of what is to come. But clearly, improvements needed. If you go after Astralis, you can't afford to miss a thing. And that's what Dust 2 was, a miss here in the second map of the series.
Dust 2. Mom, pick me up, I'm scared. What is this Astralis? Are they going to chew through this lower bracket? Is that really how that just ended?
It is. G2, it's been a hell of a year. They've got things to fix, and so do we. So we'll give this one over to James Banks. They're all waiting by on the desk.
Well, we didn't have to wait long for that one, because on Dust 2, it was not G2 getting anything done. That was less than ideal, and I guess this is why you don't allow yourself to be so easily prepared for, because Glaive knew what was coming, and look what happened.
I'm not exactly sure if the preparation is the only factor in, but you are right. We talked about it in the veto, the fact that Dust 2 would be such an obvious choice for G2. And even though they made a great case for themselves on Inferno, we could debate as to if and what would have happened if they would have won Inferno. But that's history now. That's behind us. What happened is Astralis just mowed them down on Dust 2.
And that was just an absolute brutal demolishment, right? There was not many rounds that even saw G2 have a chance.
It was a straight-up team performance coming in from Astralis. There was not a single player who didn't show up. There was not a single player who failed to have impact for Astralis. They seem to be such a well-drilled machine on that CT side. Time and time again, you saw them flash for each other, play with each other. Every single time they took a duel as well, they won those duels, right? So you out-dueled G2 again. We talk about them having some of the best individuals when it comes to Counter-Strike. Last but not least, all the retake scenarios as well. Whenever Astralis just were a tiny bit pressured in the rounds, they always found a solution. And as Corner said right here, you know, if this is the Astralis that is going to show up day by day, they are here to win the entire thing. This was Astralis from 2018, 2019, where they were unbeatable in Dust 2.
And this really does mean that you need to be scared of what's coming out from Astralis if it comes into any part of this tournament, because this looked completely different from what we've seen from him. But for G2, these were mistakes that should not be being made here. They should have delivered a better face. We said we were scared because of what they said against yesterday going up against Big. Today was a lot worse.
It was worse, and you know, we talked about, or I talked about their game plan moving into this Dust 2, and I said the B bomb side would be their focus on Astralis. They knew it. Please have a look at all these kills that will throw through Astralis for these rounds. It starts with Magis not being checked, having the pleasure of whipping even the USP to finish that round. Gonna move on to the next one. This is now 4-0 scoreline, and Astralis have stopped the first B rush. You move on to 5-0 now. That's 2 rounds in a row already. That's the B split coming in, and even if Nico finds the kill onto Dupree, Magisk again is going to be exemplary in the way he deals with it. So G2 Esports, they really try to build around these B pushes, these B retakes. Again now, 8-0 scoreline. These are all gun rounds. These are all gun rounds where G2 is trying to puncture that B side, and Astralis is dealing with it, either stopping them when they try and make it to the side or retaking them efficiently like it's happening right now. Astralis, they shut down the A plan for G2.
And there was no B plan, C plan, or D plan when it came to it.
No, because the B plane and the C plane and the D plane for when it comes to G2, that is still a relatively new team. Let's make sure that we emphasize that as well for the viewers out there. They have not had months and months together. They're still trying to build up a new synergy with Nico on the lineup. They still didn't know whether or not it was going to be Jax or Amanek. They only just realized that now. So yeah, when plan A doesn't work, they're plan B, plan C, plan D. Well, that's not a strategical plan. That's them individually showing up. And look at the scoreboard right here in front of you. You have a guy like Honda, one of, as Maniac said coming into this game, a player that we have to consider in 2020 to be one of the very best riflers in the entire world. He didn't get anything done whatsoever here in Dust 2, and he wasn't playing well on Inferno either. Astralis on an individual level were able to shut down G2's plan B, and that was the individual level.
Well, for now, what we're going to look at here is G2 are eliminated from the full finals. They will not be making their step forward, and this now greatly hinders their chances, right? They are in a bad spot for 2021.
Yeah, I think the story is that, what you talk about the global finals, I think that's out of their hands right now, or they have to wait on some other team's result. They basically do not own their fate in their own hands, which is not a situation you want to be in. And even for us, I think it's quite complicated to dress an evaluation for G2 right now. We don't really know.
Definitely.
We've seen some great things, but we've also seen them fall apart completely, like this Dust 2. So I'm going to be cautious for now. I'm going to call it a month, maybe a month and a half, 2 months, to see what they can do with that lineup. But I already see some signs that shouldn't happen. Players disappearing, game plan falling apart.
Yeah.
That should not be the case if you're going for the top. But let's give them time. Let's be careful.
And that's one thing, right? We came into this quite hyped up about G2. Then we've been shown a different side of them here against very tough teams for sure, but I guess we all expected better because of the name value within this team.
We did expect better. I fully buy into Matthew saying that let's give them a month, let's give them 2 months, you know, let's get them into 2021 and let's see what they can do when they've had some time to practice together and you know, fine-tune all the small details and maybe make a plan B or a plan C that will work whenever they get pressured. But if you look at G2 and what they've been able to achieve up until this point with the level of players they have on their squad, I'm sure the players themselves would say, okay, yeah, we've been showing good signs, we've been showing, you know, some less good signs, but overall, it's been relatively disappointing, right? We thought that we would be able to do better. We thought that we would be able to fight for titles already from the beginning, and they haven't been able to. Sure, I'm not going to say that picking up Nico was a bad idea, anything like that. Let's give them time to figure that out. But as of right now, from what we've seen so far for G2, no, you're right, it has been fairly disappointing.
Well, let's take a look at the brackets and see where we're at after this game. Like I already mentioned, G2 are now down and out of the tournament. Astralis march on forward, and they are looking for that dream lower bracket run after being put there at the very beginning by NaVi. And it could potentially set us up with another NaVi-Astralis matchup.
Oh, and I feel like we deserve it. That's been a tough year. 2020 has not been nice with us. Just give us an Astralis versus NaVi again. Give us some smile, give us some positive vibes moving into this end of the year. That's going to be a tough time for you being a NaVi fan, but I would like to see that rematch again.
I wouldn't mind seeing Furia going up against Astralis. I think that's a pretty cool matchup too, you know. So no matter what, we're going to win here, team.
I like how we are unbiased analyst and host right there. Having the greatest time. He wants to see Furia, you want to see NaVi.
Who do you want more?
I want great Counter-Strike.
Oh, look at that cop out.
He's doing it again. Yeah, he's doing it again.
You can't catch me.
At least me and Pip own our decisions, yeah. You're just like,
what?
I just want to go to counter.
No, the thing is, my boys, they're waiting in the winner bracket, guys. I'm sorry, we don't.
Okay.
I mean?
Do you know what? I'm going to get Launches to start spreading this bad Maniac information again. I think that's what needs to happen, don't you, Pip?
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, what have I done
Boys is in the upper bracket. Well, wait till they lose to either NaVi or Astralis for that matter.
There we go.
No, it's all good. We'll see.
We'll see. Look at you patiently waiting over there. We are patiently waiting for an interview with Magix as well, because we want to hear from him for sure.
That'll be cool.
Now, one thing when it comes to this Astralis, though, I think what is very important when you're thinking about Magix is he's gone from being the in-game leader. Yeah, that's tough to let go of the reins.
Sure.
You've given it back over to Glaive. You're seeing a bit of success again now, but also he's playing well.
It's a relief. It's a relief for Magix, because what he does best on the server is focusing on his own ability to kill people. You saw it right here. The B shutdown on Dust 2. Magix is, to my understanding, one of the very best B players when it comes to shutting down, you know, the B bomb side on Dust 2. And he's doing it time and time again here against G2. Some of the best individual players. When he's calling, when he's in that mood, you know, where he has to be the guy figuring out all the stuff for his team, you will lose 5, 10, 15%, depending on how good you are at balancing all that stuff on your individual skill level. Magix is already now showing signs of coming back to life, back to the old Magix that at one point, you know, were an MVP candidate for a lot of different tournaments. If he can find that level, then again, we have an Astralis that, as Matthew said, coming in, the window of opportunity for teams to beat Astralis, it's slowly but surely closing, because this man right here, he's going to be killing you time and time again if you don't do it now.
It is the magic formula, might they say, and we have got him now for the interview. We've got Magix standing by, and I'm going to start off with this one, mate. First of all, you are no longer the in-game leader, but we also see you playing better. Is it a relief, like Pimp was saying?
Yeah, obviously it's very nice to focus on myself again. I mean, it's not so stressful anymore, and I can focus on my aim, and that definitely is helping me a lot individually. I still think I need to get used to it and get back into the role. I don't think I'm 100% individually yet, but with time and more matches going on, I feel like I'm getting back into it myself.
Well, I look forward to seeing you when you are at 100%, mate. But when it comes to Inferno, this game was crazy. It was so back and forth. What was going on for you guys? What did you guys feel when you were going into that overtime again? Did you kind of know you'd be able to edge it out using your experience, or was there a bit of nerves starting to settle in? Because your Inferno hadn't looked so hot recently.
Yeah, I think honestly, on the T side today, we lost a lot of anti-ecos, and if we would win just 1 or 2 of them, they would have no money, they would be full eco, and so honestly, we could have gotten a lot more rounds on the T side if we hadn't messed up so much. So I think we had a really strong CT side, but we kind of messed up on the T side and made a bit too chaotic calls, and you know, that's the way it is sometimes, and individually we didn't perform on the T side, but we stepped up on the CT side, and I think we played a really, really strong CT side today on Inferno.
You did. Magix, I want to ask you, I know you're not the IGL anymore, but how much do you still contribute? Do you help Glaive a lot with ideas, mid-round calls, or are you just focused on your crosshair?
I think it's 90% Glaive and me 10%. So he's doing the most of the job, and I think that's the way it should be, because obviously he needs to get back into the role, and that requires that he has to, test his limits. Needs to figure out how get back into the role. But in the other way around, I also have to get back into the role. So right now I focus a lot on my crosshair, but I try to help as much as I can, especially if we have like a period where we're not winning rounds and stuff like that. So yeah, I think he's doing a really good job, and I'm kind of excited for the future.
Of course. Now, I asked the same question to Glaive, and now I want to have your thoughts. It's possible that you replay against NaVi. That's a possibility. Can you talk to me a little bit about that game? Because I think simple popping off is one way to look at it, but it was also like tactically very challenging for you guys.
I think it was a difficult game against NaVi. I think they played some really solid CS, and simply he had a great game, but honestly it was only on Nuke CT side that I really felt his impact. Like that was like definitely him just popping off and destroying us, and no matter where we went. But on the two other maps I didn't really feel like he was having that much impact, even though his score was like really good. I remember looking at the scoreboard in Inferno, and he was like 18-3, and I didn't even like remember any of the kills. So I think he's a really strong player, and he's definitely a candidate for the best player in the world right now. But I think we also messed up quite a lot, and that gave him the opportunity to pop off. And I think usually we're really good at closing him down, but obviously he's also that good of a player that you can't close him down every single game. So yeah, he's pretty annoying to play against.
Emil, it's not a secret Astralis used to be the best Nuke team in the entire world. As of recently, you guys have been struggling a little bit compared to your previous form. You now also made the change with Bobski coming in instead of Zipnix. Can you try to explain why that is, and what is missing from you guys in Nuke as of right now to still be the best team in the world on that specific map?
Well, honestly, I think so many people have started playing Nuke. I'm not really sure why everyone just suddenly wanted to be really good at Nuke, but that's kind of annoying. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like people are putting in a lot of hours on the map and coming up with new smoke lines, new ways to destroy your own smoke lines and stuff like that. So I think it's just the meta that have changed quite a bit, and I think we need to find our groove again on the map, and it's kind of difficult when you don't have time to practice. And sure. I think we have had like 1 or 2 practice days the last 2 weeks or something like that. So I think it's kind of difficult, getting good on the map again, because we don't really have time to reinvent ourselves and figure out new stuff. And so I guess we just wanted to try something new, and that's why we brought in Bubski, and he's done a really good job actually. So yeah, that's really nice.
Magic, I'm just going to say, I think they started picking Nuke to deal with you guys, honestly. But thank you very much for your time. It's a pleasure to talk to you, and we'll speak to you later on. Good luck tomorrow. We lost him. There we go. A quick ending, a quick cut-off. I need to quickly wrap this up as well and move us forward to the next game. It was brilliant to hear from Magis, but they have survived elimination. They've taken down G2, and now we get to see Furia taking on NaVi. It's a matchup you don't usually get to see, and it's certainly going to deliver.
I can't explain my crosshair settings.
I think I change my crosshair every match.
If I have to remember, it's like size 2, gap -3, thickness 0, green. I don't really have any reason why I chose that specifically. I have a bind for my crosshair when I have to throw a grenade, because I need it to be exactly as I want to when I throw a grenade and I line up a grenade. Other than that, I don't think it helps that much, especially as an AWPer. I can't explain my crosshair settings because I change every round. I swear I change every round. I would say that usually you just use your crosshair to have an idea where the middle of the screen is, but you kind of know that by now as well. It's easy to do a really bad crosshair, but it's also really easy to have a standard good crosshair.
I have a crosshair bind where I have like 3 different crosshairs, but at the moment I'm using a yellow one. It's a size 3, gap -2, thickness 1. Playing deathmatch, playing some official or some practice games with it, so I just felt comfortable with it. It's depending on what round I am. For example, in the Dig round I have a different crosshair. I have, for example, in the pistol round a different crosshair, and for slightly advantages for pre-aim and stuff like that, I just change the crosshair. Probably like once a month or something, and then I just keep on playing with it around, just getting used to it, and then maybe I don't feel it anymore, then I just go back to something else.
Crosshair size 2.5, crosshair gap -2, crosshair thickness 0, style 4, and dot 0. Color green. Sometimes I'm feeling that I want to change crosshair. Sometimes I'm changing completely. Like I'm feeling that I want to play, like for example, with big crosshair for one game. Then I come back. But usually it's like little adjustments with like gap size. I can play like couple weeks, months with one. But now I would say once a week, maybe once a 2 week.
My current crosshair is I actually don't even know, because the thing about crosshairs for me is that when I don't really care about crosshair I'm using, sometimes I get my teammates crosshair when I like it to see one of them, and sometimes I get in the server and there's another player on the other team, the enemy team, and I try their crosshair. If I like it, I use it. Maybe my own crosshair was kinda ugly. I used to use like just a little dot. I think I change my crosshair every match, every screen, every match, because every time I exec my CFG, I lose my old crosshair. So if I copycat any crosshair from my teammates or anything, every time I exec my CFG, it gets lost to the limbo. In the in-game, I just go in-game, right-click, copy crosshair, and I just get a good crosshair and keep playing. I just steal the crosshairs.
There's simply not enough depth within the NaVi squad right now for them to be considered as a top 1 team in the world, or top 2, or top 3 for that matter. They need more.
RPK hits the headshot, but Simple's already into the equation, striking them down from the heavens.
They have some of the most skilled individuals when it comes to North American Counter-Strike, especially Yuri is a guy we don't talk enough about. He's fantastic.
They're all together, and they're all going to fall into Yuri, and he's just spraying them down. It's so good. A little ace. Furia taking on NaVi. And when I looked at this matchup, what I found was real interesting. These guys have only played each other once. Only once.
I was so ready to open up the show with that line. You took it away from me.
You didn't even tell me.
No, James.
We just didn't sync. Yeah.
Yeah, they haven't played against each other since a year and a half. That was Cologne 2019 is the last time these two teams faced.
That's so wild though, isn't it? To think teams at this level haven't played against each other like that. I was just mind-boggling.
In our environment, I think it's quite weird to have teams actually evade and escape each other when we talk about having 20 million games a day. They have actually never really played that year.
Well, Furia, though, right now, they've gone through the crazy lower bracket run from the very beginning. They lost out to G2 early on, but they are looking for a comeback. They're looking for redemption, and they certainly do not want to go out at this point.
No, they don't, right? Because they're coming over here with one purpose. They're not, they're not coming to Europe just to be a bystander. They're not coming to Europe just to be part of the tournaments. Furia is a lineup with so much quality that whenever they go into a tournament, even though it may be one of the most stacked tournaments that we've had throughout the entire year, they go in with one goal, and that is get to that grand final and play for the championship. So sure, they got off to a weak start, and I would even go as far as saying against OG, I didn't see the same Furia, I've saw in Showdown. I didn't see the Furia that was so well playing, but it's seemingly getting better and better and better.
And that's what you got to praise Furia on, right? We always talk about the Brazilians, the passion, this family environment, the fact they never give up when it comes to it. But what we've actually seen from Furia compared to any of the other NA teams is that they have improved constantly since being in Europe. They are the team that is benefiting from being here.
Yes, they resisted the tough period, the dry period of coming over to Europe. They had one event where they missed the mark, and then they had that talk, and then they bounced back. I'm still gonna say, to put some salt on that one, I feel like individuals bailed them out of situations a little bit too much in my liking. You think about the Vini 1v4 on Mirage, sure, that could have been
It's always been like that, though.
Yeah, it's always been like that, but I have an issue just making sure, or promising anyone for that matter, that it's going to happen again, right? You always get surprised because someone is going to step up. It could be Yuri on Train, it could be Vini on Mirage, or Inferno for that matter. It could be Art with Craziness. It always goes through individual. Maybe I'm just too old school. One of these old guys like, used to be not like that in my time. Used to have team play. Now it's individual. I don't know.
You had Kenny S doing it all for you back in your time.
We had team play. I was throwing really good flashes.
At least he's embracing the memes at this point. Dropping orbs, throwing flashes, the maniac way.
I've seen before, but whatever.
There you go. That's how they were doing it back in his day.
Apparently that's why they were so good. Yeah, maybe I should change.
But realistically, my biggest issue with Furia at the moment is Art. And not because he's doing anything wrong. I'm loving his style. We can't complain about that.
Sure.
But he is sometimes not learning where it's not working. And that is costing them some very close rounds.
I agree to some extent. I would say, yes, sometimes you look towards Art and you can pinpoint situations where, okay, this is the 4th time you're doing the same move and it didn't work the 3 previous times, so why would you doing it again? He said in an interview, right, that he has to keep doing it over and over again because it's part of their game plan. He's trying to create space. He's trying to create opportunities to his teammates, sometimes by dying or sometimes by doing something where he know he's about to die. So sure, sometimes isolated, you can look at it and think, okay, if you just would stop it, you know, the 3rd time or the 4th time, try something else.
Yeah.
That would be nice, you know, and that would be another layer, I guess.
Just go that step further. So I'm with you.
One step, right? But maybe you take away too much if you do that. Maybe you take a much too much of the spacing that he makes by doing that. And, you know, by then making stuff like Yuri, could be Vinny, could be Henny for that matter, you don't give them the same amount of space they're used to. So it's a fine balance. But, you know, to call him a problem, I'm not quite sure.
Okay. Well, you were just mentioning Yuri there, and Art is a big fan of Yuri for many reasons, because this guy has been bailing him out of more clutches than you've ever been seeing. So Art is talking specifically about what Yuri has been up to.
Yuri actually has been like our best player on Europe, and he's actually the most solid overall ever on the team. So that's not a surprise for me that he's doing so well in Europe. He's actually doing way better than all of us together. So in that sense, and he's also the guy that I trust more to play with, because I don't know if he just understands me better, and it's like predictable what he does for me. So it's easier for me to play with him and to put him in positions where I can just speak to him directly and he can organize stuff in the game. Because most of the time I'm just doing on the fly stuff. So I kind of rely on someone else to help me when I cannot be there. So he, in that sense, is all around just a very good player and very solid, and that's why like he's doing so well.
And Yuri has been doing so well, but I like that little point about finding solutions there.
Yeah, listen, we've had the pleasure and the fortune to cast them a couple of times in here, and something that really struck me is that they actually can get out of situations. They have a 40% win rate of 4v5 to the 25% of NaVi. That's a huge difference.
Yeah.
We've seen Furia battle out of crazy situations. Clutch, they should never be able to win situations so dire, but they find a way, and that to me, that's a huge plus.
But that 4v5 is normally just Art goes, Art tries, Art dies, and they explode.
We always talk about how important first kills are, but when you're mentioning stats like you're just bringing up right here, it makes it so much more important for NaVi right here. You cannot allow yourself to die to Art. You cannot allow him to find the first kills, because you're going to lose 75% of those rounds where you're playing 4 against 5. That's simply not good enough for NaVi, and that rate should be better, you know, and that potentially can be better. But that's the thing, right? If you find Simple in the beginning of the rounds, then there's only Electronic left with enough firepower to go up against the rest of Furia. And you talked about it, Matthew, you know, Furia is a team that, sure, they try to bail themselves out by individual skill, but if you look at the 5 players right here, you can see the clear disparity, right? You have 2 players who are world-class players who are up there with the very best in the world, and then you have 3 players who by no means are bad Counter-Strike players. They're just not on the same level.
Well, right now, this lineup of NaVi is the one we know and love, but good old Flamey did get pushed to the side on Inferno against Astralis to have Bit come in. We haven't seen him since, but it has seen Flamey perform better.
Yes, it might have been, you know, a little bit a kick in the nards just to get activated again. And if you're Flamey, why not? That can work. It's one of these mechanisms that can come to play when you have a 6-man roster. Suddenly someone is a little bit, you know, afraid of his position, has to put up a fight. Listen, I think this NaVi is looking actually quite good in this tournament. We have to be honest. They won 2-1 against Astralis, and that game was a reference game as far as I'm concerned. Then they go down to Vitality, the best team in the world, in double overtime on both maps. So just take it easy. That's a good-looking NaVi. We've seen way worse out of them. Right now, I think, tactically speaking, they're quite interesting as well. And Simple is still always redefining the freaking rules of Counter-Strike, I guess. That's what he does.
And when it comes to Boomich, Jacob, how much here do we need him to kind of micromanage the situation, to play around what Art is going to bring to them?
A lot. Like, he is very, very important tonight, because Maniac is onto something when he's saying that Simple, he's breaking the rules right now. He's on route to have one of the strongest performances he's ever had, you know, and we're talking about Simple in a world-class tournament with the best teams out there. So a guy like Boomich, the guy you see here on your screen, we've seen him being activated a little bit, I would say, both as a player but also as an in-game leader. I remember when NaVi won against Astralis on Dust 2 on their T side, they were dragging out the pace. They were outplaying Astralis. Astralis couldn't find a solution to deal with NaVi on Dust 2, and we've just seen Astralis completely demolish D2, right? So Astralis by no means a bad Dust 2 team. I think we can contribute a lot of that to Boomich. He was the one calling in that game. He was the one dragging out the pace, and he set up the team to win, something we don't often see with NaVi. It's all about Simple. It's all about Electronic. But if we can get a little bit of sprinkles with the Boomich in there, that'd be nice.
Let's see if we can get that sprinkle in there, because Boomich, he's got a hell of a task on his hand going up against Art.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about Art, because we saw G2 actually having quite a lot of success when they were focusing on neutralizing Art on the particular map of Nuke in their series. So is that something that you're going to be focusing on, trying to, you know, counter Art and that aggression that he can show around the map?
No, focus on the old team members, but we will expect some more aggression from Art, like on Nuke. He's always like pushing outside behind the red, so we just need to expect it. That's all.
When I last spoke to you, we spoke a little bit about Bit and the amount of time that he had to practice with the team. So since your last matchup, have you had any more time to practice with him? Is there anything you've been focusing on with him?
No, then the tournament started. We don't have time to practice with Bit more. But when we was playing versus Vitality, he was preparing with us because we think like Vitality maybe pick Inferno, and he was just on team discuss for 2 hours, and that's all.
Speaking of Inferno, of course, that is the map that we've seen Bit coming out to play on. And we know that Furia also love a little bit of Inferno themselves. So if we see that map tonight, will we be seeing Bit coming out to play for the NaVi squad?
Yeah, I think we will see the Bit today if Furia picked Inferno. So that's all.
I like it. We might get a bit of more Bit action going up against Furia. He had a trial by fire, quite literally, going up against Astralis. This might be more manageable.
I guess that's one way to.
It's the lesser of two evils.
Yes, exactly. You take a step down and say, okay, this time around you try Furia. Good luck with that one.
Yeah, definitely good luck with that one. But when it comes to Bit, right, this man right here, he is the untested, unproven. He is 17 years old, but he didn't do good or bad when it came to going up against Astralis, right? He did enough, I guess.
Yeah, maybe a little bit less than enough, I would say, right?
Okay.
He did end up losing, and he didn't really have any impact. But as you said, I'm not going to stand here and say he did poor or he did bad.
Yeah.
I think he did his absolute best. And at the time being, maybe it's too soon for us to expect him to be a difference maker within NaVi. You're playing alongside Simple. You're playing alongside Electronic. You know, you're not going to be the difference maker joining a team like this. So if you can do like a perfecto, just be good enough to be, you know, decent without being better than that, I think that would be the goal for him coming into a matchup like this.
Now I want to get into this veto because it's going to get so interesting.
All right. Don't want to jump the gun.
Yeah, you might expect some Inferno.
I might expect some Inferno.
Obviously, Furious does 2 bans, screws over NaVi a little bit.
And I think they actually counter each other when it comes to peaks and vibe, which is an interesting vibe. There's going to be a Vertigo ban coming out of NaVi that would make sense. There you go. These are very punitive bans. Now, Furia, they can and they will probably go on Inferno because we have seen Bit in the lineup. I'm not saying that's a tell, but that would also make sense. If you're Furia and your Inferno has looked so pristine, why would you not pick it? There we go. Now, for NaVi, I think there are 2 main routes they can take. They can either make a statement and say, you know what, you can play Nuke, but we can play it better, and we're going to stick to Nuke because we've been picking it against anyone and winning it, or they go for Train. They go for Nuke, I accept that. That's the authority pick. Say, hey, do you know who I am? I'm going to pick Nuke, and that's it. It's my world. But now for the third map, NaVi, they actually have a chance. Let me just take a second. There could be Mirage. Could be on. What do you think, Jacob?
Yeah, I think Mirage would be great for both teams, to be honest. I think both would be fairly comfortable with that one.
Oh, no. Yeah,
Overpass. We don't see a lot of overpass.
No.
To be honest, Furia and overpass are by no means a frightening team. That's, maybe that one weak link in this video right here. But may I say it, right? Inferno, they've won 9 games in a row. 6 of those games, the last 6 games they played, no team have been able to get it to double digits against Furia. If I ever saw a punish pick, if I ever saw a favorite, in Furia versus NaVi on a map like Inferno, it would be Furia. Then you go into Nuke. Furia, they were a decent Nuke team, and NaVi have only recently shown that they play Nuke to a high level. So if you're just judging by the video, there's no doubt who won this one. That'd be Furia. If it goes to a third one, though, that changes again, because then I feel NaVi would be the favorites.
We've said it all before of what can happen with the NaVi camp, but now they've got to deal with Furia. It's a totally different ball game and a team that haven't faced up against each other for quite some time. We're starting on Inferno. We get to see Bit in action after the break.
Welcome back, everybody. We're still here. You're still here. That's the good news. And, of course, Furia and NaVi in the server now. So we've had a changing of the guard, Mohan. We've got new challengers.
Bit
is in the server. That's a fact.
He was nervous last time.
Oh, my God.
He was visibly nervous.
I mean, while the game was live, I wasn't going to make fun of him. But that was another day, so now I think it's fair game.
He was getting a 25 to 30 bullet range to finish some of those sprays.
Some of them sprays were... off the mark.
He got thrown to the wolves, man. Had to play against... Okay, this is 2 maps. Okay, this is horrible for Bit, right? He plays against Astralis on Inferno, the first match he's ever played on NaVi. And now he surely has a higher score than 0 after that one map, right?
I mean, it wasn't that bad.
I gotta give him something.
Yeah.
It wasn't a great match for him. Impact-wise, you could just see the nerves were there. But we know how good he can be. And we definitely saw like flashes of it. But it's just literally, I think, just about him getting comfortable. But now, like, talk about... a challenge that doesn't set you up for the next one. They're playing against Furia now. Literally, the 2 polar opposite teams in top form.
Yeah.
Like, they didn't even practice against Furia. The last time NaVi played against Furia was a year and a half ago, in July 2019. And look, they're meditating. How's he going to win?
He might not. You know, that's the reality of the situation. He may not be ready for this level of gameplay with these sorts.
What $425,000 tournament he gets thrown into at the end of the year?
That's money. I suppose on the you know, the silver lining here is that after playing Astralis and after playing Furia, nothing should catch you off guard.
You can beat anybody else. Yeah,
Nothing.
You should be ready. But then there's gonna be a break. They're going to Global Challenge, I guess.
Who?
We don't know if it NaVi. Probably, right?
You'd think.
They should be qualified.
I don't know. We don't look on
some
that
teams
side
are
of the
ending
fence
on
longer.
this tournament. Some are going to the Global Challenge.
Yeah, both these teams will be at the next one.
Okay. So there's at least that. But yeah, it's tough. And it's actually 2 great Inferno teams as well.
That is a very truthful statement.
That's the thing. Furia's Inferno, I used to really think it was super overrated, but I feel like it's just gotten better and better. And they're owning it. Vinferno seems to be a regular thing now.
Oh.
It was like 1 map a month. You'd get like 38 kill Vinny.
It's
now,
like you had to watch and wait for it.
He's very consistent.
Now it's just there.
He just loves these angles. And when you ask him about it, he just like, I don't know.
He just
and
smiles.
then he smiles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys.
It's just easy.
I love this map.
I mean, I get that, right? Like, as CS players, you understand that. Some maps, you just like the angles. Some people hate overpass angles. Some people love overpass
Overpass, A site with an op.
Oh. Yeah. I mean, some people, yeah. And like, Vinny, he loves Inferno. He was born in it, raised by it, molded by it.
It's where he thrives.
It's where he thrives 100%. So Furia, they look very, very scary on Inferno. And man, it's going to be a huge test for NaVi. We look at Inferno stats. As Simple restarts his computer. They have lost 2 times in a row, 1-2 before that. They're up and down. They play really strong teams, so it's, you know, to be expected that it's going to be difficult. And they went 16-14 versus 14-16, I should say, versus Astralis last time. Bit went 13-24, and I'll say it again. He was definitely nervous. He wasn't playing like himself, so expect Bit to maybe be a bit more comfortable at least. But playing again, I mean, I can only imagine how many. This guy was probably downloading every Furia movie he could find, translating the subtitles under Furia video comments.
Sure.
Trying to find information about the system, trying to watch demos. That or just focus on his own game. Did none of that.
Did none of that.
Hopefully he did the former, because it is worthwhile to watch Furia demos. I think it's always a concern for Furia that their style is such that they can be hard countered. We saw Astralis do it. And they struggle versus unknown quantities. Like, they do get better versus the teams that they play against regularly, but when we don't know how they're supposed to do, it can be hard. But I'm sure other teams will say that about Furia. No one wants to play Furia for the first time. This is going to be very, very interesting to watch, to see where Bit lands. Look at the rest of the Inferno stats. Simple had a 30-11 game, and then they lost 16-14. And then Bit got subbed out for Nuke. Well, not subbed out, because he just is only coming in on Inferno so far. Okay, well, that's enough preamble.
It is time.
We get into the match.
It is time.
For the first time since July 2019.
Woo, look at those logos.
Furia
smash.
And Natis Vinsir, baby.
Let's go. Let's do it. We got nowhere else to be, nowhere else to go. And if you do, clear the schedule. This one's gonna be a banger. Perfecto, he's got them double Berettas.
Unsilenced USPS.
What? Why?
It's just what he does.
Oh, I wanna just tell you. Hey, prove me wrong. All right. Get a bit of both worlds. Dual Berettas for Perfecto up close. Off of the flashbang, he tries to make those ones work. I don't know if Simple's on record somewhere telling everybody why he's taking the silencer off.
It's just like there's no real reason to do it.
But it must. Ooh. USPs start to silently chip away at these A players.
Uh-oh.
We've got Furia trying to commit into the graveyard stairs, and sure enough, that's where Electronic falls. Smoke over towards the Moto.
He just uses Electronic's nade to nade Boomich.
Boomich jumps on that one. Let's see it, Bit. Walking around the short side, he's got a teammate back behind him. There is a chance that Yuri goes and peeks out from Boiler, but Perfecto, he decides to challenge that. And that's the Berettas down. Yuri versus Bit up close to the Boiler, sees the shadow, takes the headshot, and now it's all on Boomich. He's gonna walk into the site. He's got K-Serrato closer, but the gun goes dry. One shot left and 2 targets to take means there's simply no time.
That's wrapped. I think Electronic goes for the right left click, HE grenade, and then accidentally doesn't throw it. Then it gets picked up, used against them. Yuri wins his duels up in the halls. Pick goes down. I remember the first round that he played versus Astralis, got 3K on the USP. We're like, oh, that was pretty scary. But you can't always have that impact on pistol. Sometimes 50-50. Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be bad.
Force buy up, double deagle. Double CZ, 5-7.
We know what Boomich is all about normally on Inferno.
Sitting on the sandbags.
Sitting on the sandbags. And he, even when they know he's there, he's good at getting kills. And listen, it's a new team, so better believe you're going to find him there sometimes. But this time, he's just sitting way back, letting the round come to him. Hands off the wheel. Looking for the molly, executes, or looking for the exact shingle. And no execution just yet. Their plans get postponed because of this smoke that lands in their face. And they'll start to rock it back over towards the A site. Rotation from Bit over to B. And they can just kind of avoid him.
Further deagle damage. Oh, Simple slaps Yuri down as he tries to pressure onto the arch side. They get the AK back. Simple on 9 health. Single bullet will do the trick. Just gotta make sure you don't get hit in the meantime. He's going to continue to keep up this arch pressure. Still, we have that... Oh, Simple. He's got 3 kills before Vinny finally frags him. And Vinny could get blindsided by the player here in pit. Electronic dealing the damage, dealing the death. And Henny, all that's left. 1 versus 4, 8 seconds on the clock, and continuous deagle damage.
Hit him with the connection. This is a simple highlight reel already. Into round 2. Crazy shots being hit here. Walking it down. First, it's just a body spam to slow Art down, take him down, then Yuri goes out in this peak right here. Bow! Beautiful stuff. Gotta give it up. Clap for him. It's a nice round, Simple. Electronic, he also came up huge, I think, in their last series, even though they've had some very close losses. They at least beat Astralis, you know, in the 90th round, literally. Maybe even more, because there maybe was an OT, and then 2 OT losses to Vitality could very easily be coming in from the upper bracket. This could be Vitality versus Furia. So they've been pretty awesome. Honestly, I was quite impressed. I feel like NaVi, they're a bit all over the place. It felt like they took too long to get started in halves, but by the end, it felt like they really had a lot of control. They were learning from their mistakes. They play a specific style that I feel like is inherently flawed sometimes, but they do creative stuff. And Simple as form is unquestionable.
Art kind of relegated to no man's land. Boomich body bags that one. 5 versus 3. Comfortable here for NaVi. Penny's going to chase down Perfecto, though. Boomich, trade frags. K-Serato's been smoked off this entire time. A little creepy crawler named Yuri had worked his way along brackets, but that also gets shut down. So Furia on all fronts, getting bested by NaVi, looking to stabilize after winning that force in the last one. And they certainly will.
And they even kept majority alive in the force-up round. So they'll do this one, big money-making round. K-Serrato with the Deagle. Let this clock run dry if they don't peek him. No real incentive for NaVi to hunt down this frag. And that'll mean K-Serrato will feel pressured to come forward. He definitely wants to try to get him to fight. So he'll run through and Simple will out-duel him. Great start again from Simple. And do we have money?
Do we have money? No.
No money.
$2,000 average for the entirety of Furia.
You know, we need the 10th grade science fair eco creative setup of the match.
Did you have good science projects as a kid?
Horrible.
Yeah, I expected as much.
I made like some like volcano out of like cleaning products. It didn't actually accomplish anything. Just gushed over the sides. You couldn't tell if it was broken or not.
Man was looking for a reason to make a mess. That frag grenade doesn't make a mess of much. 1 point of health is all it took off Vinny. Vin's gonna peek out, set that crossfire alongside the brackets. We get this challenge here from Yuri. Glocks out, and not much comes of it. Furia. They give over that third round at NaVi with nothing but ease.
How many players have died? I need you to mouse. I'm pressing tab, you mouse. 2 players in the last 3 rounds have died for NaVi.
2.
The money is there. Mountain to climb here for Furia.
Small mountain, early mountain.
No ops in play for either side. Boomich hanging on to the Mac 10. And Furia will try to power their way to the top of Banana. Late Molotov comes down here. Incendiary from the CT side. They'll be pushed back. They're trying to bait forward these grenades. They're going to be happy to see that NaVi do use some of their utility. Now here's where we get the test. Can Furia be Furia?
I like this little walk peek along the top of it, but they don't see anything. 3-man initial setup here for NaVi. Bit back in the corner, same position as last round, but a bigger challenge, and he holds on. Convincing first hold here from Bit. 5v3, Furia facing off versus the man disadvantage, and met by an Incendiary. This slows things down, gets Simple to start moving over, and the closer Simple gets, the smaller your chances are. A single smoke left on Art. K-Serrato just looking for some kind of a kill, some sort of success. Because for the time being, it is all NaVi. Boomich. He drops K-Serrato off at the side of the Mac 10. 2T still trying to contend, and there is the construction wraparound. That's big. Now it's just Boomich, and he gets pinched. A 2 versus 4 turned 2v2, and they still have time to plant that wraparound from Art.
No way they get away with that. The 2 rotations are finally here. And they know they're locked in. So Furia haven't taken a risk of coming around the other side, but they are going for the double push into Con, and I think he sees a feat. Oh my god, he doesn't. And Henny will win both duels. 2-on-4 situation, one like that.
Henny with the 4K. Art with the crucial kill that pulls Simple off of what was that double man coffin stack.
What is...
Henny holds back sight, waits. Once that one comes in, it is all
the deep
Henny.
smoke. I was wondering why they couldn't see from CT spawn. There's a deep smoke there. Oh, pretty insane. I think Henny shooting at the guy in the back, and Bit peeks into his crosshairs. Bit's looking for the trade. What a way back into the game here for Furia. That is a huge mistake made by NaVi. Big flub.
Oh, that's a bit of a body block. Tries to hit him with the drive-by. Boomich regains vision, shuts down Art. K-Serrato is going to trade frag onto him. This leaves one player stranded in the back of the site. Perfecto still with 0 kills. Looking for his first. Looking to lay down the hurt. Fire falls forward. Henny down low. Simple just trying to get this spam damage in. But again, it's this deep smoke grenade that keeps NaVi off of the B site. And sure enough, with Furia getting this bomb plant, I think NaVi save. Another B site success story for Furia. This time not a 2v4. This time far more convincing.
Not enough pressure. Not enough pressure. NaVi asked for the exec to come to them. The rotations are late because of it once again, and their site hold is not good enough. Boomich, he gets chased down. He luckily gets ARP, but immediately the refrag is there. Once again, the CTs are not from the A site. So they'll go for it in this next round, but here it is. Again, open lines from CT, no fast rotation. K-Serrado can cross over into construction, and Perfecto dies in the back of the site. Too much pressure, not enough support.
Please don't.
Bit in the warm. I think he heard you. Bit in the warm-up, just shooting everybody on Furia in the head.
He's like, oh, so this is what it feels like to get kills.
Right.
It's way easier than Astralis. And now Furia, they're shooting back.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
You know what? Things are still pretty good for Bit. 6-2.
No, he had a good, that one good lane hold.
Yep.
That was like, okay, maybe the nerves are off. He looked sharp. Yeah, the spray was there.
Went back into the cover, came back at the right time. So I feel like the biggest issue wasn't even the sprays. I mean, that was an issue, but it was just like the overcommitments at times. You know, standing in the open and committing to a multiplayer gunfight as opposed to falling back. Boomich, he can't fall back.
Here as well.
They are going to completely try to pounce him, trounce him.
Oh, it's Bit here.
And surround him, but Bit, yep, a part of the success story. Oh, or not. Poor guy gets gunned down trying to run away.
This is the timing. Could have got out of there. Smoke comes up. Finny is looking for 2.
Smoke meets him, though. Does he go through this? That's a bit of a challenge, and he's going to try to call it out. Perfecto just got back behind the new box. MP9 from Boomich. Good for another kill. And we have NaVi with the 2-man advantage.
Couple new players, but Henny got 3 kills in the 2v4 last time. Coming into B once again, 2v2. Let's see if Boomich and Perfecto make a mistake. They lose some HP here. That Molotov will cancel out a little bit of the smoke, but they'll be able to come up right after it. Still no CT rotation, so 2v2 on the site.
They fall silent and wait. Perfecto peeks, confirms they're here. Oh, and he even takes Henny with him. Nice kill. It's all on Yuri. He's now at half health, 20 seconds.
They're just going to rush fast.
Yeah,
they got.
Not going to work out for the first one. Let's see if they rush again. Waiting for the flashbang. He is fully blind, regains vision, regains a chance. But Simple tucks his head down, and that is NaVi with the retake. 2 survivors up.
That was very close, but they close it out finally. 2 kills, and I mean, these late round situations in B, it doesn't feel like the 2 CTs are super connected to each other. They're just trying to trade down favorably and hope for the rotations to come in. Not always in super comfortable spots, but here is the early round that goes so well. That MP9 rattles up K-Serrado. Bit jumps up on top of the sandbags, and then they combine the 1-2 punch. Boomich comes in at the end as well with the MP9, and Astralis win back around. Quickly, we run through this half. A lot of fast B hits, a lot of top banana control being taken. And it's hard to get a feel for who's actually got control of things. It's very 50-50 in some of these rounds. It's obviously a lot more chaotic than when we saw G2 and Astralis, but that's the nature of these teams.
Oh, lining them up. Can't make the most of it. Boomich sticking around alongside Bit.
The coffin flashes were beautiful. They had 2 fighting. All the T's were facing forward. They made him eat the flashes and run through blind.
Yeah, Bit comes back. He wants another hit of that. And off of the flashbang, fades away. No reason to give away this 5v4. Tons of damage done as well versus K-Serrado and Henny. They boost one up onto the half wall in case CT smoke soars forward. 50 seconds left to play, and Furia looking a little stranded here on Banana.
Furia's whole game plan is try to get into B. It seems like they really are intent on it. And again, with how, like, when all the utilities over and done with, I think they feel comfortable with the idea of trying to get in then. They'll come through with another exact 40 seconds up. The boost here in CT spawn, they'll see if this works out.
Boomich still waiting on it. Gets the insta-headshot, drops down, doubles up, and almost a chance at the triple. Perfecto's gonna slide away, kill a player as Quesarado tears things back, but he is just one man, and he'd already taken so much damage that NaVi, they'll find their 5th.
I don't know, Furia, they just want to keep trying it. They can keep on trying it if they'd like to. The more rounds they do this NEA control, the more obvious it's going to get. They're going to try to switch it up eventually. Good hold here from Boomich. Of course, they could have got that entry. Maybe feel like... I think the trick is with NaVi sometimes, it feels like you're coming close to rounds, but then they still always, like, clutch it out. And now Furia will have to go on to pistols. And once again, try something creative. Simple with a flash and an ult. Find one opening and get away.
So,
just kidding, he's back.
Maybe watch a little bit. Ooh. Come on, another. You got 2 players to shoot at. Wild that is Art's 2nd kill. He's got tons of assists, 5 already. 61 ADR. Electronic's gonna peek over top of the flames, calls them out. Smokes up. Not too long of a waiting game because they flash through this. Look at a challenge on Art's side. Electronic Perfecto locking down the brackets. It's a bit of a slaughter here versus Furia, but as to be expected. No armor, just pistols. Now they're back in with a bye.
So this would be a big win for them. For NaVi on Inferno, it's their lowest win rate map right now that they play. 45%, of course, it is Inferno. So some of these wins are going to be hard to come by, but because they're just filled up with so much European experience, it means they're always going to be a very decent team internationally to play Inferno versus, right? As much as NaVi might not want to play this map versus Astralis, it doesn't mean that they're not relatively strong or have tons of reps on it in general.
That's a chunky nade.
Very much. Again, nothing special so far, just playing back, and Furia just want to take the game plan here once again. I feel like they just feel like if we get top and B control, we can punish, but they can't.
Whoa. Shot sing by. Oh, I thought Vinny was going to be able to catch him off, but Simple is just too sharp at the moment. He is 11 and 4, just cutting down player after player. No respect being shown. Henny running for the hills has to stop. Knows he's being chased, and it's not just Simple. Perfecto's even closer. Boomich here. Look at this gaggle of gangsters. NaVi. They're going to get themselves another round off of the back of that one, and these rounds just keep flooding their side of the scoreboard. 7-3, and they force Furia back.
They're making a
into
point.
An awkward bye.
Yeah, this might be the exact answer to what Furia plays. Like, they're just happy to stand and fight out in the open. It is so scrappy. When we compare again Infernos to this one to the last one, like, both their styles are just so chaotic. Yeah, and, okay, we're going to have another attack timeout. So I think Furia have already called one, right? Is this the first one they've called, or is this the third one?
This is their first one.
Okay.
Used.
Yeah, but I thought they called one. Okay, never mind. I mean, every single round has basically ended B besides an eco. But it's going to be another half investment, or it's going to have the brunt of the utility. Here we pick up an impact grenade. Oh, they got 4 HEs. All right, now we're talking. Things get a little spicier. Let's see what they try to do. Now, they do have Boomich out in the open. And they are going towards B. So it looks like they want to try to catch him in a certain spot. But they split up the nades. They don't find the kill. They eat some grenades in the process.
Yep.
And Bunovic is once again happy to peek.
Damn, CT Molly lands on the mark.
They really told themselves they'd be able to kill Boomich.
Get the ones in chat. He is lucky to be alive. Now, there was a chance there that NaVi also decided to just barrel down middle. We saw them get kind of awkward. Oh my god. Simple. Doesn't even let go of mouse 1.
Yeah, dumpsters them. He's the rotation that comes in. It's literally like Groundhog Day right now. Every time they run into B, it's Boomich. They get the first 2 kills. Simple to come in for the cleanup. Perfecto's just staying alive, throwing flashes for everybody to help him get them. And this was just an eco, so they want to give it another shot. They haven't been able to get that one lucky entry to help them tumble in. But, you know, I actually understand why Furia keep trying this. You know, teams playing back in the site like that, the rotation's going to be too difficult. They had their successes on B already, but those days are long past. NaVi on fire.
Simple and Boomich, 14 kills each. Doubled that of the next two players in line. NaVi very much on fire at the moment. It has been this continuation towards the B bomb site. We haven't seen much of anything else out of Furia recently. Once more, Quesarado is going to throw some utility here at the minute mark, but clearly there's some feelers on the A site. Smoke shown. NaVi no. There's nothing they can do about it. Not with these more passive positions.
Kind of surprised how dynamic Bit's role has been. He's kind of been, we saw him at lane versus Astralis. He's playing the Arch Rotator right now. He's been in B in a couple of rounds. And Furia just going to pretend that this is the A hit. But it doesn't really matter if NaVi, you're playing 2-3 the whole round anyway. Okay. Well, they won't get fought in the choke point, so that's a bonus.
Boomich looking for a line of sight. They've got that construction wraparound. Ooh, Art off of the side of Oranges. He's able to open up. Perfecto diving back into the cover. He had nobody to help him there. That deep smoke grenade yet again coming in from Furia certainly helps with their B take. You can see the intimidation factor as Bit played close to it. They tried to boost a man up, saw nothing.
Yeah.
Did they save?
I think so. I mean, they're not going to go for this now. There's two people here. I guess they just have won so many rounds they want to try it, but I mean, it makes sense, right? Like no one's there top banana. They get there, they come late, whatever. 2 in the site, no one's rotated over, hit the site. They're still losing some rounds, but they should be trying it. They should be winning. So it makes sense they finally do pick one up. And the deep smoke, of course, the rotators, if they're going to be late, then that's a really, really strong smoke to use. You can see Furia's game plan. It's very apparent. Finally, they'll pick up a round. Boomich and Perfecto having much more success when they're fighting as players are turning the corner, not so much when you're back up into the site. Very nice shot here from Mark to open things up, and Perfecto has too much pressure on him to get much more.
Still double the round count, of course, 8-4 for NaVi. Will this one round be an anomaly? They've got a chance at 3 more.
This is where you randomly halt pop.
Right, just completely shift up the game. Oh, a little delayed drop there. Yuri needs a gun. That actually gets Furia a little slower out of spawn. Not a problem. Plenty of time.
Well, NaVi, they're not going to overthink it. They're going to play off what they've seen. Have Simple rotate over. Sit back. They've kept Sandbag's control here. And Furia are going to go over towards top mid. It's open. Oh, this seems like a strong call. Bit, can he hold?
Tries to walk away. He's got his 1 kill. They trade places. Simple inside of the fire. Oh my goodness. Loses 70 HP. Electronic's going to focus forward onto Art. Frag grenade goes bouncing beyond him. Chips away at the 2 CTs inside of sight. Yuri, he is right there on the smoke. It's Art to get that first kill. Boomich is going to answer. Electronic now revealed, and he steals a 2nd kill in this situation. Quesarado inside of the site, and Simple blows his head off.
Damn. Amazing from Electronic sitting on the site. Don't even know how that unfolded. All 3 kills from on top in the smokes. That's actually a great round from Furia. They, you know, get to the A site. There's no one there at Arch. They make all the way around. And Electronic just puts together this 3K. No one can trade him. Beautiful stuff from him on the site, holding a wicked shot to end it. Of course, Simple's got to steal the show in a little way. But here's where Furia basically just needed to commit harder. Yeah, get towards him, trade things out a little bit faster, not even have anybody rotating in yet from the CT side. They're looking a little bit slow to start.
Ouch. Half of Simple's health is gone. This is everything Furia could afford. Tech 9 in the play. Bit with Electronic here on mid. And he disengages this time around. Henny, he's the second player in. It's actually Yuri, the front runner. Bit, nicely done. Slides back into the cover, comes at him from a different angle. And Yuri, he's going to be stuck inside of Graveyard as Boomich jumps up into the apartments. He hears that bomb carrier running. This is a man advantage for NaVi. But Boomich, the element of surprise, could just immediately kill Yuri. However, he tucked his head. He stayed down. In case Serato, well, he reloads backside. That's an audio cue to confirm it. The question Navi has to ask is, where is Yuri? Now they know. Simple, just barely missing that wall bang, forces Yuri up. Perfecto now going to be burned into the open, and Yuri, he took that headshot versus Simple. Perfecto, 1 point of health, stuck between two T's, and Furia managed the heat. They will find a 5th round at least.
Oh, what a crazy round. 2 rounds at A as we near the end of the half. Furia finally putting them together. This one, it looked like that flank from Boomich, it was all wrapped up. Bit got this 2K spray down on the site. Actually phenomenal spray control and almost tested Yuri as well. And then Yuri wins this duel versus Boomich. That's everything. They try to wrap in from both Arch and Lane. Molly spreads on Perfecto, ruins his odds in the 1v2. And then now here we are. What could be a 6-9 half, but there's even a better buy on the CT side than maybe on the T side. Off and play here for Simple. He's got eyes down mid. Back to basics in their setup. Boomich will get tagged down early by an HE. Oh, 2 perfect HEs. He's down to 7.
Got off a little bit of damage of his own. Furia with a little spice here at the end of their T side. Things were looking flat. They've picked up 2 of the last 3. With a potential for 1 more. Utility's getting a little bit low. Nobody here in Banana, though, for Navi. They boost a player up on the CT spawn, and Boomich, he's got to be careful. Remember, he only has 7 points of health. Moves on to the coffin to post that op up. Terrorists, no frag grenade. Nothing can go soaring in on him. No fire at his feet to get that 1 little tick of damage. But they can't smoke him out. He jumps over top of it. Furia still sitting outside of this B site, have 1 player over on Arch. That should be Bit's responsibility. Look at these 3 CTs. Everybody using a bit of verticality. It's Perfecto to fire off and reposition. Yuri will find Boomich. Simple, he kept his head tucked, and now he gets a reward. 2? No, just 1. They're able to clear out every player from that B bomb site. And Bit's going to alleviate a bit of pressure with the kill towards Arch. This is the last round of the half. Navi, they have to attempt the retake. I thought Simple was going to go big. But somebody saves Vinny. Yuri. Man of the 15th round. 2 kills and 100 health still to fight. Bit flashing a frag. They've got no idea where these T's are at. And Vinny posts up with that op. Electronics just going to tuck into the corner here. Yuri, he has not been fooled until now. He looks away, but he's committed to the tree. And that's all he needs. A 6th round for Furia. Doubling their round count. From 3 to 6 in the final 4 rounds.
Please don't use all the clips where I fail.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Fall Games. I'm your host Maniac, and we are still surfing with our 4 remaining competitors. Now we start off with Dupree.
Please don't use all the clips where I fail.
Slow and steady does it.
I can tell. But I think I'm learning now, you know. And then like this, and then like this, and then like this, and then like this.
You live and you learn. Well, that's a lot of turns for Dupree. But he's got the speed now.
And just go all the way like this.
There you go. Now we move on to Nico. Well, that was fast. That was too fast. Low angle again. Into the hole with maximum speed. Oh, he's flirting with the danger.
Easy first place for now.
That was a really good time. We move on to Rups. I can see he's got some experience in surfing. Look at that angle. Oh my god. That was amazing. That was amazing from Rups.
I guess we're done.
Hey, you can smile. You can smile. You've earned it.
Yeah.
Finally, we have Art. It's looking pretty good. Oh! He's got the IGL mindset, trying to analyze. Okay, this time he's through. He's got max speed. Not too bad. And this is where we are with the leaderboard.
What's good?
Oh, just chilling.
Okay. We
Just
got
sitting back.
NaVi, Furia, first map, 6-9 in favor of NaVi. If you missed it, Furia rushed B 15 times in a row. They won 6 times. No, they won 2 rounds over on A. Most of the game plan went towards B. They kept it really simple. I can see why they kept trying.
Yeah.
They thought they could kill Boomich, but Boomich was feeling it today. He went 15 and 6, 15 and 8. I'm blind. He got more kills than deaths. And now the CTs are in a really rough spot.
Well, let's see
what you can do.
Oh, they eat a flashbang here towards Banana. Bit's got the opening kill. Bit is having a far better performance versus Furia than Astralis.
Oh, the nerves are off.
No longer playing with the shackles of fear. Clearing out all these corners. Electronics going to come down from Boiler. Hello. Ew, it's ugly, but hey, man, whatever works.
Oh, that 80-80 pistol spam never changed. Bit, get out of there.
Bomb's going to be able to sprint over to the A site. There is nobody there to stop it. Perfecto's trying to take a man with him. He knows his days are limited, but he does a good job of delaying what feels like the inevitable.
Oh, that was delayed longer than the Cyberpunk release.
Ouch.
That you just refunded.
I did. I need help. Somebody help me build a PC.
Help Furia. They've got a hell of a retake.
That is, in fact, exactly what they have their hands full with, and Boomich getting the kill onto Yuri makes things all the worse. They could double back on Arch, sure. Kill simple, that's something, but with the Apartments player drawing their attention, time is the issue. They do not have a kit. Art will execute Boomich, but Electronics just hanging out here, sitting inside the pit, ready for that bomb to pop off, and while Henny hits his headshot, it is still 10 rounds for NaVi.
The side default plan is a power move. NaVi get 10. This would be a statement game over Furia. It would be a statement map over Furia on Inferno, a map that they appear to have gotten a lot better at. I don't want to say, they haven't. They definitely have shown some really good results recently. Have impressed, and they beat G2 on it 16-5, G2 twice, 1-16-5, 1-16-8, OG 16-9, North 16-6, Liquid 16-6, Virtus Pro 16-6, Isurus 16-14, MIBR 16-11, 100 Thieves 16-14. They haven't lost since then. What?
It's kind of wild.
That's insane. They have barely any double-digit. I mean, there's no losses in like the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games. They're on a 9-map win streak.
NaVi want to take it away from him. Yo, USPs. Good for 1 kill. AK back out from Simple. Was he just styling on them with that deagle? He's had an AK this whole time, right?
Pretty much. I think he has been trying to prove something, and he has been proving it. So again, in the last 6 games, there's not been a single-digit win. No team has got more than 10 rounds on Furia, let alone win. And in total, they're on a 9-map win streak on this map. So that's kind of incredible, and there are a significant amount of European teams involved in that.
NaVi are taking them by force. at least for the first few rounds here. All right, we're at the 17th. This is going to be the 11-6. It's a strong start for NaVi on the T side. They've got lots of money to come into this next round of the bye and still have bank. But this is where we need to see Furia turn things around. CT side of Inferno, a key piece to that 9-map win streak, correct?
Maybe. They've got a T round win percentage of 60%, and then CT is right up there. So I guess no matter where they land, they do really well. So maybe their CT side can bring it back, but this map just leans more T favorite every single day, so it's gonna be very scary going against NaVi.
In addition to the fact that NaVi just looked pretty on point this evening. 18 kills for Simple, 16 on Boomich, 14 for both Electronic and Bit.
Kind of, yeah. It does feel like they were feeding them a little bit, but yeah, they just never died. Never ever died.
They got the rifles, but they did not afford them any utility. My goodness. 1 smoke and 1 flash, all they have left at a minute mark. Furia, that is. Belts of utility for NaVi.
NaVi, they're going back to the old style.
Molly into the logs, not going to find anything. Vinny's going to get blinded, just kind of tucks into the corner. Mac 10 denied by the ump. Simple catching Vinny beyond this, and even though he hits the headshot, it's just that SMG bit. He's going to execute. K Serrato never saw that coming. Bomb is drawn back, and Furia split down the middle.
Bit is a bit of a problem. He's hitting really hot at the moment.
Yuri's going to walk in on this. He hears the movement, hears the utility usage, and they go ahead for the double peek. Oh, what could have been.
That was
but Bit, another kill, his second here in the 18th.
Yeah, 16-9. Much better performance already than he had versus Astralis, like by a significant margin. Less deaths, more kills. Henny 1v2, he'll try to run it up mid, and it looks like try to go for it, but it's so unlikely. I mean, just from the positions, you can pick anywhere to play from. But who walks into Boiler? Boomich. He's taking a few steps down. There's a chance maybe at the 1v1. No. And he knows better. He'll fall out. Anyone gonna fly across mid? Nope. No one even wants to test it. 12th round for NaVi. A nice, well-orchestrated double peek. It looked like, as you said, the spray control from Yuri was so sick, he almost got it, but at the same time, NaVi gave themselves the best odds possible to make sure they got that kill. They both appeared on his screen at the same time. And Art, he did really well from this corner. Did a lot of damage even to the second guy.
What is happening?
Okay. Someone dressed as Santa Claus has just run up behind us and has left us gifts. It's not part of the stream. I wish it was, but this actually just happened in real life.
I genuinely don't know who that is.
I am so confused. We just got gift baskets. Okay.
Wow.
I'll take a photo of him, put it on Twitter. How about that?
Check us out.
Nice concession.
Henny's got an M4. Deagles, thank you, by the way.
Yeah.
Blast, I'm assuming. Thank you very much.
It was Santa.
Merry Christmas to you guys, too. But now it's time to continue delivering these presents to our viewers, round by round. NaVi taking that lead, and Electronic's going to find the better of Yuri. That's going to be only K Serrato towards Library. Everything else from Furia, it's coming down the banana push. Damn, NaVi, they're looking a cut above this T side. Like, it's very clear they know what they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
That much I can tell you. Get both.
Okay, take this photo. That was a very strange thing that just happened.
Yeah,
But now,
I'm very grateful, but also just kind of taken aback.
and for people wondering why there's so much mess behind Connor's desk, it's because we do everything here. We eat here, we drink water here. There's a lot of stuff that gets cleaned up at the end of the day. We do it ourselves.
Bit's gonna hit the headshot here as the CTs continue to trickle in onto the bomb site. They want it. They want this to be cost effective. Art, he's gonna try, but won't find anything other than his own head splattered on the side of balcony. 13 rounds for NaVi on Furia's map point.
Map pick, yeah.
Map choice.
And to stop them, to stop this giant streak of wins that they had, convincing wins over good teams.
Like, I expected NaVi did really test Furia. I did not expect it to be so one-sided so quickly. But they've got guns, and they've got the double op, and this is where we need to believe in Furia. Let's see what the game plan is on the CT side. We have 4 rounds in a row here from Navi by extension of the pistol round win. Game starts now.
Well, the form that we've seen from the teams here has been pretty astounding. But yes, it is good to see Navi playing this well.
Got the 5v4, they fall off. He's still on top of him. Simple. He's looking to take this one back. KSCERATO finds the head through smoke. And finally, this B fight comes to a bit of an end, but only to then reaggress. KSCERATO catching Electronic off guard, and it is Bit's turn to show us what he can do in a clutch.
What a circus. He actually hit that shot standing on top of his teammate.
Like 2 kids in a giant trench coat.
Well, Bit, can you clutch? 51 seconds. Bomb is within reach. Molly out the close position. I don't know if you meant for that to go farther, but probably still good information. And the smoke means he can get the bomb. They're all on the other side of that wall, so they might want to try to fight, which is interesting. They'll flash through. KSCERATO eats part of the flash, but not as much.
There.
A tiny bite, a snack.
Big round for KSCERATO, 3 kills on it, 2 ops as well, still able to be saved. So Furia, they needed to get it started, and they needed to keep it going. They'll be able to do both of those things now.
They just run together. That's so good.
Talk about synergy.
Yeah. Oh, hit something. His other hand stopped his first hand. The right and left side brain working against each other at odds.
Feels like NBK is the only guy who's followed through with his Fists of Fury.
That was some real energy.
Very fast round coming out of Navi. They're just going to try to clear that half wall. And look at this. They keep on going. A second for Electronic.
You see how I kept up with that?
Running right into this. Art, he's going to be able to lock down Simple at least, but then he eats the flash. And Electronic, he's got 3 kills. He's still looking for more. Electronic's on for everything as he continues to chop them down off the B site. A 14th round for Navi, unless Yuri comes in with a clutch, and he is all the way in T-spawn. So, spoiler, this is foregone.
That was so damn fiery from Electronic. That was so sick. Every single kill, he kept up with the flashes that were coming behind him. The first shots, he was baiting shots out. He was making progress all the while. That was like so beautiful to watch. Damn near gets the 4. Let's just watch it back right here. So it's perfect readjustment off of this one. Chases this player down. See the jostle back and forth to displace KSCERATO's aim. Comes out off that flash from his teammate Boomich to take down Art and makes Art shoot as well. Right before that. Damn. This is heated. This is heated, but it's like all one way right now. Navi 7. They have 14 rounds to the 7. And again, we got Furia, 60% win rate on basically both sides. And getting owned equally on basically both sides. We're going to have a timeout called here for Furia. That's scary. They went into the 2-op adjustment and then lost a subsequent round right away.
And they do not have the economy to rebound with that same setup. KSCERATO is going to buy the op to go glass cannon.
Dude, they have...
Or rather, you know, no armor M4.
They have, I mean, you could say glass cannon M4, I feel like.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't really know how that works. I guess it's not a cannon, yeah. Fair enough, you're wrong. They have 4 players with 90 ADR on Navi. That's not something you see every day.
And one of them is Bit.
Yeah. Just right about on 90. Barely any more ADR to go around, really.
So what's the result? No utility for Art, no armor for KSCERATO, 2 kits on the play. It's doable. Rude. It's not everything they'd want.
This is fire fire, right? Like last map we saw entirely optimized CS. This map we're seeing just straight up fiery aggression, both sides, both teams.
And yet the rounds only go one way. Art's gonna open up. Perfecto strip back from the banana aggression. 3 players here for the brackets control. Apartments is actually clear for the taking. Quesarado just trying to bait them in with that deagle. Henny up close, given the back of Electronic. Now the Porch player comes into the play, and Yuri, he's not going to be able to get himself more than that. In fact, no kill, just the assists. Quesarado slips into the middle of the site, and there is so low health on the 2 Ts left standing that Bit falls easily. Simple with 1, and Art right back. Answers off the op. Furia with an 8th. 2 CTs survive. Now is their chance to recover.
That lane setup should always work, of course, when you have this kind of pressure. It's exactly the right call for Furia to make. The molly in the back to separate their opponents made things interesting. Simple gets 2 kills and allows them to get a bomb, or get close to the bomb site. Quesarado on the site ends up getting the most important final kill. And looks like Furia back in this game. 2 out of 3 of the last rounds won. And NaVi, they've got 3 pistoling players. It is the full investment, and I don't think they need 5 AKs to win based on what we've seen. But it's still less likely than it was last round. It must be said. 4 CTs hard rotate towards A. Electronic, he's been having a hell of a couple days.
Definitely looking to climb the rankings as the year comes to an end. 20-9 at the moment. Art, he's going to be playing inside of the fire, looking for the pick. Finds it. Perfecto goes down. Everybody other than Perfecto is closer to this A site. They're going to creepy crawl close to Balk. They've got the utility to explode, but they'd be exploding right into the majority of Furia. Arch is really the best call, whether they know it or not.
Surely they want to go get the gun first, right? Does no one pick it up? Or was that a MAC-10? I don't know.
Tech 9.
Oh, okay. Well, a wall of CTs here between Library and Pit.
30 seconds.
Boomich bets around the corner on Archway. And it looks like the split is on. He's making forward progress. He's getting some information. How far will he go? Is there a flash for Henny?
Yep, from Bit. And he's going to peek back out. Boomich having just gone through that smoke. Quesarado, 1 and done. Yuri also bested. It's Simple with 2 kills and Electronic a 3rd.
The duo.
This is NaVi's fiery duo. And they get themselves all 3 of the kills they need on this A site. Vinny and Art coming over for the retake. Vinny's got the kit. There is no utility. How does the op get into the mix? Art starts to walk around towards short side. If he can keep that scope up on Pit, then maybe he gets the better of Electronic. But I think Electronic, yeah, he's on the bicycle. At a moment's notice, he could peek his head over top. Vinny's trying to swing wide here. Bomb, it's beyond the halfway point. And oh my goodness. A total execution between Electronic and Simple.
An orchestra of frags between the duo. Simple and Electronic. 2 on 5, all the way down to 0. Is that what we just saw? Breaking apart
what we
this
saw.
mid setup.
A 2v5 full house.
Damn.
Just dealt them what could be the death blow. Oh, okay. Well, it's not over yet.
The blood sacrifice. That's how Simple stays strong.
Give me your power. Art's got the scout. Wow. This is what we're going to get from Simple. 27 and 13. Electronic 22 and 9.
He said, I don't know what you guys have been scared of. Furia coming to Europe. Wow.
That is just something. They've got Furia exactly where they want them. Another kill. 2 kills, in fact, come through for NaVi. And don't you forget, as this map comes to a close in this 4v2, this is Furia's map pick. This is Furia's 9-map winning streak coming to an end on one of NaVi's lowest win percentages. This is a statement and a half as we get ourselves ready for Nuke. Quesarado coming in from mid, far behind that bomb.
Let me correct you, Connor. 12-map win streak.
Oh my goodness.
And 12-map win streak, and only 3 of those wins even went past 12 rounds, 10 rounds. And now Furia about to lose without getting 10 rounds himself.
Damn. This is a statement and a half coming in from NaVi. If you were the other tournaments in this team, you're watching this and hoping it doesn't happen to you. Quesarado I respect it. Goes for the knife, just starts sprinting in. Oh, the 1v3 attempt almost his. At least we end this one with a bit of a laugh. Furia, you are going to have to shake it off before they get ready for Nuke. Map 2 and Map 3 is what they'll need to reverse sweep the series. Damn, that is a scary looking NaVi.
Amazing, really. Honestly, the first half, I feel like it was just two teams agreeing to chaos.
Yep.
That we just give it our best shot. Ran into B over and over again. Furia couldn't get it with their game plan. Boomich was too much. Second half, all simple. Crazy entries.
Ridiculousness. That's what we have here on the first map of this series, but the second map comes up soon. Analysts after the break.
Yeah, let's go. The chicken. Chicken.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Fall Games. I'm your host Maniac, and today we will be surfing. It's been my favorite event so far, and I cannot wait to see our competitors in action. First up is Valde.
Yeah.
Now the slick turn from Valde. He's fast. That's a good run, definitely.
This one is a new record. Can you see?
Next up is Shocks.
Please, a bit more.
It's not exactly the fastest one.
Okay,
That's better.
bad.
He's got the speed now.
Bad.
Slow and steady does it.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's
You got it.
go.
You got it.
Yeah, let's go. The chicken. Chicken. I finished it. That's my record.
That's what matters.
That's my record.
Now we have Tizian. Oh, he's got that low angle as well. Good speed in the hole. You can see the mouse movement. He knows what he's doing. Well, he makes life a little bit hard, but it works.
Let's take that.
He was creative, that's the least we can say. Finally, it's Electronics time. The low profile to kick things off. Whoa, he's fast. He's really fast. Minimal movement. Maximum speed. Definitely a good timer.
I think this one is good.
Now let's have a look at the leaderboard.
NaVi came out on Inferno, a map that their stats didn't look so hot on, but Furia, on the other hand, had won the last 6 without any team getting more than double digits. Well, they didn't need more than double digits because they just went straight in for the win. That wasn't a worry here for Furia. We saw a 16-8 scoreline go the way of NaVi, and you got to say, they just couldn't keep up with what NaVi had to offer.
That was one of the most impressive NaVi performances I think I've seen in a while. Sure, we saw the Simple show the other days, but this was a team effort. Of course, Simple in top fracking role, you know, posting plus 100 ADR and playing well again, but there's so many moments in this game where I thought everyone contributed. Sure, Perfecto as an individual didn't have a great game, but four other players, had a fantastic showing right here. Even Bit, who we were a little bit rough on coming into this one, didn't get to do much against Astralis today, right here. He showed up and he had impact.
This is NaVi on hardest level. That's the hardest level you can get when you face NaVi. Unfortunately for Furia, you have 4 players above 80 ADR. Boomich, Bit, Electronic, Simple. 18-6 in opening kills. So NaVi, they had everything they needed. They were finding their way into the round. There were openings. Simple and Electronic combined for 10 open kills. 10 for 0. they never put down Electronic and Simple.
And as you're mentioning Electronic and Simple, we talk about it often being their show. But that 5v, what was it, 5v2?
It was a virtual 5v2, and we probably have the clip that we can roll just so that people can see what it is to play against NaVi sometimes. Because even if you think you have things under control, just as this image right here suggests, it's an 20 seconds, left, 2v4, and then look at this, Simple and Electronic together combining, beep, pop, poop, 3 quick kills, they retake the site, and from this point on, you know the 2v2 is going to be complicated to win.
Yeah, and normally when you see this, right, you go, okay, there's definitely a chance with CTs, but of course, look what he does next.
He's too fast.
Instant headshot. Sure, it is a lot of credit being given here to Simple, to Electronic, and to the rest of NaVi. But you also got to turn it around and look at Furia, right? Coming into this map, they've won it 9 times in a row on Inferno. That is, they've been absolutely dominating every single team they faced. But as Matthew said, this is NaVi on the hardest level, and whenever they faced a really well-playing team, Furia didn't really have a lot to offer right here. Just the round we just saw, one by one, taking a duel. Not about playing the body system, not about playing together. They seemed to me a little bit out of it, and I'm sure if you ask the players right here, they would also be disappointed in the performance. They, of course, would say NaVi did well, but themselves, Furia, didn't play a good game of Counter-Strike.
No, I want to continue with this bit conversation, right? Because he went against Astralis in his first official game. It certainly is not an easy team to go up against. He didn't do badly, he didn't do good, but this time, he was a lot more confident. You've got to give him credit for that.
He found impact and he was proactive on the server. He was not afraid to take duels. I think the most impressive thing, with that was that the very first pistol round, you saw him go middle, and you saw him, take a duel down middle. He was not showing any signs of not being comfortable on the server. He was not showing any signs of not being willing to take duels, and he found impact. This round right here again, that turned around the round, and that was a comeback round for Furia right here. But again, he won 2 duels and he won the round 4.
I like the crosser placement from Bit. That's not a player that I know very much. Obviously, we have seen him only suffer against Astralis. That's clearly the term we need to use. But I like his crosser placement. I like how he was getting into duels, mechanically speaking. He's an interesting player. Someone from production told me that he's got a ridiculous headshot percentage coming. You probably have the numbers right there.
Yeah, I've got it here. I actually tweeted it out because he's on 71.5% headshot rating. Yes, okay, it's not against top teams, right? He was playing on NaVi Junior before, but just that tells you about positioning, crosshair placement, where he's aiming for, And
I didn't know that number, but I can apprehend it, and I can comprehend it now that we have seen these clips. You can see with the Galil as well, the crosser placement. He's an interesting one, and obviously starting against Astralis, not the best, the easiest job in the world.
Yeah.
So let's give him a little bit of time to see if he can warm up, because that was already way better.
Now for Furia though, right, we know that they can play Nuke where we're going to next, but it's NaVi's pick. And I just want to see from Furia them to get that confidence back of it, because Art was finding some success. We were seeing some crazy moments, but you saw what Simple and really all of NaVi were doing. When that aggression came at them, they just met it head first.
Yeah, and that was the problem for Furia in this game. There was, success being found by Art, but the rest of the team didn't really show up. Where was Quesarado when he was needed? Where were Vinny when he was needed? He had a rough game as well. So Furia is a fantastic team. They have a lot of different strings to play off, but they need the other players activated as well. They need, as a unit, to go up against NaVi. And if you want to stop Simple, you can't do it Yuri by yourself. You can't do it Quesarado by yourself. You need to do it as a unit and as a team.
Yeah, if you allow me, I think even though Art had some incredible callings throughout these games that we have casted as well, I think that Furia's success goes to brute force, mainly. The fact that they can steamroll you individually. Sure, they have a good trading system and they have the good utilities to exploit these situations, but the brute force, that's what Furia does. And here on Inferno, you could see if they match up against Electronic, Simple, and everyone, that's just a wall. That is a straight-up NaVi wall in front of them. So now we're moving on to Nuke, and I have the same fear in my mind. What if the individuals from NaVi show the same kind of display? That could just be it.
Well, while we're talking about NaVi, we should see what roster they're going to be playing with when it comes to Nuke. And it's going to be Bit goes back out, Flamey back in. And this makes sense, right? Because Nuke is not a map that you're going to go in without too much practice. You heard what was being said by Boomich in the interview, and you heard what I told you from what I'd been given information-wise. They've only had about 7 to 8 practices with Bit. So at the moment, he seems to be mainly for Inferno, and then they go back to the usual lineup.
And in all fairness, I think Flamey, sure, he's been struggling the past couple of months, maybe half a year, but he's been, somewhat decent when it came to Nuke. I tried to describe for the people out there what he does so well towards ramp, for example. He's not a player that is supposed to get 20 or 25 kills in a CT-sided half. He's supposed to control ramp, and he's supposed to fall down, get information, and play with his team and play off his teammates in that situation. So for Flamey, it's good to have him on the ramp position. I wouldn't want Bit in that position. It's too much pressure. It's too much responsibility for him. I think the way he was playing on Inferno, that was fantastic. Now Flamey coming back in, I think that is a strengthening of this NaVi lineup when we talk Nuke specifically.
When we talk Nuke specifically, Furia though, this is where, and actually I'll go back to the Boomich interview.
All right.
There's one thing that scared me on that. Boomich was like, oh, he normally goes outside and plays red box, and I'm like, no, this is Art. He's been vent diving every single round. He's been occasionally exploding onto ramp. And yes, he does still go outside as well. But you can't just rely on one dimension from this map.
No, and we have seen Furia being abused because of Art. I want to say stubbornness, but it's not exactly just a negative comment. I think the fact that he will go through these lengths, even though he's not finding success, is also an attribute that we have to give him. But we have seen them suffer. We've seen Art falling outside time and time again, getting traded, having people waiting for him in the vent dive, just kill him off, right? So now, if you're Furia, for me, there is no way around the fact that you should have won Inferno. That was your one given moving into this veto.
Yeah.
There's a huge streak you had on Inferno. You looked so great on it. But Nuke moving against NaVi, that's a different kettle of fish.
So what can they do? What's the positive? What's the solution here? Or am I asking too much?
No, you're not asking too much, but you have to realize that they're going up against the NaVi squad right now with a lot of confidence, you know, Simple
Especially
playing well, Electronic playing well, especially Electronic on Nuke. He's a different beast.
His outside is brilliant, right? He holds it so well.
So annoying to play against. Sure, Art is going to be aggressive. He's going to be pushing red, but Electronic, he's just, you know, so rock solid as a player that not a lot of people win duels against Electronic. So if you're Furia in this game, you're looking towards your Quesarada, you're looking towards your Yuri, you're looking towards Vinny as well. You need those players to find impact. And of course, Henny, Inferno is not a map that is that much suited for him when it comes to the AWP. Now on Nuke, he will have opportunity. He will have space. He'll have chances to get it done. So I'm looking towards the individuals. And if Furia can't activate those individuals, I think NaVi have a pretty good shot at taking this one 2-0. And I think NaVi right now, to me, is probably the biggest surprise of the tournament because consistently they're showing good level of Counter-Strike.
I think the six man in some way is certainly helping. I just want to come on to their Nuke stats here as well, right? They took down Complexity, Spirit, G2, Vitality once, then Astralis, and then lost to Vitality within this tournament, but it was 19-15. Nuke has become a very good map.
Yes, and the fact that they have decided to make it their stronghold when it comes to veto, to me, that's a huge sign. That's
no
always
more
one-
Dust 2.
Yeah, it's not Dust 2 anymore. And I think if you are going to pick Nuke against Vitality, if you're going to pick Nuke against Astralis, that's a sign of confidence. It's their way of telling, from now on, you can fight us on Nuke, but we will pick it. It doesn't matter if you're good on the map. That is going to be our pick. You know it's going to be, and we can still beat you on it. That's a strong signal that NaVi is sending to everyone, even beyond that game. And now we're moving into their territory.
Well, it's time to see, when we move to their territory, if they can get it done. Because NaVi are looking for the 2-0, but Furia will want to battle back. Will Art be able to get up to his old shenanigans again? You'll find out in just a few moments.
I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on max. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. Going till there ain't nothing. Keep the flame on. Nothing. Keep the flame on. Nothing. Keep the flame. Keep the flame. Keep the flame on. Gotta keep the flame on.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Caster's Desk. I am Scrawny. This is Launders, and we're about to jump into Nuke between Furia and NaVi. Now, Furia don't have a 12-map winning streak here on Nuke, and maybe that means things could get even worse. But that was a ferocious-looking...
What was that?
Ferocious-looking NaVi.
That was crazy. And...
that came out of nowhere.
NaVi have a... Okay, until they lost to Vitality, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 map win streak on Nuke, and their loss to Vitality was in overtime.
Damn.
So, hey, it didn't matter last map. But now it's NaVi on their map choice after they had a terrible Inferno, absolutely destroyed Furia. I don't even know what to say about that. That stood in the face of all the statistics.
Well, we can stop talking about it then.
Crazy stuff.
Let's talk about this instead.
I was hoping to see Furia on T side actually, to see what how they would deal with it, kind of like we saw on the first map. But let's see, Flamey's back in for
Yeah, Flamey's back.
Flamey's back in for bit.
Hey, you bucko.
He always plays on every other map so far. Electronic playing amazing today. Had an incredible round on Inferno, one to remember. The 4K entry into B. A little bit of Freiburg in that one. Almost turning an entry into an ace.
'Twas beautiful. Molotov lands on Vinny. He gets blinded, and then the headshots just connect from NaVi. We got Henny and K-Serrato playing in the 2v4. Both of these CTs up inside of heaven.
I'm telling you right now, NaVi got some of the best upper execs in the game.
Tough one. The CT drops downwards. Not that easy to track a man as he falls on top of you. K-Serrato gets 1, 2, and he's hunting that last one. He's looking for the 4K on the pistol. He doesn't have Kevlar, but he does have the kit, and Flamey's had enough. His second kill comes through. Welcome to the server, Flamey, and welcome to the board, NaVi.
Damn. A pretty crazy... Yeah, they got some of the best upper execs in the tier 1 right now. They're so well designed, they're very scary. And it's hard because there's nothing needed except for lobby control, right, to go through with these upper execs. So that means they can always hang it over your head. That is NaVi. And Furia will be tested in this regard. So far, so good. This elimination day, right, Connor?
That is it.
One of these teams is out of the tournament.
Somebody's got to go home.
Lot on the line.
And it's not us. This leaves Vitality, Big, Astralis, and one of these teams left in the running.
You saw some speed there. Yeah, Boomich will slow his roll, and they'll crush upstairs once again. Everything goes so well. And actually, some of their anti-ecos before we saw versus Vitality and versus Astralis, their anti-ecos were slower crawls outside. So this is a little bit of a change of pace from NaVi, and I think it's a very nice one. Want to make sure of that.
Trying to think you could maybe find a way to somehow slip behind him and stab him in the back. But he tracks him well enough and long enough. Puts him down with the deagle shot. That is all that Furia get away with in that second. And they still won't have a buy, of course. So all the SMGs you just saw making money, relevant yet again here in number 3.
True. No upgrades. They'll continue to make money.
Simple with the MP5.
Cool.
Not everybody...
He also plays with unsilenced USPS.
Let's not talk. Can't take the silencer off the MP5. Because it's an MP5 SD. And the SD...
Silent but deadly.
No, it infers that it has an integral silencer. It's built into the damn thing. It's not an attachment. It's part of the gun.
Interesting.
Yeah. Learned that playing Arma.
The more you know. Well, they run downstairs fast. They waste no time. I really do prefer this to them kind of sitting around waiting for pushes. They get secret control. They're throwing some nades here, and let's see how spread out that they get. Got the wrap smokes. I don't know what it is, but they look like they're moving really clean at the moment. So looking for the wrap into heaven. Still keeping control out in front. Don't know if they're going to commit upstairs just yet. And they don't have anyone in the lobby, do they?
No.
Wow, that's unique. But I like it. They can't get crunched this way.
True enough.
Simple said, I'm going to entry.
Watch me go. Sees a man up top. That's an easy pickup. Ooh. Hold on now. Desert Eagles, good for 2. Perfecto and Flamey, though, they bring it all back. 3 kills for the Galil.
Man, I like that.
Yeah, you like that
No
play?
one in the lobby?
No man in the lobby.
That's cool. I like that, going in from Mini and from Heaven. They get control of outside. That's the hard part, but usually people are squeezing into lobby when Heaven's a threat, so instead, they just avoid that whole problem entirely. Henny, Art, opping. Double up, right out the gate. We'll see if this is the... It's kind of scary to do this versus, you know, these kinds of guns. Again, no upgrades here for NaVi. A really, really strong start. Lots of money made once again. Yeah, with all these smokes and flashes down, going to be hard. But of course, leave it to Art to find a crack where no one else can find one.
And then he just swings open the door.
Wow.
Comes running into the lobby like, all right, I've got one. I'm going to get more. But there's an answer here. Yuri, good thing he comes back into the lobby to kill Flamey. Perfecto, he got his frag over towards ramp, where Henny just runs into fire. As if it's not even a problem. As if it's not the plan of a madman. Player advantage here for Furia. I'm so shocked with what Art just did. Running through Squeaky, challenging into lobby. For all he knew, there was like 2 players in there.
They just feel like they need to do that to get comfortable.
Well, it worked.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it worked for Henny really well. I mean, I guess they get the trades, they get the info. Walk into ramp, it's wide open for the time being. CSGO just playing tucked downstairs. What spot's he in? Is he in secret?
CSGO?
Oh yeah, K's just waiting for the secret cross.
Heisenberg.
I mean, if they go no noise, I mean, there's maybe better odds that they could potentially get a plant. They'll start to make noise now. Mollying out dark, they're not going to see anybody. CSGO can swing this door open at his will, and he'll deny the plant. Wow, he actually gets out. That's surprising.
Now
5 seconds left. He could plant.
Yep, that he can. He's going to stick this. They don't go on to him. Oh, Henny finds just the narrow angle. I was thinking he was going to have that bomb plant and then a chance to just whip the gun back out. But
jump too far, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's a high-pressure moment. Boomich was unable to cover the initial bomb plant, so that is where things kind of fall apart for NaVi. Furia, they are right back at it.
No room for the 2 ops with the amount of losses that they've had. Vinny's just on an MP9 now. And Perfecto will come out late with a buy. Right?
Perfecto?
Perfecto?
Perfecto.
33 grand.
Calling Perfecto.
Okay, well, Art, you've seen him play this position before, and he doesn't get cleared off the... Oh, he waits just long enough, too. That's just beautiful. Oh, my God, what a 3K. Looks directly up top, shoots Boomich between the legs, stays alive, upgrades to another gun, and is looking for more actions.
Come on, Art, get them all. Oh, 4 kills, and almost, it's close. Yuri! Kill him.
He dabs him up.
What a play from Art. This is really sick. The aggression down to the side of the silo.
Look.
The snap up to the 3rd player. Clean 4th kill.
Let me see those calves again. Come on. I'm dead. That's so good. Oh, man.
We have all felt exactly that
That's
same
me
emotion.
when you're about to ace in matchmaking, and I go, nobody let him ace.
Oh, you do that.
Yep. I'm Yuri.
You're Yuri. That's too good. All right.
I love that so much. A slow turn.
A wholesome moment. And an awesome 4K from Art, may we add. That last frag was the least impressive, the least important. Art did it absolutely all here, trying to get Furia right back up to that 3-round count, and they should. NaVi working with just the Deagles this time.
Oh, man. Well, that'll get the mood back up after Inferno. That was good times. Vinny. Money, money, money. He only had enough for an MP9. And he will not regret purchasing it. Tucked into the spot, this can give you, well, they're not even going to clear him behind. Okay, well, no chance for a plant. 250 on the site. Falling back, looking for the headshot. Out-dueled by the other pistol. Furia take it 3-3. It is a very serious match at the end of the day.
Yes, it is.
A lot on the line here for these two teams. And a very curious result after map number 1. So, Furia are going to be full focused. Let's see where NaVi want to take it. Again, some of their upper explodes. It's hard to counter. And they've been very, very successful.
Got NaVi back on the guns. This is where we want to see him. Got the utility to barrage this inner sight. Quesarado. And Yuri next behind him. Quesarado slides off of the door. Perfecto, he's going to get the better of him, but Yuri, he set up shop first. Perfecto finds that double. Flamey gets the next kill. Henny's dropped down into the site, and he dodges some of that damage, but now it's all on Vinny, and he gets blown away by Flamey.
Am I a good analyst or what?
Talk about a clash.
They got some of the best upper explodes.
Freaking best ones they ever got, eh?
Upper explodes ever. Forget about it.
Forget about him. Perfecto. Big play coming out from that hut door, doubling into Yuri. Almost looked like he was going to get that third kill as well, but Flamey, he put his name on some of this success. And we sure enough have NaVi right back in the lead. Double off setup for Furia.
And we saw that NT-Eco where they wrapped around Heaven. That looked really good too. But last time, Hart disrespected the space a lot with his key. Oh, goodness. Talk about a disruption. No play for him. I think he was going to drop down vents and go secret. And, here's another good lurker as well. Electronic. Key piece of the puzzle. Don't know if he's going for credit card or just big garage on this one, but with no art outside, they can just let him work. They just want to put some pressure on inside to make sure nobody's watching for him. But look how far he's made it. Oh, that's a big kill. Long distance spray down with the AK. That was the CT smoke's gonna push in. That's a free frag, right? Oh, he shoots early. Oh my goodness.
Shows him a little skin. Quesarado, though, not falling away from this. Henny, they're pinching this with both the ops up close. Boomich gonna take some damage. There's still a CT up top on the rafters. And, Yuri, he gets hard cleared by Electronic. Now it is all on Henny. They're inside of the smoke.
Now kiss.
Bouncing off one another. They will get out onto that A site. Damn, I thought those ops were going to work out. They were coming at it from both directions, but Henny just wasn't given as many chances. And NaVi, they're able to dive out into the A site, plant that bomb, and look to lock this off with still 3 players standing. Yuri, above hut, Launders. He doesn't jump the gun. He waits for them to come to him.
Electronics are crazy, man. The entries? You're talking about that duel, right? Up into Fur? Yeah. Nasty. Nasty stuff. It feels like, well, I think if there's 2 regions that have some similarities with, their origins, it would be CIS and SA. You know what I mean?
Brazil. That's Flamey, starting it with nothing but disrespect. I'd be pissed too, Art. Don't worry.
Look at this kill. Yeah. Well, both kills are actually nasty.
Snaps it onto the head.
Tough one. He had no idea he could have gotten that far.
NaVi now leading by 2.
Didn't he have any bones in his nose?
Yeah, maybe not.
Made of Play-Doh. Boneless nose.
All right. He's over towards that mini.
Ever tell you about these upper explodes?
Yeah, once upon a time you did. And simple, he's going to get a kill and an assist. Flamey's able to lock down Quesarado. Then Art gets found out on the side of the smoke. Art's pissed. For all Art knows, he just gets spammed randomly through smoke for back-to-back rounds.
Well, that's what he gets for being like that his whole life.
Okay.
Yeah? Can't be that mad. He does it because it works.
Damn. Furia starting to get a little bullied.
The thing is, like I said, you don't need any map control for these.
Right.
So the fact that you can just go lobby and upper explode, if they don't have an answer for it, if the flashes are too good, which they're amazing flashes, like, just keep using it. There's no answer here. Maybe other teams that play him more, but if this is like NaVi's first scrim versus Furia, they've never seen these upper explodes over and over again.
Like.
Yeah, then it's going to be hard to figure out on the fly. I really love that NaVi are not overthinking this.
Smashing into the upper site in back-to-back rounds. This is Flamey trading. Perfecto comes through. Art has his back turned to it.
In and out. The assassin.
Tough stuff. CTs take a pause. I don't know if I ever told you.
What's that?
NaVi, they have really good upper hits.
Mm-hmm. They're going to melt it like a cheese string in the microwave right now.
Goopy. So 6-3 lead for NaVi on the T side. Flamey is 10-4. Welcome.
We haven't even seen him on CT yet. We talk about Flamey on ramp. That's the spot. I love that little just like baby tiger on the background on his wall. Leopard. I don't know what it would be. Snow leopard?
Snow leopard.
That's for Furia. He wakes up every day, looks at it.
The time will come.
I couldn't find a panther picture, but this is to remind me of you.
Art's got the old swag 7. It's not a good look for Furia here in the 10th. They definitely don't have the tools they need to succeed. Art. Shotgun up. Oh, he's right there. Electronic on the other side of the smoke. Art's still not looking. Whoa. One player goes down vents. Two players go down vents. 3 players go down vents.
Did they make any noise? Oh, they heard him at the bottom of vent?
There's nothing down
there. The anti-eco, again. Oh, man, I love this T-half. I mean, the anti-eco makes sense here. Now, Henny is scouting out Hut, but it doesn't really matter. Most of the players are going to be upstairs, coming in from heaven, walking in through mini. Oh, so beautiful. It's like Metal Gear Solid. Whoa!
Okay, Serato, some weird ladder movement, almost upsets Boomich, but he gets back in control of the situation.
They didn't even have the bomb.
Yeah, it's gonna get picked up, and Vinny, he dies in the meantime. Only Art with the Mag 7. Where is this bad boy? Ooh, down in the B site. He won't find anything down here in the dungeons. In the doldrums.
They are getting outplayed.
Quite the wild ride. Flamey absolutely off to the races.
He's been good. Hey, listen, I think ever since his position has been threatened a little bit, he's been really stepping up.
He's 12-4.
Came in fresh for Nuke the last couple of games.
And unlike last time Bit was here, a good, strong first showing got them Inferno, so he really wants to outshine Bit.
Yep.
Art, gonna try to find one on the retreat.
Will he be able to get a gun?
Yay!
Oh, okay.
Catches him playing with his nades. Or his knife. Oh! Art a little scared there.
That'll wake you up.
Wallbang connects. This was Flamey denying the vent player who tried to stop them off at the A site. Then he rotates over, just takes down another kill.
Yo, Henny was opping.
Everybody getting wrecked by Flamey.
This is a clinic.
4 rounds the lead here. NaVi on the T side. We've got Furia back with the full buy.
Imagine they tried it. I don't think they'll upper explode again, but imagine they did, right? They just anti-eco, normal. Oh my god.
He's got the smoke out. Door swung. Okay, Serato, that's an easy shutdown for the first player. Art comes in with a kill and a second. Now we've got it going. Furia locking down this upper hit. Simple. He's going to also die to Yuri right above the doorway. That time, it works. But what's the difference? What makes that look so easy?
The reason is because they tried to do a new look, so they go no flashes. So they tried to go with the door open, one late flash with the smoke mini, and then run out that way. But it was all about the flashes. that were too hard to deal with. They just didn't know how to turn from them to allow them to come out. So NaVi just tried to leave absolutely nothing to predict and run out with even lighter grenades and just do a different variation on it. But that version doesn't work. Respect for, you know, trying to keep it even harder to play against, but they got something really, really special with that, you know, upper explode with all the bits and bobs. Okay, so now they're walking across outside, kind of running a little bit too, and Art will suss one out. Electronic doesn't win his duel. Art could have absolutely died there. Wasn't looking in the right spot. And NaVi do not usually like to go lower quite as much. But it looks like they're trying to figure out new ways to win. Pure patience here. With some of the ways that they've lost the round, I don't think that NaVi are actually that scared to be in the 4v5. Let's see what happens. They've thrown some nades upstairs. They try to go, into fence, and Vinny will have the AUG to stop them.
Yeah, but the man's locked into garage right now. And Perfecto, he gets the back of Vinny, so B site very much open. Art, he's just gonna dive into the gunfight, hits the headshot into Simple. That's a nice one. And he stays alive for now. Both Art and Henny, low HP.
And Boomich is going to come late ramp, so Perfecto trying to hold him back for the meantime.
He's locked in. Oh, Perfecto! Oh. Both those headshots are delicious.
Wow. I think he was looking for one, and then maybe to try to delay while Boomich flanks. And now Henny's not even needed. There's no chance back into the round. NaVi win 4v5.
Did you see those headshots?
That was crispy.
Wow. Art also with a bit of a zinger.
Yeah, it looked like he was going to save the day. Swooped in at ramp. You know, had that duck in spray. Oh, that's oh, wow. That made that look really cool. I mean, it looks really cool from every angle, but...
Oh.
Nasty. Business is handled.
Man, just 2 bullet bursts.
And Perfecto was the only one who didn't have, like, who had 50 ADR, I think, on Inferno. But he's still here. Well, they got Boomich on this fast lurk, man. He's actually made a lot of progress. It looks like Art is worried about it.
Oh, wow. And that's not even a no-scope. Somehow tracks him in with it. K Serato down to 20. Yuri up on the rafters. Same positions. Same type of execution. Obviously a little more stringy with what they hoped to be a mini split. It's all on Simple.
Boomich is really critical there, because if he kills Art, then K Serato has to be worried about the mini hit while Squeaky comes out. That changes the game.
Ooh, Simple, he just heard them getting closer. Yuri almost caught. Simple was playing for the 1v4, but Furia, they've got their 5th round on this CT side. Definitely helps that Art shut down that mini play, 100%.
He was worried about it, but he didn't know that Boomich had made so much space. I think he wasn't quite sure if he had dropped off of mini yet and had to really work hard to adjust to get the kill, but he got it. So I think another threat that's been really good from NaVi is the electronic lurks, that big garage. Sometimes he wraps around into mini himself. He's pretty good at doing this. I wonder if he'll try that again soon.
A very successful T side here for NaVi. We're getting into the final few rounds of it. 2 to go. I don't even think we've ever seen NaVi play behind these smokes to get into secret. It's just been smash after smash, and K Serato 3 kills, shutting down everybody here on A, and he's looking for more. Art, he finds it. Puts it back onto Simple. Another 1v4 attempt. He'd need as many kills in this round as he's had all half long. And he gets shut down immediately. Art, with a second in round 14, takes Furia to the 6th. Now, no matter what, Furia will finish this half having given away a lead. But 7-8, not so bad.
Hey, Caserado's been great upstairs in these last couple of rounds. I think they try to come through with more of a full hit. Of course, there's 3 Tech 9s on the board, 2 or 3. So a little bit easier. Oh, the wall bang through his teammate, dropping out of heaven.
Cool.
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 All right. And for a 9th, NaVi will have not much to work with.
Let's see it. Final round of the half.
But only pistols.
Oh my god, Art. Just total disrespect. Throws himself into the lobby. Yo, Furia, they want to fight. They realize they've got the upper hand here versus NaVi on this buy. And if they've got the upper hand, then they're going to beat you over the head with it. Art has not let go of the W key.
And they're just walking, not knowing that every single step behind them, there are CTs coming.
Yeah, now that they get close, they slow down ever so slightly. Art and Vinny side by side.
Imagine he waits long enough for both of them to pass. Oh, no.
Oh, but it's still good for the first one. Boomich doubling back into it. He also gets the Tech 9 kill, but at a cost. He has 11 HP left over. This would be a godlike clutch from Boomich. He's going to get peeked by Yuri, and that's where this half ends. Furia, decent little recovery, winning 4 of the final 5 rounds here at the end of their CT side. Will they take it on the offense, or do we see Furia go home?
It's time for another installment of the CS Money Higher or Lower. I have an absolute pleasure of having Amanek join me for this one. This is how it will work. We're going to be showing you 2 skins on your screen. Now, all you've got to do is tell me whether the one without a price is worth more or less than the skin with one.
Let's go.
We're going to be starting off with 20 euros, and we're going to be having a Desert Eagle Code Red. Is it worth more or less than 20 euros?
I will sell less.
Unfortunately not. 30 euros it's worth. We're going to be going over to the Scout, this time the Big Iron.
For sure it's lower, like there is no way. Like
there is no way, Amanek, because you are right, it is indeed lower. It's only worth around 10 euros. And of course we've got the Bullet Rain coming up next.
I will say a little bit higher.
You are indeed correct. 15 euros, and we're going to be putting it up against the Head Splattering Kill Confirmed.
And I think it's up higher.
You are indeed right. It's worth on average 72 euros. So you got 3 points already. You're doing very well. So we've got the Kill Confirmed coming up next against the M4A1S Player 2, a very fun skin.
I think there is a lot of this M4 in the market, so I will say lower.
And you would be correct in saying lower. The AWP Containment Breach, a very green skin.
I will say like lower than the beautiful silencer.
Unfortunately, it's not. It's almost double the price.
No way.
It's a USPS skin, and it's the Target Acquired.
But for me, it's lower.
Unfortunately, it's not. It's actually higher.
It's not possible. There is a trick somewhere.
Something you might be a fan of is an Avaro knife, and it is the Boreal Forest.
Higher, but it's really close.
It is incredibly close, and it is just slightly lower at 50 euros. An iconic Glock Fade.
For sure it's higher.
You're indeed right. It is a lot more at over 2,000 euros. It's Glock Fade versus the M9 bayonet knife in Lore.
I think it's lower.
Some good logic there, Amanek, and you are indeed right. Only around 827 euros on average. This time, it is going to be the AK-47 Wild Lotus going up against our bayonet knife, but which one is more expensive?
But I will say like lower.
It is actually higher. The average price of this is over 1,000 euros. Yeah, I'm surprised.
I lose my mind.
That does net you 6 points out of 10. You got over 50%, Amanek, so I respect that. And thank you so much for taking the time to join us for the CS Money Higher or Lower.
Thank you. No problem.
So we split that first half straight down the middle. NaVi with a 1-round edge as they take to the CT side, but that's a decent recovery from Furia. All things considered, getting more rounds in the final 5 than they did the other 10. We've got Art at 17 and 10, Caserato 13 and 10. Those are the players we look to for Furia to maybe make this happen. They're already down a map. They're already down the first half. They've got an opening kill here on the T side pistol. Boomich at a distance eats the Glock shot. Who's gonna stop Furia's tear? Frag grenade. Decent damage. Flamey also dinked. Glocks, man. Finding headshots, just not finding frags. This is just a total kill ball from Furia. Shoulder to shoulder. Everybody just flooding down into the B. Bomb site Simple starts to stop them. And down he goes as well. Takes a bit of a bath in that nasty water. Boomich gonna shut the door and shut the chances of him going down quickly. Perfecto double Beretta. Hey, he too taken out of this one. Looks like Furia tie us up at 8.
No shot here in the 1v3. All spread out, good after plant positions, too much HP, everything stacked against them, and Furia tie this game up in a world where it didn't look like they were going to be able to. So now we actually have a game on our hands. Things will get interesting, but it was the CT side. I want to call Simple the best CT Nuke player in the game, man. Sometimes he has to do it all by himself, but God, he is such a reliable rotator. Like, the way he moves around this map on CT side is something I just have to stand in awe at. He's 6-14 now. I expect that performance changes a lot in the second half. It's definitely not a bad day after what we saw on Inferno. I mean, it's just never really a full off day for Simple. So this will be the test for Furia. And then, of course, they've got Flamey on the ramp, who played really well in the first half, and his specialty position, if there's one position he's really well known for these days, it is playing the ramp on CT side of Nuke. And Electronic, your mini player. A lot of challenges. Oh, my God, lightning
didn't even
fast.
see him.
But Flamey, oh my God, 2 1-deags. It's 3-on-3. They're dropping down low, but there's already a CT down here. Oh, Mitch. Ooh, makes the clap. Art's out of the round. He sees another. Yuri answers back, but he's in a powerful spot, sitting in control of control, and Perfecto another 1D.
What
and he's left alone.
Is happening?
This round falls apart.
4 Deagle kills come in, and now Perfecto, he's been spotted. Henny's gonna look to keep him locked into the corner, but this is just buying more and more time for Boomich to try and come bail him out. Bomb plant backside. Perfecto spams away at it. And now Henny, he just needs to lock on to the bomb. Oh, he's so nervous about that heaven wrap, though. He's got no clue where Boomich is coming in from. Oh, and Perfecto hits another! Nothing but Desert Eagle kills for NaVi. Talk about taking the wind out of their sails.
All headshots? Boomich headshot lower, Flamey 2 headshots on the ramp, Perfecto 2 1-deags. That is so insane. Look at him pick him apart too on both sides. You couldn't have asked for a better split into the ramp. Holy hell. Like a truck. They're going to be feeling pleased. That'll take the wind right out of their sails. A streak of rounds by Furia, stopped by just Deagles.
That is a test for Furia. They finished the first half with a little bit of momentum. They picked up the pistol on the T side. Things were looking good. Now they got to suck on that.
Well, the insta-force back. Now, the 2 things you got to watch for, Art outside and Art going to the vent. I think a problem for Art is I feel like sometimes his vent plays can be a bit one-dimensional. You can really just spam him down, know he's going to be there. So I don't know if that's going to change at all. But it seems like right now NaVi are up to the task. Looking for the heaven ramp. Perfecto, he's got a deep angle. They crouch peek him in the right way. It's going to be awkward for him. But they've got him locked in here. They can't really pass through hell without fighting their way out. Ooh. Yeah. You can juggle them back and forth. Now, this does mean lower is a little bit weaker, so Flamey, he'll have to pass a test. 5 T's coming his way, and he won't even get a single kill.
Furia doing a good job when they just clump up like this. SMG shots find no damage. Vinny's gonna get flashed. We've got 2 T's over towards control. Good headshot from Vinny, but obviously not quite enough. Somebody's going to have to take that front line ahead of Perfecto. We've got a tee up on top of the site, but it's kill after kill here for Navi. Yuri's able to answer, and he does still have help from ramp. Yep, there it is. Art, he's going to get himself another frag. It's all on Boomich now. He's down beneath Yuri, and he gets it just in time. Jumps on top of the bomb. He should absolutely have this. It's going to be Navi taking a 10th.
What a rambunctious retake. 10 seconds stick. He'll get it in the final waning moments of that bomb and win the 1v1 with a little bit of extra money made. That is a close round after, you know, they're forced to go downstairs. They hear electronic outside. They know that Perfecto's still in heaven. That's enough for them to feel like, all right, well, we might as well just test this. Ramp is the right call. A lot of pressure on Flamey to multi-frag. He doesn't do it, but you can see he's pretty convivial as the rest of his team pulls this out. And yeah, the Art feels like they have the sight with a 5v4 in that situation, even though they have bad guns. It comes very, very close.
Check out Furia. They're going to come in with yet another buy.
Yeah, true. 2 plants in a row on these close calls, and they do manage another 3 rifles.
Easy kill for Flamey. Ooh. Flamey, such a good ramp hold. 3 kills. Challenge here from Yuri. It takes the 4th man in to take him down.
Such a tank.
He has done his job and then some. Yuri caught out by Simple's op. It all falls on to Henny, and this was everything they had invested. An 11-8 lead for Navi looking likely. And Furia, they're going to have to save in the following one, so this is very much Navi's chance to pull ahead here.
I personally think the weakness for Navi in their CT setup, from what I've seen, it's not Flamey, it's not Simple. Well, Simple's everywhere. It's not, like, upper, like, mini is kind of tough as well. I think lower, where Boomich plays, that's where I've seen the most weakness, the most misplays on his end. He still finds his way of being, like, really crazy and finding a kill here and there, but I think he doesn't play the spot perfectly. So if they try to get it to lower via outside, I feel like this is one of the best chances you have to win, because look at what you have to deal with when you come to ramp. And it's usually not just Flamey, it's also Simple. It's one of the strongest parts of the map here for Navi, for sure. Oof. Navi look to get to 12 for free.
Easy first pickup versus just these pistols. Tough shot versus Yuri. Scope back on Red Cross. Simple dropping shots. Vinny's going to be able to nearly get across, but Electronic was going to take him down. This is so much information for Simple and such a little challenge as well. Remember, just the Deagle, single P250. Not even a flash, Mohan.
Basically just a shooting gallery. Try your luck. Who just goes up into 2 USB shots outside. Another one goes down. They slowly fall apart. It's fair play for the pistoling players on the T side to just try to find some Deagle kills out here, especially if they want to face him. But look who's got a good Deke himself. It's Boomich down in secret.
Yes, sir.
Furia will call a pause. Now, there's a couple things they could try still. They could try their own upper hit and test the defense on the upper, or they could try outside and taking over outside. You know, with the right smokes, of course, you can avoid having to fight Simple. Getting downstairs, getting down with the lower plant, it's possible. It's up to them if they want to try to go and test Flamey. It is just one man, but Flamey just he seems like he's just been on so on point these past couple days. No ops in play. Art hasn't tried to perform his lurks quite as much. Man, he's at 20 and 15. It's kind of a weird sign when Art's top fragging, like he's really not supposed to be. He's obviously good enough to, but Vinny, Henny, not have a great map so far. They, of course, didn't seem to get a lot of action. See, Henny's only got 9 deaths somehow. Okay, the vent drop comes through. That's a success.
Electronic already in position. Art, he slips out the side of it. Electronic now should know this.
I didn't think he didn't hear that.
Oh.
This is very awkward.
But he just threw a
could
smoke
catch
out the door, so
other
he
players,
has
yeah.
to know at this point. Or not. What? Art's down there throwing grenades out the doorway, and he still just gave him his back. Expected maybe he'd be inside of the bomb site instead, but big risk to take. And a big spray made by Flamey, however, traded by Vinny, who goes through the smoke grenade to continue the challenge. Simple's gonna see the pressure up close, throws the frag, and Art then just stops. Oh.
And the punish. 2 on 3, but it doesn't seem like they even want to try it still. Too hard to get down there. There is someone coming late. Will they be aware of it? They are watching the flank here. It's 2 on 2 now. 50% of the bomb has dropped off, but they still are not going to attempt it. They're going to take the guns in the next round. So far, pretty good punish. Neither team running at a surplus after this one. Game becomes a touch closer. And a very interesting situation where maybe the comms made it so that you couldn't hear some of that stuff that we did downstairs. Because, yeah, like you mentioned, Art definitely made noise. But I thought that Art knew about electronic in the vent as well. Okay, yeah, he did. Well, they take over lower.
Yeah, Navi, they could afford at least one set of mistakes. Look to buy back. They actually have still tons of cash. Simple sitting on near $9,000 despite coming in with a full buy for his team.
This is, of course, why the CTs use an exorbitant amount of grenades just to try to stop any squeaky aggression. Because once it gets past the point where they actually vent dive, suddenly control of lore becomes very hard. Okay, electronic stops that right away. And Boomich, he's kind of in mini. He's got his back turned to it, not fully aware of the potential threats here. But the round becomes even easier as Perfecto finds Queserado.
Boomich with another one. 5 versus 2. It's going to take something. Oh, special. Henny only able to get a single kill before Simple, like lightning, strikes them down. That shot through the floor. Damn. 13th off of the back of it. This was electronic already in position for the vents. So Art not given nearly as much space as he had last round to kind of screw around with them. And Simple. Yeah, I feel you, Queserado. I feel you.
Going in the default.
Now we've got Furia trying to come back in, but they have so little to work with. A single AK on Art, a couple armored pistols, and 2 players even worse for wear. NaVi, 13 rounds, looking for the 14th with the back of this better buy. But Art, I mean, we know what this guy can do. He's got the most amount of kills right now for Furia by a good margin. 22 to his name alone. 15 next in line. Pistol's gonna try to parade past Flamey. He's just looking to keep himself tucked in. Vinny, he hits that Tech 9 headshot. Electronic, not gonna be able to get a kill. And it's a 5 versus 3 here for Furia. This is what they need. A round out of nowhere. They've got Boomich back into the vents. They've got their bomb plant, and it looks to me like the CTs just have to walk away. That is a lifeline here in the 23rd round.
Wow, gotta say, once Flamey's down there, like, after the ramp, they're doing such a good job of making him guess as to which choke point they're gonna come out first. They're almost always winning, making noise on both sides. They threw some nades directly at him. Rushed him down. Another round, Flamey doesn't get any kills from inside the lower site. On the ramp, a lot stronger. Maybe he should just fight there. But this is also another opening into the round, and it's one that Furia didn't have a lot to use to get into. They could have maybe also asked for another rotation to come in, but here is Furia approaching from both sides.
That's what they need. That's a big bun. Art with the first kill. Vinny hits that Tech 9 shot. That was so much. Boomich, he was just sitting on the ramp. I mean, he was just looking for 1 or 2 kills, something to even slow them down. Flamey, rather, excuse me. Boomich, he got wrecked out of control room, pressured off of the play.
That was electronic.
Oh.
Boomich, he was there on the map. Watching it all go down. Oh, they're going to walk through it? Oh, he gets spotted.
I had a 1 in 5 chance. Boomich gonna come back with another one. Oh my, there's just kills racking up here for NaVi. Perfecto knows Yuri's already come out, and this just gets completely turned down. I don't know what to expect when.
I don't know what happened there. I mean, it's I guess around where if Art pulls his lurk off and gets the kill opposite vent, then everything's opened up, and they put a lot of eggs in that basket. But Boomich just sitting back. He's not blind when they start to come out. You can see he's facing forward. This is when he should be eating flashes basically. But for whatever reason, the rush got slowed down a lot, and then they had to come through smokes, and there was no supporting grenades, and they didn't really have a plan B. Frustrating here. They are on their last legs, Furia. They've got to come back into this map just to get into a map 3, or they are out of the whole event. And we had some funny moments to begin with, and NaVi seemed very comfortable. I want to say there's still maybe hope here for Furia, but they definitely don't look like the better team at the moment.
Electronic. Ooh, he just spotted Yuri, so that's confirmation that there's a player beyond him in garage. Should be Flamey's job to deal with that. A second T on top of Mini as well. Frag grenade, that is just perfect. Calls out Electronic's position. He's trying to get comfortable, but there's nowhere to run, and Vinny just shoots straight up into the sun. Gets the better of Perfecto. A 5 versus 3 made possible off of it. This is such a back and forth endeavor.
Mm-hmm.
Like every round feels like it's not reliant on the one that comes before it.
Sure, yeah, there's a lot of chaos. That's kind of what we saw in Inferno, right? It wasn't a build-up, and there wasn't a lot of just like 1 or 2 changes to adjust, to slowly work their way to the finish line. It was like new gimmick play, new rush, different level of aggression, but not too much. There's not as much kind of rhyme and reason behind every single move. Now this one, they do a good job of juggling Electronic in between that Mini and trying to kill him, squeezing him out of control by threatening big garage peek as well as Squeaky, and that's the folly of Mini. It gets very dangerous in there. It's a high frag location, but it's also a high risk location, and there's no way for him to get out. You see Art putting pressure on this side. He's trying to avoid big garage, and this is just beautiful from Vinny. Like, just instantly reads this, looking up top, no one in the opposite side of heaven. No chance for Perfecto up there. I still feel very decent place here for NaVi. It would have to show us a lot more to make us believe that this isn't just going to be back and forth until NaVi win, right? Because they're trading. It's not been a streak. See, Boomich has basically never played in secret this game.
Which is something we see all the time.
Yeah, it seemed like that was his MO before. Perfecto, new location. Top middle of the site. I don't know if you're coming through with this exact. Molly the top of hut.
Definitely testing the waters.
The lurk is coming outside, right? Yeah, so Electronic playing in the spot specifically to catch off Mini and anybody who falls in Mini. And it seems like the right counterplay to this specific hit. Let's see if the angle pays off.
He's working with a very narrow gap. Ooh, he starts to get a little curious. This could be a big moment for Electronic. You can see these two Ts very wary as well. Boomich is taking some damage on that upper site. 30 seconds left. This hit has to come in. Art, he's not watching it. That draws Electronic. He sees both players, and him and Flamey. Perfectly timed execution of 2. There's the answer. K Serrato getting them out from hut. Boomich standing on top of it, drawing the fire away from Simple, who slides right in and gives NaVi their 15th round.
Oof, the amount of tension there as we saw that wrap come in. It felt like Electronic. He was either going to hold this angle or come off of it right at the last second. They really were patient about wrapping in, but then the squeeze. We've got Flamey fighting with him to make sure those 2 players went down. The rotation in from Simple, and there's not much else to go off of. That was Furia's kind of best, well-orchestrated round. Tried again here in round number 25, and now they're going to, or number 26, excuse me, and now they are going to try again. It's a fast explode upstairs. Trades 1 for 1 in the squeaky, but now the CTs know what's coming.
Oh no, Serato, he burns. He dies in Henny's fire. Now further damage. Yuri's at that halfway point. NaVi, they are 2 kills away from knocking Furia out of Blast Fall Finals. It is all on Henny. NaVi destroying Furia on Inferno, showing us that they can compete as a top-tier team. Vitality and Big still moving through that upper bracket. Astralis awaiting NaVi if they can close this series here and now. And NaVi, they got the better of Astralis in that last matchup. It was so close as well. We would have such a grudge match here in the lower bracket, assuming NaVi finish off this round. And you shouldn't always assume, but this one feels safe. Henny frozen in fear. Hoping that the counter-terrorists overextend, but they're not going to move a muscle. They know what they have. This is now the 10th round of back-and-forth gameplay, one after another. Furia finally contesting, but never able to get those consecutive round wins on the board with this T side. For their rounds from the CT half in the final 5 of the first. Further damage here versus Perfecto, but time. Time is Henny's biggest enemy. And as unfortunate as it is, he knows the moment he walks through this doorway, he's dead. But he has to. NaVi, congratulations. Continuing on here at the Blast Fall Finals. Furia fighting valiantly all the way from the showdown. But they fall here to NaVi.
Yeah, and honestly, even though it gets close at the end, it feels like NaVi do not lose control of the match. Right, that's really the most impressive part of all this. It was 2-0. They stopped Furia's incredible win streak after coming here to Europe. No single-digit losses, and then suddenly they don't even get a single-digit win.
Poof.
And then on Nuke, I mean, what can you say about that? In the second half, they're trading back and forth, but NaVi already have a lead to play with. Really insane performance, and that's just to show you how strong, after today, Astralis are, how strong Vitality are, and now how strong NaVi are.
All 3 teams playing with a 6-man roster as well. 2 of those teams pulling them out here at this string of events.
And even Big, of course, beating G2 yesterday.
Damn, that one was hot. And speaking of hot, let's throw this one over the desk.
Aww. This is a NaVi we can get behind. This is a NaVi that's not just relying on incredible play coming out of Simple. I am seeing teamwork, guys, and I am shocked.
This is a good NaVi. This is a deadly-looking NaVi, probably the best we have seen them in a long time. It's a NaVi whose danger comes from different players. You could see this time around, it's Flamey actually topping the charts. Again, doing great work towards ramp. We have to go back to that first side. Not only do they win the pistol and convert, which is something NaVi do a lot these times, really good, but then they had that strings of rounds, these 5 rounds out of 6 before Furia fight back. And you could see the play style from Furia, when they fought back on that first half, it was about mentality.
Yeah.
They wanted to take the fight. They rushed NaVi down into the lobby, trying to retake some control, but they never could.
And one thing you got to look at here, right? We spoke about Bit coming in and what this will do to the team. Flamey just keeps going back after not playing and playing really good. Like, Land Flamey is back.
Land Flamey is back, yeah, and it's funny you say it, right? Because to me, this is the best NaVi we've seen since IM Katowice, which was the last LAN event that anyone got to play, where they won the entire thing, and they looked like the best team in the world. The way NaVi won this game, the way NaVi have been playing the last couple of days, have slowly but surely started to giving me confidence that this NaVi lineup not have reformed themselves per se, you know, but have found some sort of stability in the sense that even when Simple is not going off, even when he's not dropping 180 AR or 30 kills, they can still find ways to win Counter-Strike games.
Yeah.
I don't know if they've been working on something specifically in practice or if this is just, you know, a one-off thing, but what I'm seeing right now from NaVi is the best I've seen from NaVi ever since they looked like the best team in the world at IM Katowice in the beginning of the year. They deserve huge credit, huge respect for this performance because, as said, the best NaVi in a long, long time.
And we're seeing depth to this roster. I think that's what's very important here. For Furia, though, right? They came into this, they battled back in that first half, and you thought, okay, we've got a game on our hand. Art was doing a lot as well, but still, They couldn't quite hit the mark, and they are still in that struggle position.
Yeah, and this time Art was finding success.
Yeah.
Talk about it. He was diving down vent, opening rounds on his own. I still believe that the modus operandi of Furia on that T side is just exactly what NaVi hoped for. They want these duels. They want scrappy, messy. Exactly. We talked about it. We said Furia, usually they brute force their way onto the server. Not that they lack flashes or smoke, but it's not the one characteristic you've mentioned them. When you think about Furia, think about skill, fire, you know? And NaVi, when they're activated, they can just play off of that. Art was amazing in that game. He had 25 kills he had, over 100 ADR. He was trying everything, but it didn't matter because the chaotic situations he was creating were not putting NaVi in an uncomfortable spot. They were very easy, very happy to just plant their feet on the ground and spray.
Now, we do see Furia eliminated here from the full finals. They are out, but we have seen a better Furia event after event. But where did we put them, right? Because we knew they were coming over from NA, and we said, oh, they're one of the best in the world because of how much they've been dismantling NA teams. They came over to Europe. They struggled a little bit more, but they've now had some good wins, but also some games where you go, okay, you can't quite push this level just yet against European teams. So where do we peg them?
I think we have them right where we expected them to be at before they came into Europe. Let's be honest, before the whole COVID situation, before everything went online, it was not like Furia were a top 2 team or the best team in the world. For whatever reason, and I guess given the fact that they were doing, so well in NA and they were dominating so much over there, our expectations raised a lot, We thought they would come over here and they'd be equally as good to the Astralis, to the likes of NaVi and G2 and whatnot, right? They've showed at moments that they are a top team. They showed at moments that they can take on the top 5 teams in the world, but Furia is not a top 3 team, and Furia haven't shown at any point throughout this stint that they're up there with the top 1, top 2 teams. They are a damn good team. They play Counter-Strike at a high level, but still, it's where it's always been for Furia. They are an upset team. They can be an underdog for a tournament, but to expect them to be the best team in the world, nobody really had that feeling coming into this one.
And I guess we have to see more, right, when they stay here in Europe, if they do, and when they come back, and how it works out for them. But what I want to do right now is hear from the champion of the NaVi Nation. We've got Simple here for the winner's interview. Mr. Simple, how are you doing after that one?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing very good, thank you, my friend. Now, I got to ask straight away about this one, because Bit now, we've seen him twice on Inferno. Is this just someone you're only going to use for Inferno, or are we going to see a little bit more from him? And how did you think of his performance today? Because it was certainly better than versus Astralis.
Yeah, that was much better. I mean, of course, we're going to use him for this map right now. I don't know about future, so Blade decide, but right now he's playing good. He get more confidence, he get more experience, especially against tighter teams. And today he did a great job.
And how is it working with him? Do you guys get a lot of practice in with him, or is it only just practicing Inferno? And does he kind of watch your other games that are going on when you're not practicing?
Yeah, he won't he can watch if he wants. He always watch. Yeah, he always watch, and we had 10 practice on Inferno before this tournament.
Now, I will say as well, Simple, we are seeing more of a team performance coming out of you guys. You can still pop off and have crazy games, the same alongside Electronic, but what has changed and what have you guys done differently to bring more of a team performance into NaVi?
I think, from every game, we are playing much better. I don't know, we were getting informed during tournament. So, and we did so many mistakes that everyone already fixed, You cannot do the same mistake twice or 3 times in a row. And we're just trying to feel this team play, trying to listen each other much better and just communicate, because sometimes we lose a round because of worst mistakes ever,
And again, sorry, go ahead, please.
Sorry.
Please go ahead.
It's okay.
I just wanted to touch on Bit again and ask you, do you feel like it had an impact on the team atmosphere, maybe motivation, or just overall, the fact that you have a 6th player now right behind you or next to you?
Yeah, I'm sure it's more about motivation. So other players cannot relax. They always know that there are a lot of youngsters that have a lot of motivation to always play on high level, and they want to play on high level. They never felt this, And yeah, I mean, there's a good atmosphere as well, but he is a more calm guy. But he's learning very fast.
Simple. I think this is the best you guys have looked since I Am Katowice, where you won the last LAN event we had. Would you agree with that sentiment? Is this the best NaVi we've seen in a long time?
Right now, I don't know. I mean, we can do much better. If you're talking about today's game, yes, that was great game for us, and we felt this team play. But from other side, it's sometimes hard for us to play against the Vitality, for example.
Sure.
So, yeah, I don't know. Like we're getting better and better, I guess.
Showing progress for sure, yeah. Simple. I have a very simple question for you as well, and you don't strike me as a guy who would hold back on this one. Do you think you've been the best player of 2020?
No, I don't know. Maybe like mechanically, maybe, but
sure.
Like with team achievements, I don't know. I mean, everything changed after LAN, so I would say it's still the road for this, you know.
Okay. Well, you're a beast, that's for sure. I want to touch on that Astralis matchup because I feel like for you, they are one of your favorite opponents. Can you tell me a little bit about what it means for you to play against Astralis? Is it the style that you like? Is it just that you're mega motivated to destroy them? What is it with you and Astralis?
That's always motivation to win them because everyone knew how Astralis can play and how they can easily win tournaments after some bad results. Just I think it's because more of their structure, because they're doing a lot of smart moves, and as a team we were studying a lot before we actually start to win something, you know. So yeah, I'm just always preparing and always trying to see something new from them, so they can use it against me, and I'll be ready.
Well, I'm sure you will be ready, Simple, and we look forward to seeing that matchup tomorrow. Thank you very much for your time, and good luck tomorrow, mate. A good conversation there with Simple, a man that understands right now that he can't quite be the best player in the world.
Why does he have to be so polite? Why does he have to be...
Why? What do you want?
Well, I want him to say yes. I want him to say yes. I want him to show that confidence that he's displaying on the server.
I'll go back then to the beginning of the year when everyone was saying, oh, best player in the world, stuff like that. What did he start saying towards the end of, not before Zyro was the best player in the world, but he started to say, I want to win championships more. And that's been the biggest issue for him, hasn't it? That he hasn't had all the titles now.
I guess he's tried to be the best player in the world without winning. And you know, as fun as that may be, you know, in certain periods, I agree with that sentiment that it's much more fun to be a good player and winning than to be the best without winning, you know. So, you know, a change of priorities maybe in that sense is a good thing. But there's no doubt Simple right now candidates to be the best player in the world. I think he's playing hearts out, some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen in a long, long time. He's so dominant.
Well, let's hear from Furia one time because we've got Vinny here with Freya.
Commiserations to Furia as they are now down and out of the Blast 4 finals. But the lovely Vinny joins me, as always, to dissect exactly what happened in that match. And unfortunately as well, NaVi put an end to your incredible 9-map win streak on Inferno. So can you tell me what exactly they were throwing at you that was so difficult?
To be honest, I think we just were not playing right in the beginning. I mean, we knew what they're doing. I mean, they were not rotating, and they starting stack B, so they're like pretty much giving banana for us every round. I think we're just like trying to finish the round like real fast, and that wasn't working.
I know you said a while ago that communication was a little bit of an issue for you guys back at the showdown. Was it an issue today? Did that impact it at all?
Yeah, it was. It was a similar mistake that we have in this tournament.
And of course, when I was speaking to Art earlier, we were speculating about Bit coming on in that map. Of course, he did. What did you make of him as a player? Because Art wasn't too sure what to expect of him.
Who? Can you repeat this first? Sorry.
Bit for the who subbed in on the first map. Yeah.
I know. Yeah, we were explaining that already. We knew that the position he was playing. So I mean, the only thing that changed was like we just need to know the position. So it wasn't the first match, so we had the info.
Of course, this isn't the last we're going to be seeing of Furia, because you will be going on to the Global Challenge in a couple of days' time. So what are you looking at going forward, that being the last event of your 2020?
I mean, just give our max potential and fixing mistakes that we did in this tournament.
And of course, with that, if you get a good enough performance there, you'd be making it to the finals in January for Blast. So how confident are you're going to be making it to the global finals?
I mean, I don't even know how's the points right now, but I think we have a really great chance. So we're just gonna, battle for that.
For Vinny there, obviously, it is tough for these guys because they came, they've tried, they've actually made improvements. We continue to talk about that 3-hour conversation, however that went down. But I definitely don't want to see Furia make a change, right? There's definitely building blocks here.
No, you don't want to. And again, before that conversation, we could have argued about, atmosphere, motivation and whatnot.
Yep.
The images we're seeing on the webcam, that's not the case anymore. For me, the conversation is only about map pool. I think that's the only weakness I can see about Furia. Because you think about Inferno, even though they lost today against NaVi, but they have some of these maps where they are just steamrolling people. And if you could apply that same philosophy and that same well-roundedness, I would say, on other maps, then suddenly they're very dangerous.
There's a lot of potential within Furia still. It's by no means a dead team or a team where you want any roster changes. We've seen them play well, and they can definitely continue to do so.
Well, let's take a look at our bracket and see where we're at for today, because we only have 2 more days left here for the Blast Premier Full Finals. And oh my, we got some beautiful matches ahead of us. Vitality taking on Big. One of those 2 teams will march on forward to the grand final. The other one will drop down to face off against the winner of Astralis NaVi. And it's a rematch, and one we all want to see. It went 3 maps last time around, and it was down to the wire when it came to Dust 2.
These 2 games are amazing. The next 2 games that will ensue will be amazing. When you have these 4 teams at the very end, you cannot lose. You can absolutely not lose. It's a win-win any day, any fan you are. It's going to be amazing.
And here we go. These are our teams that are left over. You can see them all here on the full final. And only 2 of them are already through to the global final.
Right.
So for the other 2, in Astralis and Big, it means oh so much to try and win this entire event.
There is one team right here that sticks out a little bit, right? That is Big Clan. The fact that they've been able to make it all the way to the upper bracket final. And with the performances they've had so far in this tournament, definitely with a chance to take down all these teams. I think that's a sleeping team right there. We can't sleep too much on them, right? But the fact they already made it into top 3 in itself is a giant performance from Big Clan.
It really is. But you know what time it is, boys? Time to see our top 3 plays of the day. So let's bring them on.
All right, we begin with Zip making the work on the B side of Inferno, one of his most legendary positions, of course, hiding behind the quad box. I think the production calls it Juletre, which is basically a Christmas tree, but Xipnix destroying everyone.
Ah, this is the good one. Double Trouble. I like the name of it because it's simple and electronic, dispatching in miraculous fashion. 2 versus 5 in the end, and they popped off and they locked it down. It was time to strike for the NaVi Nation.
It is a deadly dude, but a work of art coming in right here. Almost getting the ace. You call it a stolen ace, but look at the position right here with the M4. Picking up the AK-47 as well and getting another one towards his name. Art, he was having a great showing here in Nuke. Unfortunately, the rest of Furia couldn't quite fill up with it.
Yeah, that was a bit of a rough ride for them in the end, but we got one eventual winner. I don't like losers. I want to see more great Counter-Strike, but I do want to see what games we're going to have coming up tomorrow. We've already alluded to it. To start off with, we're kicking things off with Big and Vitality. They had a rest day today. They got to sit back, practice, get themselves prepared for an epic matchup.
This is going to be epic as well. And I agree with Jacob. I think we did not give Big the credit they deserved. Or maybe we did, and they are just taking it right now. They're just taking the credit, taking the respect, putting some on their name and putting them on the table because they have been rocking.
The dangerous thing about Big, they're going into this, bracket with nothing to lose from now on. They already secured a 3rd place at the very least. So going up against Vitality, nobody expects them to win. So, right, I feel that's when the underdogs are most dangerous, when they go into a matchup with nothing to lose.
You know what's amazing about these games we had today and we're going to have tomorrow? Mohan said it during the cast. He said, now we can assess these results between Astralis, NaVi, and Vitality.
Yes.
The matter is, all the teams are playing beautiful Counter-Strike. That's what it is. We didn't know at the beginning. We didn't know if it was just a flash in the pan, but it isn't. It's just high-level Counter-Strike.
And this is the thing for me. I look at Vitality of playing the best Counter-Strike so far. Probably. Astralis continue to get better, but NaVi also showing us the best form that they've had. And Big are looking like the same form they had when they were the #1 team in the world at one point this year. Question for you two, though. Does Astralis pick Inferno tomorrow against NaVi? Does that come into play?
I think they do.
Yeah?
I think they do because they believe that NaVi will pick Nuke, and all is well and makes sense. And I want to rematch with the same maps because that game was insane.
I have a good feeling about the same map. Yeah. I think Astralis are confident, and I think NaVi right now are confident. So why not?
Oh, this gets me excited, boys. We got some more amazing Counter-Strike action coming up for you guys at home tomorrow. You know what games it is. You know what time it's going to be. We will see you then.